Bai Yicheng, a remarkably average student, dozed in class, oblivious to the lecturer's drone. Sleeping during class was bad enough, but then he muttered a curse in his sleep, and that's when the enraged teacher hurled a piece of chalk at his head, unintentionally activating a system within Bai Yicheng's mind. As Bai Yicheng stared in bewilderment, it presented him with three options. 1. The super lottery system, spin for random prizes. 2. The endless wealth system, need we say more? 3. The god-level skill system. Interested, still skeptical, Bai Yicheng decided to give it a shot. He chose the third option. The moment he pressed the bind button, the system announced a successful connection. He received a newbie gift pack, the beginner skill, Royal Guard. Silently reciting the incantation, he could now forcibly summon a creature within a 1-kilometer radius. The summoned creature would be immobilized for 3 seconds. Targets could be specified or random. The limitation: both parties had to exist within the same dimension for the skill to work. As the system finished its explanation, streams of light enveloped Bai Yicheng. He looked at his hands, a smirk spreading across his face. He decided to test it out on Teacher Chiu. Bai Yicheng deliberately provoked Teacher Chiu into striking him. Then, he invoked the Royal Guard. To his astonishment, a girl materialized, taking the blow for him. Infuriated by the miss, Teacher Chiu swung again. Bai Yicheng yelled, "Royal Guard." Another girl appeared, presenting her backside as a shield. With an arm around each girl, Bai Yicheng taunted Teacher Chiu to hit him again. It was then that Teacher Chiu realized he had awakened his abilities. He decided to let it slide. Caught up in the excitement, Bai Yicheng invited his friend, Dai Xian, to join him for the exam the next day. A century ago, the divine Haojia, created by the Blue Star, had merged society and gaming into the world they now inhabited, a world akin to a matrix. According to bidu.net, the admission criteria for top-tier practitioner universities would change compared to last year. However, the top 10 universities still required an A+ ranking or higher. That afternoon, Bai Yicheng stood beneath his apartment building, wondering how to break the news to his parents. His father fumbled with the lock and stepped inside. His mother, who was cleaning, asked, "Xiaoyi, why are you home so early?" He knew that telling them about the system would be a disaster. They'd think he was delusional and have him committed. Closing the door behind him, he said, "Mom, I've awakened my abilities." His mother froze, then grabbed his shoulders, shaking him violently. "Son, you can't be crazy. I was hoping you'd graduate and work at the same company as your father." Just then, his father, Tung Hon, walked in, exclaiming, "Honey, I'm home." Bai Yicheng waved. "Dad, I've awakened my abilities." Tung Hon froze. Instantly, both parents burst into tears. "It's okay if you don't have abilities. We can support you forever." "Oh son, why have you gone mad?" Bai Yicheng, witnessing their reaction, was speechless. Bai Yicheng lay on his bed, sighing. Tomorrow was the exam, and with his paltry stats, it felt like walking into a meat grinder. He reread the instructions for his new spell, muttering, "Someone attend me." He considered the possibilities for a full 3 seconds, frozen in thought. If he combined this spell with a decent weapon, wouldn't he be able to dispatch his opponents with ease? "I have to test this out," Bai Yicheng decided. He sat up and reached for a knife on top of his wardrobe. At that very moment, his father, Tung Hon, appeared at the doorway. As Tung Hon began to tell him he needed to talk to his mother, Bai Yicheng, inside the room, pointed the knife at his tea set, determined to begin his experiment immediately. Just as he finished speaking, Tung Hon pushed the door open. "Son," he began, "I need to talk to you." His eyes fell upon Bai Yicheng brandishing the knife at his prized teacups. "What in the—" Tung Hon roared, kicking the knife out of Bai Yicheng's hand. "Have you lost your mind? You're our only son. You can't just expire like this." Bai Yicheng sighed. "Dad, I'm fine. I was just testing out a new skill." Tung Hon embraced him, wailing dramatically. "How can you be fine? This is a disaster." Bai Yicheng sighed again. "If you don't believe me, Mom's hiding your secret stash of cash in the third ceiling tile of the bathroom." His shout startled Tung Hon. Tung Hon raised his fist. "You little brat. Today I'll teach you what fatherly love feels like." Bai Yicheng calmly called out, "Someone attend me." His mother, who was downstairs in the kitchen, was abruptly summoned. She took the brunt of Tung Hon's blow. After a moment of stunned silence, she erupted. "Tung Hon, you dare hit me. You're dead." He cowered. "No, it wasn't me. I didn't, honey, I swear." A moment later, The three of them sat together. Bai Yiqing's mother was still fuming, while Tung Hon nursed his wounds. He squinted at his son. Tell me the truth. Where did you get this skill? Bai Yiqing replied, have you forgotten my talent? This is from a treasure I found a few days ago. Look, he held up his fist. No need. It's already tattered enough. He handed his phone to Bai Yiqing. If you've awakened a skill, you should find a suitable weapon. Bai Yiqing reached out and took the phone. He scrolled through the items on the screen. Suddenly, a system voice announced, this blade may look like a failed creation, much like yourself, but it holds a secret unknown to all. Upon striking a foe, it temporarily absorbs their attributes, up to a maximum of 20 points. Bai Yiqing grinned. You're the one. He tapped the confirm button on a long sword. The phone announced, payment successful, 25,000 gold coins. No. He snatched the phone back to check his account. You ungrateful wretch. One of us has to die today. He stared at the item Bai Yiqing had purchased. It was a rusty, long, worn blade. The seller's description read, a rusty Xiaochuan Dao, copper grade. Attribute requirements, none. Additional attributes, none. Durability, 100/100. Blade length, 2 meters 20 centimeters. Extremely sharp. A steal at this price. Don't miss out. The price, 25,000 gold coins. The following day, at the Adventurers Plaza in Dongwu City, a teleportation gate stood in the center of the square, surrounded by a bustling crowd. Addressing the students before him, a teacher cautioned, when the teleportation gate opens, don't just blindly choose high-difficulty dungeons. Once inside, you'll find a teleportation stone in your backpacks. Crush it if you encounter danger. You'll have 5 seconds to escape. Does everyone understand? Bai Yiqing listened to the teacher while simultaneously asking Dai Xian, have you found any teammates yet? Dai Xian replied dejectedly, no one wants to join our team. Standing before the teleportation gate, the two looked up at the scrolling list of dungeons. Devil's Abyss, Nightmare difficulty, recommended potential rank C to B. Miasma Gorge, normal difficulty, recommended potential rank F to D. Poison Swamp, normal difficulty, recommended potential rank F to D. Goblin Fortress, Nightmare difficulty, recommended potential rank C to B. And Carnivorous Forest, Help difficulty, recommended potential rank A to S. Bai Yiqing sighed. Figures. But it's okay. Listen to me. We're choosing Hell difficulty. Dai Xian questioned, just the two of us. Can we even do that? Suddenly, 3 figures appeared. Chen Tong, a C-rank warrior, scoffed, you two have a death wish. Tamba, a C-rank marksman, added, looking for a quick trip to reincarnation, are we? Wang Bo, a C-rank mage, sneered, an A-rank carrying an F-rank. Gonna offer yourselves up as sacrifices. Dai Xian, enraged, raised his fist. Looking down on Bai Yiqing is looking down on me. We're choosing hell. We'll steal their kills. He then filled out the registration form. We're registering now, Dai Xian declared. With that, he dashed off with the form, ignoring Bai Yiqing, who was saying, actually, we don't really need to. Dai Xian placed the form on the registration table. Under the shocked gazes of the other students, Bai Yiqing muttered to Dai Xian, actually, I was just bluffing. Dai Xian replied, what's there to be afraid of? We have to believe in ourselves. The announcement board by the teleportation gate displayed their registration. Team, my nephew and me. Dungeon, Carnivorous Forest. Difficulty, Hell. Ranks, F and A. Classes, Passerby and Earth Warrior. The crowd erupted. Are they crazy? They actually chose Hell difficulty. I know him. Bai Yiqing from Dongwu First High. He caused quite a stir when he awakened the Passerby class. Isn't that F-rank guy supposed to be the weakest class? Teacher Chiu choked on his own spit in frustration. Those two brats, they're courting death. Do they have no sense of self-preservation? Wang Riqian, a recruiter from a top-tier university, smirked with interest. An F-rank passerby. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Bai Yiqing and Dai Xian stepped through the teleportation gate and were transported to a dark, ominous forest. Bai Yiqing nudged Dai Xian. Wake up, Dai Xian. He blinked dazedly. We're in. The two stared at the cobwebs and the strange, dripping red substance on the branches. Dai Xian dropped his backpack with a sigh. Impulsiveness is truly a demon. He drew his sword and shield. Stay behind me. I'll use brawn, you use brains. Maybe we have a sliver of hope. Bai Yiqing scratched his head. I'm out of options. Looks like I'll have to try that. He pulled out a sword and swung it experimentally a few times. Bai Yicheng grinned, a flash of confidence in his eyes. Watch closely, he announced to Dai Xian. I'll show you a magic trick. I call it making the living dead. He swung his rusty sword a few times, a faint green energy flickering around the blade. Dai Xian let out a low whistle of amazement. Bai Yicheng had secretly summoned a ghoul and swiftly decapitated it. A system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have slain a level 5 ghoul. You have gained 250 experience points and 500 divine power points. Congratulations. You have leveled up from level 1 to level 3, plus 2 points to all attributes. To their left, another ghoul was hunched over a bubbling cauldron, seemingly cooking a stew. Bai Yicheng glanced at the notification. Then, turning back to Dai Xian with a smirk, he asked, "Pretty awesome, huh?" Dai Xian, eyes wide, gushed, "Holy crap, Bai Yicheng, you're a god." Bai Yicheng puffed up with pride. "Come on, let me broaden your horizons." Dai Xian, practically vibrating with excitement, nodded eagerly. The two of them, cloaked in camouflage, crept along the forest floor, searching for their next target. After a while, they spotted something hunched over in the distance. The system identified it. Ghoul, level 4. Strength, 22. Constitution, Septembre 2015. Agility, 8. Spirit, 6 to 8. After reviewing the ghoul's stats, Bai Yicheng rose to his feet. He gripped his sword and bellowed, "Royal Guard." Streaks of light enveloped him. The ghoul, startled, looked up just as the summoned guard materialized and delivered a swift, fatal blow to its neck. Bai Yicheng had taken down the ghoul with a single, expertly executed move. The system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have slain a level 4 ghoul. You have gained 120 experience points and 400 divine power points. Congratulations. You have leveled up from level 3 to level 4, plus 1 point to all attributes. Bai Yicheng turned to Dai Xian, a smug grin plastered across his face. "See, hell difficulty is nothing." Suddenly, Dai Xian pointed and yelled behind you. A massive ghoul, easily twice the size of the previous ones, lumbered into view, roaring and fixing them with blood-red eyes. "Holy crap," Bai Yicheng exclaimed. "There's another one." The monstrous ghoul hefted a thick log above its head, preparing to bring it down on Bai Yicheng. The system flashed a warning. Skill cooldown, 10 seconds. Bai Yicheng fumbled for his sword, but it felt strangely inert, just a normal piece of metal. "Royal Guard," he shouted. "Come on, protect me. Why is there a cooldown?" Before he could figure out what to do, the ghoul slammed the log down towards him. Just then, a sharp crack split the air, and the log exploded into splinters. Bai Yicheng, terrified, shielded his eyes with his hands, peeking through his fingers. He saw a beautiful girl with flowing white hair standing before him. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, illuminating her like an angel. Bai Yicheng, still sprawled on the ground, stared in awe. He could only stare at the girl, wondering who she was. She looked down at him and asked, "Are you the F-rank passerby?" The system provided a torrent of information. Name, Su Ruo Shi. Level, 5. Potential, SSS. Attributes, Strength, 52. Constitution, 45. Agility, 40. Spirit, 52. Talent, Child of Thunder. Immune to all lightning-based damage. All lightning-based skills receive increased damage, reduced cooldown, and reduced mana cost. Then, a final, almost gossipy note from the system. This person has the potential to become an emperor. Consider clinging to her skirts. Bai Yicheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He thought, so this is the difference between SSS-Rank potential and F-Rank. We're both level 5, but her stats are so much higher. But if I can cling to her skirts, maybe I can summon a guard every 3 seconds. Driven by this thought, he coughed, straightened himself up, and struck a heroic pose. "Allow me to introduce myself," he declared. "I am Bai Yicheng, the most famous F-rank passerby in this city." Bai Yicheng produced a piece of paper. "Here's how to contact me. Don't be shy." On the paper was his phone number along with a note. "Beautiful sister, please carry me. Suruon Fifronith, you're F-rank. Why are you even here?" Bai Yicheng scratched his head, grinning. "I flew in, of course. Suruon Fisaith. I suggest you leave quickly. You won't be this lucky next time." Bai Yicheng asked, "Beautiful sister, are you just leaving like this?" Discarding all dignity, He clung to Su Ruoxi's leg and wailed, "Beautiful sister, you can't leave. What am I supposed to do without you? I have an elderly mother and young children at home. I'm the only son. If I die, my family line will end." In the fading light, Su Ruoxi looked at Bai Yicheng's tear-streaked face and thought, exasperated, he really is this weak. If I leave him here, he might actually die. So she said, "Fine, let go of me first. You can follow me, but don't cause any trouble." Bai Yicheng's eyes sparkled. "Yes, ma'am." Dai Xian, witnessing this, said with disgust, "I don't know him." Su Ruoxi approached the ghoul. Channeling her lightning-based internal energy, she braced herself. The ghoul hurled a clump of earth and stones at her in retaliation, but it was completely ineffective. Su Ruoxi raised her sword high and brought it down towards the ghoul. However, just as her blade connected, a strange force pulled the ghoul away. Su Ruoxi gritted her teeth and glanced over. Bai Yicheng was now standing on top of the creature. The system notifications chimed, awarding him points. Divine Power plus 180. Divine Power plus 5. Divine Power plus 360. Divine Power plus 30. Divine Power plus 1. Su Ruoxi pointed at him angrily. "You, I can't believe it's you." Bai Yicheng replied, "Beautiful sister, I didn't want to do this, but it's just how my skill works." Zai Xian, watching Su Xian Vi Gab Bai Zita Interven. It's true. I can testify. Bai Yicheng can make all the monsters appear in front of him. Su Ruoxi thought, he can steal monsters right out from under me. He must be stronger than I thought. So, Su Ruoxi pointed at Bai Yicheng and challenged him. "All right, I want to challenge you." Bai Yicheng was startled. "Challenge me. Are you sure?" Su Ruoxi replied, "Yes, I'm sure. But considering the vast difference in our strength, as long as the total number of monsters you defeat surpasses mine, you win. If I lose, you can make any request you want." Bai Yicheng asked, "Any request?" "Completely. Anything you want." Bai Yicheng's mind immediately wandered to inappropriate thoughts. "Hee. Anything, huh? Hee. Dai Xian said, "Su Ruoxi, she's getting annoyed. If you make her leave, we'll be in real danger." Bai Yicheng thought, Dai Xian is right. I need to focus on improving myself before I think about anything else. System, can I exchange for a new skill now? The system responded, host currently has 14,400 divine power points. You can draw for one of the following 3 skills. Choose the more attractive individual. After activating this skill, the stats of the more attractive person will double along with their damage output. Conversely, the less attractive person's stats will decrease, and their damage against the more attractive person will be halved. Option 2, forfeit retreat. After using this skill, if the target has something they want to do, it must be accomplished. If the target has nothing they want to do, you still cannot retreat. Option 3, Jia escape. When facing a fatal blow from someone whose name includes the character Jia, this skill negates the attack and automatically teleports you to safety. Locking a choice to ensure its reappearance in future selections costs 2,000 divine power points. Bai Yicheng thought, so this system is this amazing. Ignoring the limitations, just randomly picking one is a guaranteed win. With newfound determination blazing in his eyes, Bai Yicheng grinned and hit confirm on the system interface. Is there even anything to think about? He mused. Bai Yicheng turned to Dai Xian, his expression serious. Listen, for both our safety, you absolutely must consider me the most handsome person here. Don't ask why. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. Dai Xian replied, but in my heart, you've always been the most handsome. The sky blazed crimson under the setting sun within the canyon. Bai Yicheng gritted his teeth. He slammed his foot into the gut of a ghoul, then channeled power into the sword in his hand. With a swift stroke, he decapitated the creature. The system notification chimed. Ghoul slain. Experience gained 100. Divine power gained 300. Bai Yicheng lowered his sword and gestured to Dai Xian. Your turn. Get ready. Dai Xian responded, no problem. Shield and sword ready, defensively positioned. He began to chant, Grand Cross. A golden beam of light erupted. The ghoul, startled by the attack, gaped in astonishment. Go reunite with your friends down below. Dai Xian declared. The golden light slammed into the ghoul, creating a blinding explosion. The creature was cleaved in two. The system notification appeared, ghoul slain. Experience gained, 187. Divine power gained, 15. As expected, Bai Yicheng mused, I also gain divine power when my teammate kills a monster, though it's a bit less. Outside, on the plaza's large screen, Dai Xian's battle was being broadcast. The crowd watched, murmuring amongst themselves. The main screen is live. Everyone look. Wow, this kid by I Ching is incredibly strong. But are his stats a bit strange? How is he doing that? Can someone explain it to me? In an auditorium, by I Ching's image dominated the large screen. A crowd of spectators cheered wildly, while above them, for judges observed. Teacher Chiu gaped, a defensive skill used for crowd control. Lieben stroked his chin. Awakening a class usually comes with an innate talent. What's this kid by I Ching's talent? Teacher Chiu replied, by I Ching's talent is omnicompetence. Lieben looked up the definition of omnicompetence. Able to perceive more information than ordinary people, but unable to access intelligence exceeding their own rank. He sighed. What a pity. I thought he might have a better talent. Back inside the dungeon, Bai Yicheng dodged a ghoul's swipe, narrowly avoiding its claws. You scoundrel. No amongst faites. He cursed. As he finished the sentence, Dai Xian's blade flashed, severing the ghoul's head. Staying put and farming monsters saves energy and is safer, Bai Yicheng commented. But it's so slow. Dai Xian replied, just a little longer. 5 more kills, and we can clear this stage. Bai Yicheng shook his head. Our goal isn't just to clear the stage. It's to get first place. Dai Xian questioned, first place. How can we possibly beat those geniuses? Bai Yicheng frowned, a determined glint in his eyes. He raised his sword. Come on, he said. Let's try taking down some elite ghouls. Beneath the canopy of trees, the two moved through the canyon. Suddenly, the system announced, 6 elite ghouls engaged in fierce combat detected nearby. Down in the valley, 3 figures clashed with the 6 ghouls. Hidden in the undergrowth by I Ching and Dai, Xian watched as one of the figures fought a ghoul. A grin spread across by I Ching's face. He turned to Dai Xian. It's that wretched Qin and his crew. Dai Xian replied, time for some payback. Bai Yicheng asked Dai Xian, do you know what the next part of doing great things is? Dai Xian responded uncertainly, not sweating the small stuff. Bai Yicheng bent down and plucked a blade of grass. Wrong. It's by any means necessary, he said, placing the grass between his teeth. Dai Xian coughed, but ambushing the mid-fight is a bit dishonorable. Bai Yicheng grinned. Well, I'm so weak, I think I could be excused for not being honorable, don't you think? He thought to himself, now that I've run into them, I have to get something out of this. Chun Tung pursued a ghoul, raising his sword for a killing blow. Suddenly, the ghoul vanished just before the blade connected. Chun Tung looked around in confusion. What the? Unbeknownst to him, the ghoul had been summoned to Bai Yicheng, who cleaved it in 2. Bai Yicheng watched it fall in the fading light. The system announced, elite ghoul slain. Experience plus 300. Divine power plus 400. Elsewhere, Wang Bo launched 2 magical serpents to capture another ghoul. As the serpents coiled around their prey, the ghoul disappeared. Wang Bo gritted his teeth. Instantaneous ghoul teleportation. Nearby, Xian Bot drew his bow, aiming for a ghoul's vital point. Now, he muttered, releasing the arrow. The ghoul vanished, the arrow burying itself in the ground. Sinbaet Kalim Damit. What's going on? The system bombarded by I Ching with notifications. Elite ghoul slain. Experience plus 650. Elite ghoul slain. Experience plus 700. Divine power plus 333. Elite ghoul slain. Experience plus 233. Divine power plus 300. Divine power plus 60. Divine power plus 430. Dai Xian watched the spectacle unfold. When it comes to being unscrupulous, he said, I can only admire your dedication. Bai Yicheng grinned, enjoying the stream of notifications. In the plaza, spectators watched Bai Yicheng's exploits on a large screen. Stealing kills when they're already almost dead, one grumbled. That's just low. Another added, isn't that against the rules? Ritian Chakold. Haven't seen such an interesting student in a long time. He was the recruitment representative for Tianfu University, the 2nd-ranked university. He ascended the steps towards the Changsun teleportation gate/portal. Teacher Q watched his retreating figure, thinking that while ghoul snatching was indeed somewhat unscrupulous, there wasn't actually a rule against it. The other judges shared the same thought. This Bai Yicheng is truly despicable. Inside the dungeon, Bai Yicheng withdrew his sword from a ghoul. He and Dai Xian briefly discussed the current situation. Bai Yicheng glanced at the purgatory level leaderboard. Rang Gone, Sordu Oilevan, 13 ghouls. Rank 2, Ziv Dong, 11 ghouls. Rank 3 and below. Well, that's me with 10, he said. Looks like we still need to work harder. Down in the canyon, Wang Bo asked, have you guys also encountered the disappearing ghoul situation? Chun Tung speculated, it's possible we've been ambushed and had our kills stolen. Xin Ba stared at his arrow embedded in the ground. Suddenly, he noticed a figure flickering behind a nearby tree. Xin Ba Shao Bao Fu Dao. There it is, he muttered, knocking an arrow and aiming at the shadowy figure. Found you, he thought triumphantly. Seeing this, Wang Bo tried to intervene. Don't. But Xin Ba continued to draw his bowstring taut, ignoring him. He loosed the arrow towards where Bai Yicheng stood. A smirk played on Bai Yicheng's lips. Someone's here, he called out. Dai Xian instantly appeared, shielding him. He raised his shield high, intercepting Xin Ba's arrow. The collision of the two weapons created a blinding flash of light. Bai Yicheng and Xin Ba gaped in astonishment at Dai Xian's skill, while Dai Xian himself grinned smugly. He then flipped Xin Ba the bird. You're trying to take someone's life, and attacking a vital spot, no less. Xin Ba returned the gesture. It's clearly you lot who are being unreasonable bullies. Unreasonable bullies. Bai Yicheng questioned. We're simply exploiting the rules to our advantage. There's no rule against ghoul snatching, is there? Besides, from a certain perspective, you should be thanking my friend here. If it weren't for him, you would have become a murderer. Xin Ba Thao In Fu Station. Bun Si. Wang Bo placed a hand on Xin Ba's shoulder, trying to calm him. Let go. You really should thank this fellow. He then activated his appraisal skill. The system announced, name Bai Yicheng. Level 5. Attributes. Strength, 14. Constitution, 14. Agility, 14. Spirit, 14. Bai Yicheng glanced at the display and chuckled softly. But Xin Ba pointed at him and exclaimed, how is that possible? Level 5, and his total attributes are as low as a passerby's. Wait a minute, you're that passerby class guy, the one who likes to find their own way to reincarnation, aren't you? The realization hit him hard. Bai Yicheng simply smiled without replying. So, I really almost killed him just now, Xin Ba thought aghast. Xin Ba then offered a pouch of money as an apology. Bowing deeply, he said, I'm so sorry, my friend. I got a little carried away. He forced a conciliatory smile. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Under the clear blue sky, on the large screen, everyone watched as Bai Yicheng accepted the money pouch. Forget it, he said. I won't hold you accountable. Someone shouted, what the hell? He steals someone's kills and then makes them apologize to him. The crowd erupted in a chorus of condemnation. Despicable. Absolutely despicable. Inside the dungeon, Bai Yicheng watched Xin Ba's retreating figure. After Xin Ba left, Dai Xian praised Bai Yicheng. You're amazing. To think of a plan like that. Bai Yicheng replied, battles can't be won by simply comparing stats. You have to use your brain too. Dai Xian asked, so where are we going now? Now that we're familiar with the process, Bai Yicheng answered, we can take on some stronger elite ghouls. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. You lucky young man. In the cave, 300 meters to the left, there's a super elite ghoul that has reached level 7. One of these is worth more than 6 regular ones. So what do you think? Shall we go? Bai Yicheng asked. Let's do it. Dai Xian replied. I'm going to take down at least 2 super elite ghouls today. The mouth of the enormous cave yawned before them, its depths shrouded in darkness. After a while, they reached the cave entrance and stepped inside. The super elite ghoul should be inside, Bai Yicheng said. In a direct fight, we're no match for it. Dai Xian, do you trust me? What are you talking about? Dai Xian responded. Of course I trust you. Good, Bai Yicheng said, a glint in his eye. Let's try something a little thrilling. After we go in, we'll block the cave entrance. He gestured towards the mouth of the cave, a short distance away. Dai Xian watched in astonishment as Bai Yicheng began heaving large stones to barricade the entrance. Dude, Dai Xian exclaimed. This isn't thrilling. This is suicide. Bai Yicheng set another stone in place and reassured him, relax. I'm not going to throw our lives away. He thought to himself, blocking the entrance will ensure that there are only 2 living beings in this space, us. That way, the accuracy of the divine escort will be much higher. Seeing his determination, Dai Xian started helping to carry stones. Well, he sighed, worst case scenario, We'll be brothers again in the next life. Once they finished sealing the entrance, Bai Yicheng gave Dai Xian a serious look. Later, remember one thing. I'm the most handsome one here, got it. Suddenly, streams of green gas began to seep from the ground. Dai Xian recoiled. What's that smell? Bai Yicheng gagged. Does this ghoul fertilize itself with feces? Dai Xian reached. I don't know. The faint light illuminated the cave walls and the bats flitting through the air. After tying a cloth over his nose and mouth, Dai Xian held the lamp and continued forward. He stumbled upon a human skull. They arrived at a foul-smelling area littered with bones and skulls. The sight made them both nauseous. Seriously, Dai Xian muttered, does this ghoul just live in its own toilet? Bai Yicheng thought to himself, a level 7 super elite ghoul. Using my attractiveness stat might actually be worth a shot. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the cave. A gigantic ghoul, wielding a club, lumbered into view. Its gaping maw revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth, and its eyes glowed red as it fixed its gaze on Bai Yicheng and Dai Xian. The system notification appeared. Super Elite Ghoul, Level 7. Skill, Savage Collision. The two looked at the creature with disgust. They took their stances and said in unison, let's do this. The ghoul lunged. Dai Xian, take it down. Bai Yicheng shouted. Dai Xian raised his shield and sword. Golden energy enveloped him as he activated his blood surge skill. He planted his feet and charged towards the ghoul like an arrow. His first sword strike was nimbly dodged by the ghoul. Seeing this, Bai Yicheng roared, it's not over yet. He leaped forward, sword in hand, a grin spreading across his face. Time to. After a flourish of his blade, Bai Yicheng addressed the dismembered ghoul. Remember to be human in your next life, he quipped, the white ichor of the creature splattering the ground. The ghoul collapsed into a cloud of dust. A green stone materialized above its remains. A system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have slain a level 7 super elite ghoul. Awarded 1,200 experience points and 8,000 divine power points. A skill stone dropped. Dai Xian exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards the glowing gem. Just as he reached out to touch it, the cave entrance exploded. A figure emerged from the swirling dust. Well, the newcomer sneered. The cave entrance now lay in ruins. A teenager in a red jacket stepped forward. I thought it was something impressive, he scoffed. Turns out it's just a couple of grasshoppers. You two losers are useless, even if you get the skill stone. Hand it over, he demanded, conjuring a flame in his hand. He was Su Zidong from Zhang No. 2 Middle School in Dongwu City, an SS-Rank potential genius with the Fire Fist skill. Bai Yicheng calmly inquired, are you sure you want to try and take it? Haha, someone protect me. Su Zidong got go. I'll summon a ghoul to scare you witless. Meanwhile, in a dense forest nearby, two ghouls were advancing towards Ruo Shi. She activated her lightning-based powers, bolts of electricity crackling around her. She raised a fist, shouting, ha! But suddenly, she was summoned into the cave, her lightning-charged fist connecting squarely with Su Zidong's face. The powerful blow sent him reeling back, spitting blood. Ruo-Shi stared, dumbfounded. Bai Yicheng exclaimed, damn, I didn't expect to summon the goddess Ruo-Shi. You dare hit me. Su Zidong Zhao. Ruo-Shi flinched, waving her hands frantically. No, it wasn't me. Su Zidong didn't believe her, launching another fiery punch. Oh yeah, saying it wasn't you makes it so. Huh. Ruo-Shi was forced to retreat, dodging the attack. While she continued to evade Su Zidong's blows, Bai Yicheng stealthily approached the other ghoul. Holding his nose, he rummaged through the ghoul's remains. Bai Yicheng pulled out a blue stone. Not bad for a super elite, he muttered. Lots of loot. He beckoned to Dai Xian, tossing him the blue stone. Here, he said, this is useless to me. You can have it. Ruo-Shi was still dodging attacks and trying to explain. Hey, calm down. Let me explain. Su Zidong raised another flaming fist. Yeah, what is there to explain? Ruo-Shi, exasperated, dodged the blow. Don't be so unreasonable. I told you to listen to my explanation. Suddenly, Bai Yicheng called out from a distance. Have you forgotten our promise, my love? My heart is broken. Ruo-Shi, enraged, roared. Shut up. She launched herself towards Bai Yicheng, but he quickly shouted, someone protect me. Su Zidong materialized in his place, taking the full force of Ruo-Shi's kick. The kick left Su Zidong dazed, tears welling in his eyes. He pointed at Ruo-Shi, whimpering 3 against 1. How shameless. Ruoshi waved her hands frantically. Sorry, she stammered, pointing towards Bai Yicheng and Dai Xian, who were sneaking away. It was all his fault. Su Zidong gritted his teeth in fury. He launched a fiery fist towards Bai Yicheng. Damn you, it was you all along. Bai Yicheng casually called for assistance, then, with a sudden burst of mischievousness, kicked Su Zidong in the face. By now, Su Zidong's face was swollen like a pig's head. He pointed at the three of them and cursed, "You bastards. You're all in this together, aren't you? Just you wait, I'll deal with you later." Ruoshi, utterly bewildered, could only think, what in the world is going on? Back in the plaza, the crowd buzzed with excitement, watching the unfolding drama on the large screens. The four judges wiped sweat from their brows, nervously wondering this. This isn't against the rules, is it? Ri Tian asked Teacher Chiu, "Has this kid always been like this?" Teacher Chiu sighed and replied, "Oh, he's just recently awakened." The other three judges exchanged glances, thinking in unison, "Yeah, right? Like we believe that." A short-haired woman scoffed, "He's just showing off." Ri Tian teased her, "Let's hope someone doesn't try to steal him away from me later." Back at the cave entrance, Bai Yicheng returned with Dai Xian. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, allow me to introduce myself." A sly grin spread across his face as he continued, "My special skill is being able to pull in a patsy to take a hit for me at any given moment." Ruoshi and Su Zidong, hearing this, both exclaimed in unison, "You." Suddenly, a tremendous boom echoed through the air and the ground trembled. A countdown timer appeared in the sky. 1,123,200 seconds. The competition had officially begun. The remaining time for the contestants was 1,123,200 seconds. A series of thuds reverberated through the area as groups of people scrambled towards their destinations. A system notification appeared for all contestants. 300 meters ahead lies the final ghoul stronghold. It contains one level 10 ghoul king, 3 level 7 elite ghouls, and 20 common ghouls. Numerous giant ghouls are currently feasting on captured prey, surrounded by swarms of smaller ghouls eagerly awaiting their share. The notification continued, describing the level 10 Ghoul King, a monstrous figure with razor-sharp teeth, its body wrapped in iron chains, wielding a spiked iron club. Its stats were listed: Strength, 72, Constitution, 48, Agility, 26, Spirit, 69. It possessed a skill called Dreadful Hammer, which focused immense power into its attacks, easily stunning its victims. After displaying the Ghoul King's stats to Bai Yicheng, the system prompted him, "Are you sure you want to become their afternoon snack?" Hiding behind some boulders, Bai Yicheng's internal monologue screamed, "I was just an ordinary passerby with mediocre talent. Sure, I've awakened my bloodline now, but this is terrifying." However, maintaining his outward bravado, Bai Yicheng turned to Wu Yuan and declared to the group, "Thank you all for coming, but the ghoul inside belongs to me." A muscular man in a tank top disagreed, booming, "Hey, who the hell are you? What do you mean? The ghoul belongs to you." Bai Yicheng, his face a mask of weary indifference, ignored the muscular man. Instead, he turned to Su Zidong, silently urging him to answer. Su Zidong, feeling a pang of guilt, thought, instead of being his human shield, maybe I should just speak up for him now. Su Zidong then strode out from the crowd and declared loudly, "I agree with Bai Yicheng. Anyone who has objections, come and fight me first." The muscular man, seeing Su Zidong defending Bai Yicheng, was incredibly annoyed. The rest of the group, hearing this, began to waver, murmuring amongst themselves. Su Zidong, a second-grade S-rank blazing fistmaster of the second middle school's martial arts department. But relying on just the two of them, isn't that a bit overconfident? While the group was still whispering and discussing, a girl with shimmering platinum blue hair stepped forward and voiced her support for Bai Yicheng. "I also agree with Bai Yicheng's idea." It was Ruoshi, ranked second. The moment she appeared, all dissent was silenced. The muscular man gave up. He snorted and sullenly sat down in a corner behind a boulder. Bai Yicheng turned to Ruoshi, a cheerful grin spreading across his face. "Thanks, Ruoshi." Ruoshi calmly reminded him, "No need to thank me. You have 10 minutes left. Hearing this, Bai Yicheng's smile faltered and his face paled. The system timer, hovering in the sky, was counting down every second, ticking from 683 to 681, confirming Ruo Shi's words. Dai Xian, worried for Bai Yicheng, came over to comfort him. We'll be all right. If not, just hand it over. Before Dai Xian could finish, Bai Yicheng rallied his spirits and interrupted. A man can't say he can't do it. Then, leaning close to Dai Xian, Bai Yicheng whispered in his ear, "Help me with this later, all right?" Without further hesitation, it was time to slay monsters. Before the group lay a vast sea of ravenous ghouls. They were hungrily wandering about when they caught the scent of human flesh. Suddenly, their movements quickened. They all turned towards the group, as if ready to pounce and devour them. The students, terrified by their speed and appearance, froze, trembling in their tracks. The ghouls felt no sympathy. In their eyes, the group was nothing but a feast. Their eyes burning with hunger, they roared and charged. The lesser ghouls surged forward first, scrambling for food. The students raised their shields, struggling to hold them back. Following the lesser ghouls, a level 10 ghoul was also rapidly approaching the group with savage intent. Bai Yicheng stepped towards the front lines. He raised his sword high, a cunning and arrogant smirk twisting his lips. "Big head," he declared without a trace of politeness, "your opponent is me." Meanwhile, Dai Xian stared in disbelief as the Ghoul King and the other ghouls charged towards them. "We're doomed," he thought, quickly turning to shout at those behind him, "Everyone, scatter." The Ghoul King had already reached Bai Yicheng and launched an attack. Bai Yicheng nimbly dodged back, yelling, "Someone protect me." Just as the Ghoul King's attack was about to connect, another ghoul intercepted it, taking the blow for Bai Yicheng. Under the immense force of the Ghoul King's strike, the ghoul was instantly obliterated. Bai Yicheng quickly assessed the situation. His skills still had a 5-second cooldown. With that in mind, he taunted the Ghoul King, "Big head, come and get me." "Nah, nah, 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 boo, boo." Enraged, the Ghoul King roared and gave chase. Bai Yicheng sprinted away, continuing to provoke it loudly. "Come here." It chased after Bai Yicheng, its heavy club whistling down. But with his nimble agility, Bai Yicheng easily dodged the blow. Having successfully lured the Ghoul King to his chosen location, Bai Yicheng landed, ready to confront it. He gripped his sword, thinking, "In this area, there are only two of us, the Ghoul King and me. It's time." Bai Yicheng raised his sword before him and activated the skill Reasonable Appearance. A system notification confirmed its successful activation. In this area, there are only two beings, one monster and one person. 2 against 1. The skill is in effect. He drew his sword, a confident expression on his face. Now, in the next instant, the Ghoul King slammed its club down where Bai Yicheng stood, sending dirt and dust flying. But in that brief moment, Bai Yicheng parried the blow with his sword, forcing the Ghoul King back. It roared in fury, its eyes flashing a chilling red as it focused its power into the club. The Ghoul King raised its club, preparing to unleash its death blow attack. At the same time, Bai Yicheng charged towards it, sword in hand. In a blink, he unleashed a flurry of blows against the Ghoul King, leaving it no time to react. Everyone watching was stunned, their jaws dropping. Is this cheating? How could someone with a power level of 14 actually hit the Ghoul King? Is that the reincarnation sword? Meanwhile, outside the arena, Teacher Chiu observed the battle. Seeing the Ghoul King stumble, he thought, how strange, as the crowd gaped in astonishment. Bai Yicheng calmly declared, "Let me finish this." But before he could act, another figure leaped down from the stands, laughing. The boss is mine." Bai Yicheng frowned and shouted, trying to stop him. "Hey, get out of the way." The newcomer, intent on stealing the kill, was Mo-in, the shadow assassin prodigy of the 9th High. Ignoring Bai Yicheng's warning, Mo-in landed on the Ghoul King, declaring confidently, "Ha ha ha, the boss is mine." With that, he plunged his dagger into the creature. Montag Uin laukit triumphantly. First place is mine too. But he never expected the Ghoul King, seemingly defeated, to suddenly grab him. Mo-in cried out in despair. He struggled, his earlier confidence gone. Tears welled in his eyes. "Someone, help me." The Ghoul King, unmoved by his pleas, promptly shoved Mo-in into its mouth. He let out one last, choked cry, quickly silenced as the Ghoul King devoured him. Bai Yicheng and the others stared in stunned silence. "He's dead." Elsewhere, Emoha trembled as he watched his nephew being swallowed whole. Tears streamed down his face. "My nephew gone just like that?" Behind him, Rition and teacher Chiu sighed heavily. A pall of grief hung over the room. Back at the arena, Bai Yicheng stared at the Ghoul King, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's just a small fry, rank 4 with all stats at 14. Using his all-knowing eye, he accessed the Ghoul King's information. Reasonable appearance. It would only work if it were just the two of us in the same space, he mused. Turning to the others behind him, he said, now that there are so many of us, it's devoured humans and become even more frenzied. We have to attack together. Ruo Shi, Dai Xian, and Su Zidong quickly agreed with Bai Yicheng. The Ghoul King lunged ferociously towards them, but they all dodged swiftly. Ruo Shi and the others unleashed their attacks on the creature. The Ghoul King roared in pain, enduring the onslaught. Under their combined assault, its initially bulky form began to thin, becoming less imposing. Without hesitation, Bai Yicheng darted behind the monster, his sword raised high. He brought the blade down with a savage swing, cleaving into the Ghoul King's flesh, sending a spray of dark blood across the ground. With the monstrous king felled, Bai Yicheng landed lightly on his feet. He coolly surveyed the now lifeless creature. A system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have sent the Ghoul King to the heavens. Experience points plus 2,400. Divine power plus 14,000. Congratulations. Your team's exam results have reached S-Rank level 3. The system also announced that Bai Yicheng had obtained 10 volumes of the auxiliary profession Stonecarver, the bronze level skill Death Knell, and several other items. Nearby, the remaining ghouls whispered fearfully amongst themselves. Our boss, is he dead? Yes. Run. They scattered in terror. Back with Bai Yicheng, Dai Xian and the others showered him with praise. Dude, you were so cool. Your skills are amazing, Bai Yicheng. He responded modestly, just basic maneuvers. Another system notification popped up. Congratulations to the exam team, all my juniors, for successfully defeating the traditional boss and clearing the stage. They all stared at the message in surprise. At the Practitioner Plaza in Dongwu City, the teleportation gate hummed with activity. A large crowd had gathered. 3 people stood chatting amongst themselves. A brown-haired girl exclaimed, Senior Bai Yicheng is so cool. A young man across from her replied, I heard his previous profession was passerby. Another girl scoffed, no way. Just then, Bai Yicheng and his companions emerged from the teleportation gate. The girls immediately rushed towards him. Senior Bai Yicheng, he's here. Unsure of what was happening, he simply let out an finally out. Before he could finish the thought, he was surrounded by the excited girls, much to his surprise. Student Bai Yicheng, your performance was incredible. Flustered as 2 of the girls pressed their ample chest against his face, one of them asked, blushing, Senior Bai Yicheng, do you have a girlfriend? He blinked, repeating a girlfriend. He glanced over at Ruo Shi nearby. Ruo Shi blushed, smiling softly at him. At that moment, Teacher Chiu emerged from the crowd, beaming. Congratulations, Bai Yicheng. Your performance was outstanding. Recalling Teacher Chiu's earlier anger, Bai Yicheng replied with a chuckle. Hee. Thanks to your concerned inquiry, teacher, I wouldn't have awakened otherwise. As they spoke, a man holding an envelope approached, introducing himself. Hello, Student Bai Yicheng. I'm a recruitment representative from the special university. Our admission standards are very simple. He was cut short as someone kicked him aside. Hey, the assailant shouted. Don't listen to him. He laughed confidently. We're a distinguished university. You understand, it's not just these 2, but recruiters from other schools are surrounding Bai Yicheng too. They're all vying for him. As long as you come to our Guanbao University, we can provide you with all the resources you desire. Another chimed in, our school can too. Come to ours. Bai Yicheng smiled faintly and declined them frankly. I'm sorry, everyone, but I'm not interested in any schools outside the top 3. At that moment, Wang Ritian, the recruitment representative from Tianfu University, laughed and replied, Ha ha ha. Not interested, you say? He confidently introduced himself. I'm Wang Ritian, the recruitment representative from Tianfu University. What do you think about joining us, Student Bai Yicheng? Li Bin from Qingbei University didn't give Bai Yicheng a chance to respond, hastily interrupting. I'm Li Bin from Qingbei University. If you're willing to come to our school, we can arrange one-on-one tutoring with senior teachers for you. He sweetened the deal further, adding, and we'll open access to all dungeons below gold rank. Bai Yicheng's eyes lit up at this. Dungeons below gold rank. He thought, I'd love that. That's incredible. Just then, another person appeared. It was the principal of Madu University. He stood between the other 2 and calmly spoke. Greetings, student Bai Cheng. Come to our Madu University. All resources below gold rank are yours to use freely. Bai Cheng broke out in a sweat, stammering, I. Seeing his reaction, Ritian crossed his arms and chuckled. Are you all finished? Tianfu University can offer all of these conditions as well. Moreover, all gold rank resources are also freely available. Tianfu it is then, Bai Cheng thought. I have to bring Dai Xian along too. Having made up his mind, he asked Ritian, ahem, can my teammate Zhang Dai Xian also enter Tianfu University? Ritian quickly agreed. Loyal to your friends, I see. You're a team. Of course he can enter Tianfu University. He slung an arm around Bai Cheng's shoulders. As the two turned to leave, Imoha glared at Bai Cheng with disgust. How could he get out of that? Dai Xian, overhearing Ritian's words, exclaimed, wait, I can really go too. Bai Cheng announced his decision. All right then, I choose Tianfu University. He saw Ruo Shi waving as she approached. Fancy meeting you here, Bai Cheng said. So, Ruo Shi, which university did you choose? She informed him, let me tell you, Bai Cheng, I also chose Tianfu University. We'll be classmates. In a room, Bai Cheng sat on a chair, hands clasped in prayer. Please, don't let it be an F-rank subprofession again, he pleaded. He opened the subprofession book. His eyes widened as he read the words within. Nurturer, SSS potential. Pharmacist, SSS potential. Appraiser, SSS potential. What's going on? All three subprofessions are the highest potential rank. If he had to choose one of the three, he needed to pick the most practical one. Bai Cheng pondered. Nurturer is like a pet chef. It can help pets develop better. Pharmacist requires a lot of time and effort. Too demanding. After considering his options, Bai Cheng quickly made up his mind. All right, I'll choose appraiser then. At least I can appraise weapons. The moment he clicked on the subprofession, a notification popped up. Subprofession activated. Skill automatically replaced. Acquired skill appraisalite. More information followed. Level 1. Experience points, 0 out of 100. Effect, no profession restriction on appraised items. Cost, 5 spirit points per appraisal. Bai Cheng chuckled after reading the notification. So, there's this kind of operation, huh? The system replaced the skill with the subprofession skill. Just then his phone rang. The ringtone, Johnny Children's tune, filled the air. He answered, hello, who is this? A brisk voice replied, it's Ruo Shi. Bai Cheng jumped up, an action that caused his loose pants to slip down, revealing Superman-themed boxer shorts underneath. Ruo Yedenashche. What brings you here? She got straight to the point. Are you interested in taking on a mission with me at the Profession Association? Bai Cheng, pulling his pants back up as he headed for the door, replied, ooh, that sounds tough, but sure. Wait for me at the Practitioners Association, she instructed. Bai Cheng pondered, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hiki, aside from dungeons, this is the only place to earn free attribute points. I wonder what kind of mission Ruo Shi has in mind. Lost in thought, he was startled by Ruo Shi's voice behind him. Bai Cheng. He turned, momentarily stunned. Bai Cheng marveled inwardly. She's so beautiful. As they walked, girls noticed him. Isn't that Bai Cheng, the provincial top scorer? He's here too. He's even more handsome in person than in the videos. One bold girl called out to him. Hello, can I get your autograph? He readily agreed. Sure, where would you like me to sign? What a pretty girl, he thought. The girl turned her back to him, lifting her shirt slightly. Could you sign here? Bai Cheng blushed, instantly agreeing. His eyes lingered for a moment. Of course. Before he could sign, however, he felt a chilling aura behind him. Ruo Shi stood there, silently glaring. Goosebumps erupted on his skin. He stammered, his face paling. And maybe we should find a different spot to sign. The girl blushed. Oh, thank you. Immediately after, several other girls approached him. I want an autograph too. Me too. Me 3. Me 4. Bai Cheng forced a smile. Is this the allure of a top student? Ruo Shi looked on, a puzzled expression on her face. Bai Cheng sighed. Being popular is exhausting. Ruo Shi chuckled softly. It's been a while since Dongwu City has had a provincial top scorer. It's understandable that everyone's so enthusiastic. She gestured towards a building. Come on, let's go get your combat power assessed first. Bai Cheng looked at her, confused. Combat power assessment. Ruo Shi confirmed. To accept a mission, you need to have the corresponding combat power. Otherwise, you're just asking to die. A prompt appeared on a nearby screen. This assessment is a simulated battle. You may use pre-equipped weapons and skills. Are you ready? 2 options appeared before Bai Cheng. He quickly pressed confirm. Then, a weapon materialized in by I Ching's hand, a silver dagger. Its description shimmered. Silver grade, requiring 35 dexterity, adding dexterity -10, durability 200 to 200. He spoke begin. The system promptly transported him to another space. He appeared and immediately spotted several wolves nearby. These were three-eyed razor-fang wolves, level 8. Their attributes included strength 32, constitution 20, dexterity 36, and spirit 25. As for their overall combat power, oh, good heavens, he thought. It's a good thing this is a combat simulation. Otherwise, I'd probably be their lunch. Oh, right, their weak point is their rear. Bai Yiqing inwardly applauded. This combat simulation is incredibly realistic. While he was thinking, the wolves lunged ferociously. Seeing this, Bai Yiqing quickly adopted a fighting stance. He grinned confidently. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, the wolves were struck by something unseen. Before they could understand what was happening, he had finished them off with his dagger. They could only writhe in pain, unable to retaliate. Soon, all the wolves lay bisected, dead as doornails. The system commended him. Superb enemy control. Flawless execution. Bai Yiqing chuckled, pleased with himself. Choosing a praiser as my sub-profession was definitely the right move. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to acquire such a good item. Haha. Daytime, at the Mo family residence in Dongwu City. In a room, Mo Ha was watching the news. Provincial champion appears at the Practitioners Association, swarmed by admirers. He trembled with rage. How dare he? My nephew is dead, and this boy is being celebrated. Bai Yiqing, your mistake was being too dazzling. A genius like you, my evil god cult must eliminate. He turned and ordered the person behind him, go. Make preparations. Don't let him return alive. The figure questioned, Mo Ha, do you understand the implications of this assassination attempt? Mo Ha replied firmly, I will speak with the organization. Just follow my orders. That Su family genius, Su Ruo Shi, will be there as well. Completing this mission will be highly profitable. Daytime, at the testing facility, an announcement rang out. In this test, Su Ruo Shi's time is 5 minutes and 58 seconds. Overall evaluation, A+. Bai Yiqing's time is 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Overall evaluation, S-. Both were panting from exertion. Ruo Shi leaned over and said to Bai Yiqing, who was lying beside her, you beat me. He responded modestly, just lucky. But beneath his calm exterior, Bai Yiqing was marveling. Ruo Shi's cleavage is quite impressive. Later in the mission hall, he asked her, what are your thoughts? Ruo Shi replied, our target is a fiend, a killer from the evil god cult. He specifically targets students. 5 have already died at his hands. Bai Yiqing's face paled. Target students. You don't mean you're planning to use us as bait, are you? Contrary to Bai Yiqing's anxiety, Ruo Shi casually asked him, what's wrong? Are you scared? Bai Yiqing admitted, to be honest, I'm a little nervous. Aren't you talking nonsense? We're dealing with a demon who kills people. She reassured him, glancing at the man sitting silently nearby. Don't worry, we have a bodyguard. The system displayed the man's information. Name, Su Tianchao. Level, 48. Occupation, dual-class warrior. Attributes, strength, 302.5, constitution, 311, agility, 302.5, spirit, 208.2. Special ability, meeting the father-in-law. Seeing the last piece of information, Bai Yiqing exclaimed in shock, this is our dad. He turned to Ruo Shi. Is he really our dad? She replied, well, we don't look much alike. As soon as she said this, Ruo Shi realized her slip up. What do you mean, our dad? That's my dad. She retorted. He just chuckled. You said it yourself. Bai Yiqing took a sip of water and said to Ruo Shi, let's be clear. Even if we were siblings, we need to be upfront about this. This mission counts for both of us. She didn't deny it, simply saying, I'm going to the restroom. He seriously asked the system, speaking of which system, can I learn a new skill? The system quickly replied, currently, you have 15,900 divine power points. The system will automatically select a suitable skill for you. Shortly after, it presented the new skill. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill Dad Help. Remaining divine power, 5,900 points. Skill Dad Help, level 1. Effect, shout Dad Help to summon any of your fathers, including adoptive fathers, instantly to your side. Limit, once per day. Bai Yiqing's face was serious as he pondered the description. A moment later, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Haha. Ruo Shi, noticing his smile, asked curiously, "What's so funny?" You look delighted. He didn't explain, simply replying, "Nothing. Let's go." Ruashi stopped him. "Wait." She held out her hand, a blush creeping up her cheeks. "Give me your hand. We're supposed to be pretending to be a couple, so let's make it convincing." Bai Ching paused for a moment, then took Ruashi's hand. He thought to himself, "Haha, girl's hand is so soft." As they walked hand in hand, someone watched them from afar. It was Fan Jianxiang. He spoke into his phone, informing someone on the other end the target is on the move with a bodyguard. Initiate Plan B. Inside a store, Ruashi tried on a dress and asked Bai Ching, "How do I look?" "Pretty," he replied with a grin, holding a pink bra in his hand. "Very pretty, very pretty. Why not try this on too?" Flustered, she scolded him, "Go to hell." Just then, he noticed something amiss. Bai Ching pulled Ruashi close and embraced her, discreetly observing the man he'd noticed. The system displayed the man's information. Name, Fan Jianxiang. Level, 5. Affiliation, Evil God Cult. Current objective, assassinate Bai Ching. Bai Ching thought, "Oh no." In the next instant, numerous evil god cult members appeared, engulfing the area in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Bai Ching grabbed Ruashi's hand, pulling her along. "We're surrounded. Follow me." But they hadn't run far before they were encircled by the cultists. Seeing this, Su Ruashi sighed. Bai Ching gritted his teeth, scanning their surroundings. "We've been ambushed. We're surrounded by evil god cult members." After assessing the situation, he pointed forward. "Ruashi, unleash your ultimate skill on that." Quickly, she swiftly drew her sword. Lightning crackled around the blade as she unleashed her thunderclap strike. With a powerful swing, she slashed forward. The obscuring dust and smoke instantly cleared. Bai Ching smirked. "You want to play with me? You're all still wet behind the ears." Suddenly, another figure emerged from the dissipating smoke, shrouded in a fresh cloud of dust. Ruashi reacted instantly, defensively positioning herself in front of Bai Ching. "Who is it?" "This is Su Al-Yang, level 25, rogue sorcerer, also known as the Omnipotent Hand, the target of this mission. An A-rank wanted criminal." Su Al-Yang clapped, mockingly praising them. "Truly impressive youngsters." Sword in hand, Ruashi stood protectively before Bai Ching. "Who are you?" she demanded. The red-haired man grinned, a predatory glint in his eyes. "I'm the very person you and your little team have been working so hard to find," he purred. Ruashi gasped. "Su Al-Yang." Knowing he'd been recognized, Su Al-Yang continued to taunt her. "Your frightened face is quite lovely, you know." He licked his blade suggestively. "I'll be sure to treat you gently." With a roar of "You'll have to go through me," Su Al-Yang lunged towards them, sword flashing. Ruashi, determined to protect Bai Ching, stood firm. "You're dreaming." But just as Su Al-Yang's sword descended, Bai Ching shoved Ruashi aside, placing himself directly in the path of the blade. Su Al-Yang's face was a mask of murderous intent. He hissed. Su Al-Yang swung, the blow seemingly aimed to kill, but the last moment, he deliberately missed, sending a wave of black energy past Bai Ching's face. It was a blatant attempt to intimidate them both. The near-death experience left both Bai Ching and Ruashi pale and shaken. "Are you all right?" Ruashi asked anxiously. But Bai Ching, to her surprise, seemed almost nonchalant. "Do you even know who I am?" He scoffed. "You think you can hurt me with those pathetic little scratches?" Su Al-Yang, as if by habit, licked his blade again. "You got guts, kid," he admitted. But Bai Ching, no longer intimidated, met Su Al-Yang's gaze. "You're done pretending now, right? Now it's my turn." The words "pretending now" left both Su Al-Yang and Ruashi speechless. Su Al-Yang threw back his head and roared with laughter, amused by Bai Ching's audacity. Intrigued, he extended an invitation. "Join my evil god cult." Bai Ching feigned interest. "What's in it for me?" he asked, folding his arms. "If the offer is good enough, I might consider it." Ruashi, horrified, hissed, "Are you crazy?" Su Al-Yang, elaborating on his offer, promised benefits beyond your wildest dreams. Anything you desire, even eternal life. Bai Ching considered the benefits Su Al-Yang had just laid out. They weren't bad, not bad at all, but he still needed to consult his father. Su Al-Yang, upon hearing about this parental consultation, was rendered speechless. But Bai Yiqing was a man of action. He channeled his energy, pressing his hand to the ground, allowing magic to spread outwards. "Dad, help!" he called out. Sual Yang and Ruo, she exchanged bewildered glances. The skill activated successfully. A system notification flashed. Skill activation successful. Currently summoning Bai Yiqing's father. Please wait. Meanwhile, Bai Yiqing's father, Teng Hon, was in the middle of using the restroom when he felt a sudden spatial shift. He opened his eyes to a bewildering scene, letting out a startled yell. His pants were still undone, toilet paper clutched in his hand. Teng Hon, utterly disoriented, spotted his son waving at him from a distance. "Dad!" Bai Yiqing, witnessing his father's state of undress, could only bury his face in his hands in embarrassment. Teng Hon, seeing his son, turned and rushed towards him. Without preamble, Bai Yiqing pointed at Sual Yang. "Someone from the evil god cult wants me to join them. I called you here to ask for your opinion." Sual Yang, sensing a potent, deadly aura emanating from the newcomer, realized he was facing an incredibly powerful opponent. With that realization, Sual Yang bolted, cursing under his breath. Can't beat the kid, so he calls in the big guns. Isn't that straight out of the villain's handbook? Teng Hon, having finally managed to pull up his pants, still clutching the roll of toilet paper, blocked Sual Yang's path. "Hold it right there," he commanded. Sual Yang, startled, retorted, "Hold my ass." He launched an immediate attack, leaping forward with his sword raised. But Teng Hon took offense at Sual Yang's crude language. "That's incredibly disrespectful," he scolded. "My mother has been deceased for many years." Sual Yang's blade was inches from Teng Hon's face. Yet, with a casual flick of the wrist, Teng Hon sidestepped the attack, circling behind Sual Yang. While Sual Yang was still reeling from the missed blow, Teng Hon delivered a swift punch to his face. Sual Yang crumpled to the ground, his sword clattering away. Bai Yiqing peeked out from behind his father. "So is that it? All taken care of?" Father and son exchanged a few self-congratulatory remarks. Ruo Shi, having witnessed the entire exchange, mused that it had taken only a single blow to defeat Sual Yang. He was clearly incredibly powerful. Teng Hon, beaming, turned to speak to Ruo Shi, assuming she was Bai Yiqing's girlfriend. But Bai Yiqing interrupted. "Dad, you're running out of time, and Ruo Shi's father needs your help down in the parking garage." Teng Hon bristled at his son's inauspicious words. Bai Yiqing just chuckled. "No time to explain." With that, Teng Hon vanished, leaving his son behind and heading down to the parking garage to assist Ruo Shi's father. Bai Yiqing watched him go, thinking that without the dad, help, skill, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ruo Shi asked why he hadn't used the skill sooner. Bai Yiqing mumbled noncommittally. Then, suddenly, he pulled Ruo Shi into an embrace. "Do you find me mysterious?" he asked. "Are you drawn to my mystique?" Ruo Shi closed her eyes. Then she landed a swift uppercut that sent blood spurting from Bai Yiqing's nose, sneering that he was utterly pathetic. Unfazed even by the blow, Bai Yiqing feigned a look of exaggerated agony, whining about Ruo Shi's domestic violence. Footsteps approached. Bai Yiqing's father appeared, supporting Ruo Shi's battered and bruised father. Ruo Shi rushed to her father's side, her voice laced with worry, asking if he was all right. Fortunately, he was unharmed, thanks to Teng Hon's timely intervention. Su Tianchao, Ruo Shi's father, expressed his gratitude, saying they were lucky to have Bai Yiqing around. He wondered aloud how Bai Yiqing had managed to summon Teng Hon so quickly. Bai Yiqing, puffed up with pride, thumped his chest, and declared it was a secret skill. Su Tianchao, clearly impressed, marveled at the existence of such an ability. Teng Hon, standing beside him, beamed, adding, "See, my son is quite capable." Ruo Shi, interrupting their self-congratulatory exchange, pointed at the prone form of Sual Yang and asked what they should do with him. Su Tianchao calmly replied that they had already arrived. As if on cue, officers from the city guard scrambled to the scene. Chief Ri Tian, flustered, anxiously inquired about Su Tianchao's well-being. Su Tianchao, his expression glacial, addressed him coldly. "Chief Wang, your city guard's timing is impeccable. Arriving after the fight is over." Ri Tian, his face paling, stammered about traffic congestion. In another part of the city, Imoha, clutching a suitcase, cursed his incompetent underlings. A simple task, dealing with two youngsters, and they had managed to expose his identity, forcing him to flee. His escape was short-lived. He barely made it out the door before Ri Tian of the city guard stood before him, declaring, "Imoha, supreme leader of the evil god cult in Dongwu City, you are under arrest. Arriving home, Bai Yiqing opened the door and was immediately assaulted by a strange, pungent odor so overpowering he clamped his hands over his nose. His father sat motionless inside. His mother was frantically cleaning up a mess. The toilet had exploded. Bai Yiqing stared at the scene of devastation, bewildered, and asked his mother what could possibly have caused such destruction. She thrust a plunger towards him and snapped, "Ask your father." Bai Yiqing, confused, protested that an exploding toilet had nothing to do with him. His mother retorted, "Did you or did you not summon your father today?" Indeed, Bai Yiqing had summoned his father to help him deal with his enemies. However, during the fight, before Tung Hone could land the final blow, his summoning time had expired. The force of the unfinished punch, meant for his opponent, had detonated the toilet and plumbing upon his return, showering him with debris and leaving him in a state of stunned silence. Tung Hone, Bai Yiqing's father, had already showered 20 times and gargled 50 times. Bai Yiqing knew he had committed a grave sin. He hastily grabbed a can of beer to appease his father, apologizing profusely, "Dad, I'm so sorry. I almost got killed today. I had no choice." Tung Hone accepted the beer and asked, "What exactly happened today that required you to summon me?" Bai Yiqing, in response, launched into a flurry of exaggerated gestures and pantomime, reenacting the day's events in a performance only his father could decipher. Half an hour later, with everything explained and settled, Bai Yiqing stepped outside, stretching and groaning. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations. You have completed the A-Rank commission quest. Please check your rewards promptly." Bai Yiqing's eyes widened in surprise. A surge of energy coursed through him, his body feeling invigorated. "Six-pack abs," he exclaimed, checking himself out. Bai Yiqing, level 6 passerby. Strength, 59. Physique, 59. Agility, 59. Spirit, 59. Skills, bodyguard level 1. Reasonable looks level 1. Dad, help. Level 1. Divine power, 5,009 points. Skill points, 15. Gold, 1,320,000. Upon receiving the system notification, Bai Yiqing burst into laughter. He was rich. Gazing at his newly strengthened physique, he couldn't help but marvel. Who says passersby are useless? Now I can totally defeat an S-rank genius. With that, he dove back into the system interface, eager to finalize his subclass promotion. That mutation years ago, it expanded the surface area of the entire blue planet significantly, he mused. This resulted in every country's territory expanding hundreds of times over. And because of that, the main mode of transportation shifted from high-speed rail, cars, planes, and ships to teleportation arrays. But using teleportation arrays requires a hefty sum for materials. The obstacle is never the distance, but the cost, he sighed. Bai Yiqing stretched tiredly. Appraising those 5 silver-grade weapons last night was worth staying up all night, like a thief in the night, he thought. Heading downstairs for a bite to eat, he overheard his mother expressing concern to his father about him traveling alone. His father, as usual, remained unfazed, believing that children eventually need to venture out and experience the world. Touched by their words, Bai Yiqing mistakenly assumed they were expressing their reluctance to see him go. Tears welling up, he rushed towards them, ready to launch into a heartfelt thank you for raising him. Just as he was about to begin his filial piety performance, his mother nonchalantly remarked, 18 years, finally, he's leaving. Her cold words stopped him dead in his tracks. The heartbreak didn't end there. His parents joyfully declared that they could finally relax. His father even planned to crack open a bottle of 82 vintage wine to celebrate. The cruel reality was so devastating that Bai Yiqing stumbled and fell down the stairs, landing face first. Only then did his parents react, screaming in alarm. Seeing his clumsiness, his mother scolded, "You haven't even left us yet, and you can't even take care of yourself. What are you going to do?" 3 days later, a white car sped down the road. Inside, Bai Yiqing sat with 3 friends. De Xian, in the passenger seat, asked, "Where are we teleporting to?" Ri Tian, behind the wheel, replied, "The military base." He further explained, "Every teleportation gate is managed by the military. This way, no matter which city faces a beast tide, reinforcements can be dispatched quickly." A while later, they arrived at the military base. "We're here," Ri Tian announced, leading them towards the teleportation gate. Bai Yicheng gaped at his surroundings. So many spirit stones, that's a fortune. As they entered the teleportation gate, Ri Tian offered a friendly warning. "The first time teleporting can be a bit dizzying. You'll get used to it." A second later, the group had been teleported to their destination. Bai Yicheng was the first to open his eyes. He looked around in a daze while Ri Tian asked if they were all right. Still somewhat disoriented, Bai Yicheng scratched his head, muttering, "Are we here already?" At that moment, Ri Tian pulled out a handbook for new students. He told them they needed to go to the new student registration office. He urged them to try and secure a decent dorm room for the three of them. He also reminded them that in this place, everything revolved around scores. Ri Tian led the trio to register for their dormitory. Along the way, they saw quite a few other new students. A short while later, they arrived at the bustling new student registration area, packed like an anthill. Several girls there were blushing and giggling for some reason. It wasn't just the girls. Some of the boys had the same expression. It turned out they were all staring at the handsome, if somewhat immature, Bai Yicheng and the cool, quiet beauty, Ruo Shi. Seeing the girls looking their way and whispering, Desian, full of himself, strained to hear if they were talking about him. But the truth was harsh and heartbreaking. The girls were only blushing at Bai Yicheng. The looks they gave Desian were less flattering. This left him feeling dejected, and even more so when Bai Yicheng laughed at him. Meanwhile, at the new student reporting desk, a file was presented. A beautiful woman with a gentle smile, Kola, greeted them and asked the new students to fill out their biographical information. The new student she was addressing was none other than Bai Yicheng. His face flushed with embarrassment as he stood before the beautiful woman. He quickly regained his composure, however, and sat down to fill out the form. She looked over his information and checked it. First his name, then his potential. The moment she saw he was F-rank, she was utterly astonished. The boys around them immediately recognized him as the top scorer with F-rank potential who had been exceptionally admitted. The girls, meanwhile, looked at him with admiration. Bai Yicheng, for his part, puffed himself up, smoothing his hair and declaring in a deep voice, "I am Bai Yicheng." Just as he was about to tell everyone what to call him, Ruo Shi nudged him, bringing him back to reality. She had already finished filling out her own form and placed it on the table. At that moment, Desian, having read something in the student handbook, reacted so strongly that Bai Yicheng turned to look at him. The two then began whispering conspiratorially. Suddenly, Bai Yicheng walked towards Ruo Shi. He bumped into her on purpose and loudly declared, "Desian wants to stay in a 6-person room." After saying this, he looked at her with a saccharine smile and added, "We're practically family. And family should stick together, right?" Bai Yicheng's irritating expression annoyed Ruo Shi. She warned him to leave while she was still calm. Desian pointed at the paper in his hand and explained that this was a good opportunity to earn points, asking Bai Yicheng if he wanted to participate. The event was scheduled for tomorrow. Of course, he wanted to participate. Not only that, but he also aimed for first place. Time passed, and the day of the competition arrived. The arena was packed with spectators. A buzz rippled through the crowd as they spotted Bai Yicheng among the throng. Some expressed surprise at his registration, while others speculated on his high odds of winning. The rumor that betting on him for the top spot offered a 20-fold return ignited further excitement. So if you bet 10 points, you could win 200. Someone exclaimed. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation drifted to Bai Yicheng, a calculating glint entering his eyes as he mused. "Such a good deal, you say." Just then, a girl approached, inquiring about his presence. "Recognising kiskivi kolowantai, doi itienes dimianor fimted samtli." His attention was fixed on a status board displaying Ku-La's abilities. She was of the beastkin race, a blend of human and animal traits. Level 26, triple S-rank power, 1-touch mastery, 50% increased firing speed, former Thunderfire Archer, strength 205, constitution 176, agility 225, spirit 182. She was a pocket rocket, small in stature, but packing a powerful punch. Recovering from his initial astonishment, Bai Yicheng politely inquired, "Are you the student council president?" Outwardly courteous, his mind raced with a different question. How did your parents ever manage to? Kola, oblivious to his inner musings, calmly confirmed her position and asked his reason for inquiring. Hesitantly, Bai Yicheng asked if it was possible to bet on himself. Kola considered this for a moment. Normally, no. she replied, but given your unique circumstances. She continued, explaining that if he used his freshman privilege, she could make an exception. Something about this felt off to Bai Cheng. How many points is this privilege worth? He asked, seeking clarification. Even as he asked, his gaze drifted elsewhere, a blush creeping onto his face. You're standing awfully close, he mumbled. Kala finally answered his question. 200 points. A delighted grin spread across Bai Cheng's face. Wow, that's a lot of points. He exclaimed, the double entendre lost on Kala. She handed him a contract. Sign here, she instructed. As he signed, he remarked, this is awfully formal, isn't it? Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the other students. An emperor-rank professional. Someone shouted, is this the pinnacle of human strategy? From a raised platform, a voice boomed, demanding silence. I am Qin Tianfu, the speaker announced, founder of Tianfu University. I will now explain the rules of the competition. We will be using an individual arena combat format. There will be 2 stages. The first is a 2-hour elimination round. The second stage will be a drawn tournament to determine the champion. The students listened intently. The 100 arenas in the competition area represent 100 spots. Your task during these 2 hours is to continuously attack and defend to secure a place among the top 100. With a final flourish, he declared, let the competition begin. Chaos erupted. Students scrambled towards the arenas. On my way, one yelled, I'm going to be number 1. Bai Cheng's group remained remarkably calm. De Xian suggested they also try to seize a platform, but Ri Tian cautioned that rushing in at the start could lead to injuries. Conserving their strength was paramount. Bai Cheng agreed with her. Naturally, De Xian, deferring to their judgment, asked what they should do instead. Bai Cheng proposed they check their equipment. Ri Tian added that they should also check their restorative items. De Xian watched, dumbfounded, as his 2 friends simultaneously produced their supplies, wondering when they developed such unspoken coordination. Suddenly remembering something, he reached into his own bag, intending to share it with them. Bai Cheng, curious, asked what it was. De Xian explained it was food he'd prepared the previous night. While not as effective as proper restorative potions, it could be useful in a pinch. Hearing this, Bai Cheng praised him for his foresight. De Xian, basking in the compliment, puffed up with pride. Once they had finished checking their gear, Ri Tian announced it was time to move. Bai Cheng's spirits soared. With brimming confidence, he declared they were going for first place. Bright lights illuminated the stage below. All the platforms were already occupied. De Xian was taken aback, unsure what to do. They had barely arrived, and everything was already taken. Bai Cheng, however, remained unfazed. After all, they hadn't planned on going up first. De Xian countered that they still needed to get up there eventually, or they'd be disqualified. Despite the unfavorable situation, a grin spread across Bai Cheng's face. Of course we're going up, he said. Excuse me, I'm about to cheat. Suddenly realizing his slip-up, he coughed and corrected himself. I mean, use a skill. His 2 companions exchanged puzzled glances, completely oblivious to his intentions. Bai Cheng had already discerned the key to the first stage. It wasn't about challenging the strongest, but about avoiding them. De Xian assumed this meant steering clear of those already on the platforms, but it wasn't quite that simple. 1, 6, 92, 24, he muttered, identifying the platforms occupied by S-Rank and double S-Rank freshmen. Bai Cheng instructed his friends to keep their distance from those powerhouses and target other platforms instead. Ri Tian asked which platform they should aim for. Number 3, Bai Cheng declared, selecting their first target. He instructed them to split up and act quickly, aiming to secure the platform before the lights turned gray. The trio immediately put their plan into action. Their first obstacle was a long queue of students. Bai Cheng poked his head through the crowd, offering a friendly greeting and asking to cut in line. Recognizing him, the other students quickly dispersed to find different opponents, unwilling to challenge him. Knowing they were no match for him, they readily yielded. Pleased with his initial success, Bai Cheng wished them good luck. He calmly observed the ongoing duel between a red-haired and a blue-haired student. The moment Bai Cheng grabbed a nearby chair, a notification flashed. Master Evaluator has entered the arena. He sat down with an air of supreme authority, casually ordering the red-haired student to put in more effort if he wanted to win. Watching their amateurish sparring seemed to tire him. The commotion caught the attention of the 2 fighters, who paused their duel. Annoyed by the interruption, they accused Bai Cheng of unsportsmanlike conduct. Before the blue-haired student could react, a brick landed squarely on his head, leaving the red-haired student speechless. The blue-haired student immediately turned on his opponent, accusing him of the same foul play. The red-haired student, wrongly accused, was equally indignant. After successfully knocking down his opponent, the blue-haired student looked around wildly for the culprit. Just then, Bai Cheng suddenly leaped into the air, a brick clutched in his hand. Confessing to his earlier transgression, the blue-haired student paled upon recognizing him. In the next instant, the brick made intimate contact with the blue-haired student's face, reshaping its features in a rather unpleasant manner. Blood trickled from the blue-haired student's nose as he sputtered weakly. Bai Cheng, you have no martial virtue. Shameless, despicable, vile. But Bai Cheng felt no remorse. In fact, he was quite pleased with the brick's performance. One hit, and his opponent was practically dazed. Standing alone in the center of the vast arena, Bai Cheng roared, "Come on, challenge me." He needed those points. However, the crowd below wasn't exactly enthusiastic. No one was foolish enough to challenge him. They'd rather try their luck elsewhere. Things weren't going according to plan, and Bai Cheng started to panic. He even offered to let his opponent win, just to keep them there. The harsh reality brought tears to his eyes. Was this the loneliness of a champion? In desperation, Bai Cheng called out to the officials, suggesting a rule change. Whoever defeated him could have all his accumulated points. Inside a room, Qin Tianfu, the founder of Tianfu University, consulted with the deans about Bai Cheng's proposal. They unanimously agreed. Qin Tianfu immediately rose and announced their decision. The crowd below erupted in a frenzy. Brandishing their weapons, they surged towards Bai Cheng without hesitation. Defeating him meant 120 points, a prize too tempting to resist. Surrounded by a sea of opponents, Bai Cheng, on the other hand, was ecstatic. He thought to himself, the saying is true. For profit, people will risk their lives. These brave warriors charging at me. The first to step onto the platform was a girl with long, black hair. With a confident flick of her hair, she introduced herself. "My name is Su Xiao, and I challenge you." However, faced with such a charming young woman, Bai Cheng's gaze was drawn to the ample curves beneath Su Xiao's shirt. He even made a mental comparison. Those are bigger than soccer balls, aren't they? Such a powerful motivator stirred his blood. His motto was to never hit a woman, but he wouldn't mind marrying this one. Su Xiao, noticing Bai Cheng's goofy expression, blushed and smiled. Seeing his apparent goodwill, she wondered if he intended to forfeit his points to her. She felt a certain fondness for him and reintroduced herself, mentioning her hometown. Before she could finish, Bai Cheng guessed Westboro City. Su Xiao was surprised. Perhaps he had been there before. "That's where my mother is from," Bai Cheng admitted. That's why he felt an instant connection with Su Xiao. Producing a rose seemingly out of thin air, he stepped closer, slicked back his hair with a flourish, and presented the flower with a dramatic flair. "Perhaps this is fate," he declared. Do you have a boyfriend, Miss Su?" he inquired. Flustered, Su Xiao quickly shook her head. "No." The audience watching Bai Cheng's brazen flirting began to grumble. Some wondered if they had come to witness the freshman competition or a dating show. Others, irritated by the blatant display of affection, angrily muttered that Bai Cheng was shameless, flirting with any girl he saw. Su Xiao, hearing the whispers, blushed, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and glanced curiously up at the stands. Bai Cheng, living up to his newly acquired reputation for shamelessness, seized the moment Su Xiao's guard was down. With a swift motion, he slammed a brick against her pretty face, knocking her out cold in a single blow. A wicked grin spread across his face. Women, he thought, only slow down my brick drawing speed. The referee immediately raised his hand, declaring Su Xiao defeated and Bai Cheng the victor, successfully defending his platform. The audience, witnessing this shocking turn of events, was stunned into silence. No one expected him to strike a beautiful girl, let alone use his charm as a deceptive tactic. It was a blatant disregard for sportsmanlike conduct. Observing from afar, Bai Cheng was pleased to see his teammates had also secured their platforms. Ruoh, she gave him a thumbs up and a victorious grin. The referee announced, "Contestant Ruoh, she advances." Platform 66 is now closed. Energized by Ruo Shi's success, Bai Yiqing's competitive spirit surged. He pointed at the crowd below, challenging them to step onto his platform. As soon as he spoke, a figure emerged from the crowd with a powerful stride. He declared his intent to challenge Bai Yiqing. The audience gasped, recognizing the challenger as Gao Huan, a student with A-plus potential. They all agreed that Bai Yiqing had finally met his match. Across the platform, Bai Yiqing was making his own assessment. Gao Huan possessed the same potential and rank as him, but with the assassin attribute. Bai Yiqing concluded internally, he's not as good as me. He approached Gao Huan, extending a hand as if in greeting. But with Su Xiaoxiao's fate fresh in everyone's minds, Bai Yiqing's words held little weight. Gao Huan sprang back, launching a fist towards him. Despite the surprise attack, Bai Yiqing easily dodged the blow. I wish he'd let me finish talking before attacking, Bai Yiqing thought. Gao Huan, eyeing him, remarked fast, I'll give you that. But then, the freshman before him vanished. Bai Yiqing reappeared in Gao Huan's blind spot, brick in hand. He continued his winning streak, knocking out his opponent with a single strike. Gao Huan crumpled to the ground, unconscious, a lump forming on his head. I was going to give him a chance to show off, Bai Yiqing mused, but he turned out to be utterly useless. In the observation room, Yinhu asked the others if they had noticed anything unusual. But he had a suspicion that there was something wrong with Bai Yiqing's attributes. They looked at Bai Yiqing's profile again as his stats appeared. F-rank potential, passerby class, and the all-rounder talent, which allowed him to see hidden information. But his other stats, strength, stamina, agility, and spirit, were all at 59. At that moment, Bai Yiqing was facing a B-rank opponent, but he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Yen, who was equally astonished. Rank F with all stats at 59. It was unheard of for someone with F-rank potential to have such high stats. The match concluded so swiftly and blandly that even Bai Yiqing found himself stifling a yawn. The referee stood frozen for a few seconds before announcing the next match. His voice slightly strained as he declared Bai Yiqing the victor once again. Yet another victory. The referee declared Bai Yiqing the winner, the words practically wearing a groove in his tongue. His opponent this time, humbled by the sheer power of the brick, resorted to kneeling and begging for mercy. Bai Yiqing scratched his head, feigning a touch of embarrassment at experiencing the lonely burden of victory. Down below the arena, Su Xiaoxiao gnawed on her handkerchief in frustration. She hadn't expected to fall for his trick. 10 minutes later, the referee announced that contestant Bai Yiqing had successfully advanced. The next stage would commence in the afternoon, after the conclusion of the first round, at which point the battle results would be officially published. Bai Yiqing offered a haughty word of thanks. Su Xiaoxiao, from her position below, gestured at him to hurry up, clearly annoyed by his slow pace. His competitive spirit ignited. Bai Yiqing became even more determined to show her what true speed looked like. Ruo Shi, unsure of the afternoon's competition rules, hoped the two wouldn't face each other immediately. Bai Yiqing clapped her on the shoulder, advising her to just go with the flow for now, and to fill their bellies first. With that decided, the three of them headed towards the dining hall. Su Xiaoxiao, leading the way, suddenly turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" "Let's go." Bai Yiqing, putting on an act, declared he wasn't hungry and asked Desian for his opinion. Coincidentally, Desian felt the same. Su Xiaoxiao, noticing the announcement of a buffet costing 1 point per person, with no monetary transactions allowed, understood their reluctance. She chuckled and offered a proposition. If they called her sister, she'd cover the meal. Bai Yiqing, initially thinking she was joking, found Desian echoing his sentiment. They swore they wouldn't call her sister even if they starved. But pragmatism prevailed. The promise of food quickly kidnapped Bai Yiqing's pride, and he swiftly called her sister, following the generous Su Xiaoxiao. As for his comrade, Desian, he decided he didn't know him at the moment. The fragile alliance between the two crumbled in an instant. Bai Yiqing and Desian devoured the food like they hadn't eaten in years. Just then, someone approached, asking, "Are you Bai Yiqing?" The newcomer, Lin Ba, had a distinctly thuggish air about him. His introduction was unremarkable, just another idiot looking for trouble. Bai Yiqing's internal monologue urged him to just send the guy packing. Holding a lobster in his hand, Bai Yiqing paid little attention to the man standing before him. "Sorry, I don't sign autographs for men." Lin Ba, seeing his dismissive attitude, bristled like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. "I didn't come for your autograph," he roared. Lin Ba's words seemed to trigger a sudden epiphany in Bai Yiqing. He smacked his hand, a look of understanding dawning on his face. "Ah, brother, you want to shake my hand? I'll satisfy you." Lin Ba, watching Bai Yicheng's self-directed performance, gritted his teeth. Before he could retort, Bai Yicheng extended his grease-covered hand. Feeling the unexpected texture, Lin Ba recoiled, yelping, "Your hand is filthy." Bai Yicheng, observing his disgusted expression, responded nonchalantly, "Oh, I didn't notice." Expecting Bai Yicheng to produce something to wipe his hand, Lin Ba was stunned when he instead used his Lin Ba's jacket. After thoroughly wiping his hand, Bai Yicheng inspected it carefully before announcing with utmost sincerity, "Sorry, brother, all clean now." Desian and Ruo Shi, witnessing this entire spectacle, were utterly speechless. Lin Ba was driven to the brink by Yicheng's teasing. His face began to turn green, and both hands shot out, grasping for Bai Yicheng. At this point, all he could manage to sputter was an accusation of Bai Yicheng being too much. As if anticipating his move, Bai Yicheng called out, "Someone protect me." The moment he finished speaking, the bewildered cook, seemingly teleported from elsewhere, appeared before him. Lin Ba, in his lunge, inadvertently grabbed the cook's ample bosom. Seeing his plan succeed, Bai Yicheng poured fuel on the fire, feigning righteousness as he bellowed, "How audacious! You dare to sneak attack the cook." Desian and Ruo Shi, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, could only gape, speechless, as the drama unfolded. Lin Ba, realizing his mistake, his smirk vanishing, began to tremble. "Miss, I swear it was an accident. Do you believe me?" he stammered. The cook, hearing Lin Ba's excuse, became even more furious. Her eyes flashed, and her face darkened as she growled, "You think so?" Cutting him short, she delivered a resounding slap across his face. Bai Yicheng, observing the spectacle, offered his commentary, "Wow, not bad, cook. That slap looked painful, even from here." Desian, standing beside him, chimed in, with a small frame, he might have been sent flying. Lin Ba, nursing his stinging cheek, watched the cook storm off, muttering under his breath, "I said it was an accident." Suddenly, a large, burly man appeared, glaring at everyone with a sour expression. "Were you two causing trouble?" he demanded. Bai Yicheng, quick to deflect blame, pointed at Lin Ba. "It wasn't me. I'm the victim." Lin Ba, exasperated, yelled, "How dare you say it wasn't you?" Bai Yicheng, seizing the moment, instantly transformed into a picture of wounded innocence. "I was just eating my meal," he whimpered, "and this student came over and wanted to shake my hand, but then he attacked me. It was terrifying." The burly man, taken aback by this dramatic performance, stared in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Ba, Desian, and Ruo Shi fought back waves of nausea, overwhelmed by Bai Yicheng's theatrical display. Regaining his composure, Lin Ba confronted Bai Yicheng. "Then who pulled her over here?" he demanded. Bai Yicheng, unfazed, replied calmly as skill. Those standing nearby were stunned, wondering how he could be so shameless yet so self-assured. The burly man, after hearing Bai Yicheng's admission, was equally astonished. "So you used the cook as a human shield?" he asked incredulously. Bai Yicheng, however, remained undeterred. He shook his head, objecting vehemently. "My skill is random," he explained. "The school administration knows this." He then turned to Lin Ba, pointing a finger at him. "But that's not the point. The point is him. This student resorted to violence just because I disagreed with him. He has no regard for the cafeteria rules or order. I demand he be punished by scrubbing the cafeteria toilets for 100 years. Lin Ba, enraged by this blatant fabrication, started to retort. "You're making things up." The burly man, exasperated by their bickering, waved his hands to silence them. All right, he said, cutting them off. "I won't report this to the school. However, since my staff member was injured, you'll have to compensate her." Sometime later, Bai Yicheng, Desian, and Ruo Shi left the dining hall, followed by Lin Ba and his two friends. Even Desian couldn't help but offer a few words of praise. "You're amazing, dude." Bai Yicheng, seemingly unaffected by the compliments, feigned indifference and urged them onward. "Come on, let's get ready for the afternoon competition." Meanwhile, unnoticed, Lin Ba stood at the back, tears welling up in his eyes, choked with frustration. "Why am I the only one being punished? Why not Bai Yicheng?" Ruo Shi hesitated for a moment, looking at Bai Yicheng before giving him a serious instruction. "If we face each other in the competition later, don't you dare hold back." Seeing her unwavering resolve, Bai Yicheng responded with a playful smirk, Even if it means calling you dad, you're still determined to have a showdown with me. Ruoshi's expression hardened at his question. That's right, she declared, even if I have to call you dad. Over at the competition arena, the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. Tianfu stood before the crowd, ready to address them. Next up is the final round of this year's freshman competition. This is the battle everyone has been waiting for. His voice resonated through the arena, captivating the attention of every student below. Ruoshi, however, wore a frustrated frown. She replayed the moment she'd told Bai Yiqing not to go easy on her, only to be met with his teasing. A blush crept up her cheeks as her annoyance intensified. She stomped her foot, muttering under her breath, "Damn it, that Bai Yiqing is so infuriating." Her two friends, noticing her agitation, exchanged curious glances. "Ruoshi, what's wrong?" they asked, concerned. "You seem different today." Meanwhile, Bai Yiqing, who had been joking around with the Xian, suddenly noticed something. A wide grin spread across his face as he waved enthusiastically. "Ruoshi, over here, over here." Ruoshi, still fuming, remained rooted to the spot, glaring in his direction. A moment later, the large screen flickered to life, displaying the names of the contestants. Tianfu's voice boomed through the speakers, explaining the proceedings. To ensure fairness, this round will be determined by random draw. Please direct your attention to the screen. While those around him offered silent prayers, Bai Yiqing simply stifled a yawn, his expression nonchalant. Suddenly, both his and Ruoshi's gazes sharpened, anticipation hanging heavy in the air as they awaited the final results. After a tense moment, their names appeared on the screen. Bai Yiqing was paired against Huang Lu, while Ruoshi was set to face Bo Siyuan. A wave of relief washed over them both. Thank goodness, they thought, at least we dodged that bullet. Suddenly, Ruoshi approached Bai Yiqing, her cheeks flushed. She looked at him with a mixture of pride and shyness. "Do your best," she encouraged, her voice barely above a whisper. "Don't lose to anyone except me." Bai Yiqing, captivated by her tsundere demeanor, felt a blush creep up his own cheeks. He gazed at her adoringly, murmuring, "So cute." As he realized the surrounding eyes on them, he quickly regained his composure. "Looks like I'll have to try my best," he replied with a wink. His opponent, Huang Lu, a mage, stepped onto the platform. Her eyes filled with disdain as she sized him up. Her S-rank potential, coupled with her mastery of illusion magic, fueled her arrogance. Bai Yiqing, observing her expression, thought to himself, "So, it's her." He leaped onto the platform, his trusty brick in hand, offering a disarming smile. "Don't worry," he reassured her, "I don't hit girls." Huang Lu scoffed, unimpressed. "I highly doubt that." Once both combatants were positioned on the arena floor, the referee's voice boomed. "Once you're ready, you may begin." Bai Yiqing responded, "I'm ready." Huang Lu echoed the sentiment. As the match commenced, Huang Lu immediately adopted a defensive stance, cautiously probing Bai Yiqing. He, aware of her wariness, couldn't help but offer a compliment. "Not bad. Your guard is up." Bai Yiqing began strategizing. "It seems Royal Guard won't be very effective against Huang Lu with her superior psychic abilities." Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was taken by surprise. He narrowly dodged Huang Lu's attack, crying out in alarm, "Not good." A look of bewilderment spread across Bai Yiqing's face. He stared at the girl before him, utterly confused. What's going on? He wondered silently. But when he glanced at Huang Lu's expression, he saw a smug grin playing on her lips. Ri Tian, observing the match from below, commented, "Bai Yiqing's opponent is Huang Lu. Looks like the kid's in for a rough time." Suddenly, a notification appeared. "It's a fake. You've been tricked." Bai Yiqing's attention snapped to the message. Understanding dawned, and a smile crept onto his face. "Huang Lu, is it?" he thought, a glint in his eye. An unusually strong gust of wind swept through the arena. Bai Yiqing quickly retreated, his guard raised, refusing to be caught off guard again. He realized it was a fake, an illusion. Everything that had just happened was Huang Lu's doing. Like a bolt of lightning, realization struck. His eyes lit up. "I know what's going on now," he thought. Bai Yiqing raised his hand, pointing directly at Huang Lu. His voice was cold, laced with sarcasm. "Out of respect for you," he declared, looking down his nose at her, "I've decided to use only half my strength." Before he could utter another word, Huang Lu, gnashing her teeth in fury, lunged towards him. Bai Yiqing swiftly dodged her attack, then quickly spotted an opening for a counteroffensive. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yiqing used the brick he'd been holding to knock Huang Lu's blade aside, completely neutralizing her attack. She was livid, grinding her teeth, and muttering, "Damn it." Huang Lu used her invisibility technique, vanishing in the blink of an eye before everyone's eyes. Bai Yiqing, recognizing her tactic, simply chuckled. Playing invisible again, huh? Under the cover of invisibility, Huang Lu attempted to circle behind Bai Yiqing, but her every move was within his awareness. He turned his head, tracking her movements. Then, with a triumphant grin, he raised the brick in his hand. "Found you," he exclaimed, hurling the brick towards her with lightning speed. Huang Lu was caught completely off guard by the projectile hurtling towards her. She tried to lean back to avoid it, but balancing on one leg made it difficult, and she began to topple backward. She still couldn't believe what was happening. No, she thought, this can't be happening. It must be a coincidence. Before she could process the situation, Bai Yiqing was upon her, launching his attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before her, seizing her. What followed was unbelievable. Bai Yiqing delivered a direct, merciless blow to Huang Lu's face. The force sent her sprawling backward, flipping her completely over. "Not finished yet," he said, looking down at her without a shred of pity. With that, he lunged towards her, a flurry of blows raining down, leaving Huang Lu no chance to dodge. Watching the unfolding scene, even the judges slammed their hands on the table, shouting, "He's gone mad." After several seconds of breathless resistance, Huang Lu finally managed to raise a trembling arm. I forfeit," she choked out, her face battered and swollen like a puffer fish. The beauty she once possessed utterly vanished. She lay motionless on the ground. A judge, his face etched with a hint of fear, announced, "In this match, contestant Bai Yiqing, using his innate talent, has defeated contestant Huang Lu, achieving victory and advancing to the top 16. Congratulations." Bai Yiqing, standing at the pinnacle of his triumph, glanced down at his vanquished opponent and calmly declared, "The loneliness of invincibility." As the match concluded, the crowd watched as medics carried Huang Lu away, murmuring amongst themselves, "No way, my goddess Huang Lu, beaten to a pulp like that. Compared to that, aren't you curious how Bai Yiqing could see Huang Lu while she was invisible? I've seen Huang Lu's matches before. That wasn't ordinary invisibility. How did Bai Yiqing see through it?" Two shifty-looking individuals, unfamiliar to the crowd, overheard the conversation, exchanged glances, and nodded, a conspiratorial air about them. The scene shifted to dusk. Bai Yiqing sat beneath a tree, enjoying his favorite ice cream, taking in the beautiful surroundings with an air of utter relaxation and contentment. Life, he thought, was good. He was savoring his beloved treat when, from behind, a pair of hands wearing a beaded bracelet suddenly placed a bag over his head. Mid-bite, he turned. A moment before, two figures had burst from the bushes behind him. These were the same suspicious individuals who had exchanged knowing nods at the end of Bai Yiqing's match. "Get him, brothers. Avenge our goddess Huang Lu." The sudden attack caught him off guard. He instinctively resorted to an emergency tactic, yelling, "Help! Someone, protect me." A flurry of punches and kicks erupted between the two attackers and a mysterious fourth figure. Taking advantage of the chaos, Bai Yiqing grabbed a nearby bush to shield his face and fled the scene. Left behind was the mysterious figure, their face still covered, their green spiritual energy pulsing as they effortlessly knocked both attackers unconscious. This mysterious figure was none other than Desian. Having finished the job, he ripped the bag off his head and roared, "Who just attacked me?" At that moment, Bai Yiqing's head poked out from behind the bushes. "Daxian, over here." Desian, seeing Bai Yiqing's face, immediately understood what had transpired. His eyes blazed with crimson fury. Grabbing a knife from somewhere, he chased after Bai Yiqing, yelling, "I knew it was you. You scared her half to death." After a fruitless chase, Desian, breathless and panting, finally managed to ask, "Do you have some kind of vendetta against Huang Lu?" Bai Yiqing, looking rather amused, replied, "I'm showing her respect. I figure my magnificent image must be deeply engraved in her heart by now." The next day, at the competition venue, the arena and stand were packed with contestants and roaring fans. Near the large screen, the announcer, with all his might, declared, "The top 16 contestants have been decided. We will now proceed with the draw for the matches to determine who will advance to the top 8. Everyone, please look at the screen." As everyone looked up at the large screen to see the matchups, murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. They could hardly believe it. Bai Yiqing's opponent was a beautiful young woman. Not just any woman, but Li Jialuo, ranked third on the list of goddesses of the incoming class. It's Li Jialuo. This Bai Yiqing is a real lady killer. Someone exclaimed, "This guy is terrifying. Look at his track record." And now he's up against Li Jialuo, a potential S-rank. Watching his opponent appear on the big screen, Bai Yiqing's usual over-the-top narcissism kicked in. My fatal charm. Another girl about to be swept away by my respect. My respectful punches, that is. The match was about to begin, and the crowd roared, their excitement electrifying the tense atmosphere. The announcer called out, "Contestant Li Jialuo, are you ready?" Seeing Bai Yiqing's face in this round filled Jialuo with immense annoyance. Why, she thought, did I have to get paired with this Bai Yiqing, the guy who claims he doesn't hit girls? She glanced at him. He looked just as he did during the match with Huang Lu, that same handsome, bad boy smirk playing on his lips, his signature brick held ready in his hand. Her face paled. This is terrifying. I'm out of here. The more she looked at his face, the more she panicked. Unable to bear it another second, she suddenly raised her hand and called out, "Excuse me, can I forfeit the match?" Her unexpected action left everyone bewildered. Forfeit? What? What's going on? It wasn't just the audience who was surprised. Her sudden decision was unacceptable to Bai Yiqing. He reached out, trying to stop her as she left the arena. "Please don't go. I'm easy to beat. At least give it a try." Her coldness left Bai Yiqing utterly disappointed. He sighed. Not a single decent opponent. Suddenly, shouts and gasps erupted from the stands. "It's the goddess Ruoshi." Young men, overwhelmed by her beauty, practically popped their eyes out. The commotion caught Bai Yiqing's attention. He instinctively turned his head towards the source. "Is that Ruoshi's arena over there?" Over at Ruoshi's side of the stands, she was being challenged by a punk with spiky hair. "Normally, I don't hit beautiful women. I only love them in bed." Ruoshi swung her hand, slapping him hard across the face. He collapsed, foaming at the mouth, the imprint of her 5 fingers stark against his cheek. Ruoshi, satisfied, declared, "Normally, I don't hit men, except trash." Below, her enthusiastic fans cheered wildly. Bai Yiqing, watching from afar, silently applauded. "That's the Ruoshi I know." The list of the top 8 contestants advancing to the next round was now displayed. The 8 included Bai Yiqing, Ruoshi, Lin Baiyan, Jitakai, Huang Siti, Zhan Bo, and Sheng Jing. The results truly surprised the audience. Some even expressed disapproval, looking down on Bai Yiqing as a weak, forced participant. The system began its rotation to determine the next match. The first match of the bracket was between Bai Yiqing and Lin Baiyan. Lin Baiyan scoffed. He hadn't expected to encounter this kid in the first round. This time, he could teach him a lesson. The two of them walked onto the stage amidst the cheers and fervent chants of their supporters. Lin Baiyan sneered challengingly, asking Bai Yiqing if he was ready to call him daddy. Yet Bai Yiqing paid him no mind, instead interacting with his fans, thanking them for their support. Infuriated, Lin Baiyan grabbed Bai Yiqing by the collar, accusing him of deliberately ignoring him. Bai Yiqing teased him back, saying that if he kept acting like that, people would misunderstand and think he wanted to kiss him. Disgusted, Lin Baiyan recoiled, putting 3 meters between them. Bai Yiqing continued to provoke him, bringing up the incident in the dining hall. He then went on to ask about the slap Lin Baiyan had received. Lin Baiyan was seething with rage. It seemed like Bai Yiqing was deliberately not listening to a word he said. He wanted to start the match quickly, eager to teach Bai Yiqing a proper lesson. After the referee confirmed they were ready, the match began. The moment the referee gave the signal, Lin Baiyan lunged forward. Unexpectedly, Bai Yiqing grabbed the referee's hand and declared the match over, leaving the referee bewildered. Lin Baiyan froze in place. The audience was utterly perplexed. What was going on? Suddenly, Lin Baiyan realized something was wrong. He could no longer control his body. He was standing right in front of Bai Yiqing, who was holding something resembling a brick. Bai Yiqing chuckled, "Thanks for delivering yourself right to my doorstep." With that, he slammed the object into Lin Baiyan's head, sending him reeling. Lin Baiyan cursed his opponent under his breath, his cheeks swelling and blood trickling from his nose. And so, the first match of the top 8 concluded with Bai Yiqing's victory. The entire stadium erupted in excitement. This victory, achieved by defeating the S-rank genius Lin Baiyan with a single blow, made even those who weren't interested become fans. One young man even declared his love for Bai Yiqing. Should he accept it? Others in the audience began to anticipate a showdown between Bai Yiqing and Ruo Shi in the later rounds. Bai Cheng smoothed his hair back, a smug look on his face. There are so many talented people in this world. It's quite a burden to be so overwhelmingly powerful. After the match, Bai Cheng went backstage, where Decien and Ka La were waiting. Decien excitedly grabbed his shoulders, beaming with pride. As expected of you, to defeat Lin Bian so quickly. Bai Cheng retorted without hesitation, well, take a look at who I am. Ka La chimed in, someone's feeling pretty smug, aren't they? Bai Cheng, with a smirk, asked directly, am I really that smug, President Xia? What's your assessment of my performance just now? She rolled her eyes at his arrogance. So-so. Not bad, I suppose. Hearing this, Bai Cheng placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, declaring he wouldn't disappoint her expectations and would seize the championship title. This made Ka La fume, regret gnawing at her, as she thought she shouldn't have accepted the bet against Bai Cheng. Now, there was no way to recoup her losses. To recover her losses, she could only secretly hope that Ruo she would defeat Bai Cheng in the later rounds. Meanwhile, at Arena 3, a match had concluded, and the victor was once again Ruo Shi. Thus Xiongapid. Every time I get to see Ruo Shi fight, she's already won. It's so fast. Bai Cheng crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Ruo Shi's strength truly cannot be underestimated. Very quickly, all 4 matches concluded, and the list of the top 4 contestants advancing to the semifinals was about to be announced. The 4 contestants stepping into the semifinals were Bai Cheng, Ruo Shi, Huang Sati, and Jetta Kai. Decien excitedly threw his arms around Bai Cheng and Ruo Shi. Look, both of you made it. Bai Cheng simply shrugged, as if it were a matter of course. Well, we're strong, aren't we? An announcement echoed through the venue. Everyone had a 10-minute break before the semifinals commenced. In the waiting room, Decien made sure to get some food for Ruo Shi. Bai Cheng suddenly brought a water bottle close to Ruo Shi's lips. How about this? He asked, a playful smile on his face. If we face each other later, I'll let you win. Ruo Shi brushed him off. You said that 3 times already. And besides, I don't want you to go easy on me. She stood up and turned away, declaring her desire to fight Bai Cheng in a fair and square match. Bai Cheng blushed, rubbing his nose. Truly a woman who can capture my attention. So cool. The 10 minutes flew by. Break time was over, and the semifinals officially began. The system once again started its random draw. In this round, Bai Cheng would face Huang Sati, while Ruo Shi would face Jetta Kai. They both sighed in disappointment, their wished-for confrontation postponed. The 4 contestants stepped onto the stage one by one. The audience buzzed with anticipation. Some believed Bai Cheng was guaranteed the championship, while others insisted Huang Sati would prevail. The expressions on all 4 contestants were resolute. Suddenly, Huang Sati raised his hand, stunning everyone. He declared that he didn't believe himself to be stronger than Lin Bian, Bai Cheng's previous opponent, and therefore intended to forfeit. Equally surprising, Jetta Kai also raised his hand, admitting defeat as he didn't think he could beat Ruo Shi. Both Ruo Shi and Bai Cheng were taken aback by this turn of events. Their eyes met. Finally, Ruo Shi said, "We meet. I won't hold back." The forfeitures of Huang Sati and Jetta Kai were accepted by the tournament officials. The final match was quickly arranged, the atmosphere crackling with excitement. The referee invited them onto stage one, preparing to commence the final battle, the most anticipated match of the entire competition. Finally, the two could have a proper fight. Ruo Shi declared she absolutely wouldn't go easy on Bai Cheng this time. Bai Cheng scratched his head, a playful pout on his lips. "Isn't it just because I accidentally stole first place from you last time?" As the referee shouted the start of the match, Ruo Shi lunged forward. She threw a powerful punch at Bai Cheng, but he dodged it effortlessly. Though occasionally caught off guard, she showed no signs of faltering. Ruo Shi pressed her attack, landing a kick against Bai Cheng's back. This time, he was genuinely struggling. The sheer power of Ruo Shi's SSS-Rank abilities was proving difficult to match, unless, of course, his charm of beauty technique could somehow come into play. But for that technique to work, he needed 10 people around him. The problem was of the 10 people present, 8 already considered Ruo Shi their goddess. She was, after all, breathtakingly beautiful. A smile played on her lips. "Is that all you've got?" she taunted. Bai Cheng, however, refused to yield. He launched his own counterattack. He leaped into the air, aiming a knee at Ruo Shi's face. She didn't flinch. Instead, with lightning speed, she moved behind him. Before he could even react, She struck him hard on the back of the neck, sending him stumbling to his knees. Bai Yiqing let out a breath. It seemed that tactic wouldn't work. If that was the case, he would have to give it his all to win. She raised her sword towards the heavens. A powerful bolt of lightning responded to her call, ripping through the clouds, a terrifying yet awe-inspiring display of her power. After a moment, she tightened her grip on her sword and charged once more. Bai Yiqing, startled, quickly leaped back. She pressed her advantage, relentlessly pursuing him. Bai Yiqing, equally agile, dodged each of her strikes. He had to maintain this frantic pace, for she's abilities carried a potent paralyzing effect. Direct contact meant instant numbness. She's voice cut through the air, criticizing Bai Yiqing's evasive tactics. "All you've done is dodge," she accused. "You said you wanted a fair fight. If you're just going to run, then let's see how you evade this." Once again, she pointed her sword skyward, summoning lightning. This time, however, the bolts coalesced, taking the form of a dragon. This was her golden thunder dragon flash. The powerful electrical energy solidified into the complete form of a roaring dragon, hurtling towards Bai Yiqing, following the trajectory of Shi's strike. It was a display worthy of the Academy's records. The entire audience, including the faculty, held their breath, wondering if Bai Yiqing could possibly withstand such an attack. Dodging this seemed impossible. "This can't go on," she declared, her voice filled with determination to win. "Watch closely. This is the Golden Thunder Dragon Flash." Just as the dragon, jaws agape, teeth crackling with paralyzing energy, was about to reach him, Bai Yiqing roared, "Someone protect me." In an instant, a figure leaped onto the stage from below. It was the referee. He had been forced to intercept the devastating attack meant for Bai Yiqing. A massive explosion rocked the arena. The blinding light led the audience to believe that Bai Yiqing had been struck, that he had lost to Shi. But someone closer to the scene quickly pointed out that Bai Yiqing was completely unharmed. The scorched, smoking figure with singed hair lying below was the referee. Despite this incident, the headmaster declared that no rules had been broken. The competition would continue. Shi, her hand still gripping her sword, told Bai Yiqing he could still surrender. He scoffed. "I hope you won't regret this." A confident smile spread across his face. "Well then, I suppose I'll have to give it my all." "Be careful, Shi." Shi smiled, satisfied. "Finally, you're taking this seriously." She pointed her sword forward, declaring that Bai Yiqing was about to lose. From the stands, Kala chuckled to herself. He truly was someone worthy of her attention. She was certain Bai Yiqing's defeat was imminent. Another attack was about to descend. If this continued, he would be struck, his body paralyzed. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Bai Yiqing's mind. He extended his hand and used his bodyguard skill. He directly controlled Shi's body, pulling her in front of him. Before she could react, his fist connected squarely with her face, sending her flying backward. Bai Yiqing spoke to her seriously, telling her to admit defeat. She wasn't his match. But Shi refused, of course. She retorted that if he had the ability, he should knock her unconscious, and charged at him again, sword brandished. He decided he'd rather offend the beauty than lose. Bai Yiqing used his bodyguard skill once more. Shi, mid-movement, was forced to a standstill. Her body was controlled, unable to move. "Damn it," she cursed internally. Bai Yiqing stepped forward and whispered in her ear, "If you don't surrender now, next time I'll spank you in front of everyone." Shi blushed and with a pout conceded defeat. The outcome of the match was clear. Shi surrendered. Bai Yiqing won. Shi's fans were utterly disappointed by this result. It was a once-in-a-millennium upset, so shocking it would make even a dog do a double-take. Kala, furious, punched a nearby tree. "Damn it," she raged. "He actually won." The dean stepped forward, raising Bai Yiqing's hand and declaring him the champion of the freshman tournament. Tian Fu, the dean, handed Bai Yiqing a microphone, asking him to address his own questions and those of the other students. Bai Yiqing was taken aback. "Do I really have to give a speech?" Tian Fu cheerfully encouraged him to try explaining, offering a bonus of 100 points. Bai Yiqing immediately countered with 1,000 points or nothing. After all, President Kala still owed him 4,000 points. What was a mere 100? Tian Fu then offered 300. Bai Yicheng held up 4 fingers, but was interrupted. Tian Fu agreed to 400 points for his explanation. Bai Yicheng began to explain that the key to Ruo Shi's sudden appearances before him was his skill, which allowed for force summoning. When Tian Fu inquired about the skill's quality, Bai Yicheng replied that if he wanted to know his secrets, he'd have to pay more. Tian Fu declined to haggle further and declared the freshman tournament concluded. Next came the academy selection process. It was as if designed to irritate Bai Yicheng. Tian Fu smirked at him. What are you going to do about it? Light illuminated a space outside the waiting room. Bai Yicheng, holding a piece of paper, asked Ruo Shi which academy she planned to choose. Ruo Shi, stroking her chin thoughtfully, replied that if nothing unexpected happened, it would be the Combat Academy. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It's good that you two are both here. We're the deans of the 4 major academies. The approaching figures included Dean Ouyang Mushue of the Deputy Academy, Dean Kubui of the Combat Academy, Dean Yinhu of the Beast Duel Academy, and Dean Nangon Yuan of the Skill Research Academy. Bua Puruchit Rui. We've just been discussing this. Your stats are perfectly suited to our Combat Academy. I will personally instruct you. And then he quickly addressed Bai Yicheng, saying, Student Bai Yicheng, because you can't learn ordinary skills, we believe you'd be a good fit for either the Combat Academy or the Skill Research Academy. What are your thoughts? Bai Yicheng ruffled his hair, replying, I don't really have any particular thoughts. I just don't know anything about those 2 academies. Hearing this, both Yuan and Yinhu exchanged heated glances. Yuan immediately attempted to recruit him. If you choose the Combat Academy, I will personally instruct you. I'll turn you into a master of physical combat. Moreover, you'll have free access to all the physical combat techniques. Bai Yicheng's eyes lit up like stars. He rushed over to Yinhu and asked, even the high-level techniques. Yinhu generously replied, of course. Anything you want to learn, I will teach you. Bai Yicheng's initial excitement gave way to a thoughtful expression. He mused, while high-level techniques are advantageous, they're not quite enough. He immediately turned to Yuan and asked, what about your offer? Yuan calmly adjusted her glasses and presented her enticing proposition. I don't have anything quite so grand to offer Student Bai, but if you don't mind, I could make you my research assistant. Bai Yicheng's interest was piqued. A research assistant. Yinhu, clearly irritated by Yuan's offer, boomed, Old Yuan, that's a bit much, don't you think? She responded nonchalantly. This has already been approved by Old Qin. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare make such an offer so casually. Bai Yicheng then spoke up, if that's the case, but before he could finish, another voice cut in. Wait a moment. Yi offered an equally compelling proposition. If you come to my Combat Academy, I'll make you a teaching assistant. Yuan, now indignant, admonished him. Old Yi, that's unfair competition. Yinhu, frustrated, retorted, no fair. That's a much better deal. I want him too. The 3 then descended into a squabble, each vying for Bai Yicheng. Bai Yicheng is mine. Mine. Bai Yicheng stood by helplessly, trying to intervene. Teachers, please don't fight. Bai Yicheng roared, enough. His shout brought their bickering to an abrupt halt. He spoke with newfound authority. Teachers, please don't let such a small matter disrupt our harmony. I have a solution. A look of inspiration dawned on his face. Only children have to choose. As a mature adult, I want it all. Bai Yicheng promptly presented his idea. I'll attend each academy for a week in rotation. Wouldn't that be perfect? Without hesitation, they all agreed. Deal. Bai Yicheng, thrilled, exclaimed, that's more like it. Mushue then placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke. The others have left. Shall we discuss our matters now? With only the 2 of them remaining, Bai Yicheng put his hands in his pockets and asked, Dean Ouyang, what did you want to talk to me about? She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and stated her purpose. Tell me, have you 2 awakened your secondary professions yet? Bai Yicheng replied, casually, awakened already. Appraiser, SSS-Rank potential. Decien rubbed his head and added, Chef, A-Rank potential. He then mumbled, still haven't used it much though. Mushue was taken aback by Bai Yicheng's answer. Bai Yicheng awakened Appraiser, and with SSS-Rank potential, no less. She thought to herself. Clearing her throat, she said, Bai Yicheng and Zhang Decien, you 2 have already awakened. We'll discuss this further later. She then turned to Ruo Shi, urging her, and you, Ruo Shi, it's your turn. Use your secondary profession scroll now. Ruo Shi obediently replied, yes, and immediately opened her deputy notebook. A notification popped up on it. Blacksmith potential, SSS-Rank. Tailor potential, SS-Rank. Trainer potential, S-Rank. After seeing Ruo Shi's stats, Ouyang Mushiwe placed her hands on Ruo Shi's shoulders with a satisfied sigh. Truly, you haven't disappointed me, Ruo Shi. You can study with me tonight. Then, turning to Bai Yicheng and Jean de Sien, she continued, Jean de Sien, I'll also arrange for a deputy dean specializing in cooking to teach you how to create recipes. As for Bai Yicheng instinctively raised his hands, stopping the dean. You don't need to teach me. If possible, just give me some unidentified equipment. Bai Yicheng clasped his hands together, suggesting cheerfully, I'll take a 10% cut of any equipment I identify. Ouyang Mushiwe readily agreed. Certainly, but I'll need a detailed report on your secondary profession skills. Bai Yicheng gave a thumbs up, a sly grin spreading across his face. No problem. Morning sunlight dappled the trees. Birds took to the sky, greeting the new day. Bai Yicheng was still sound asleep when his phone buzzed. A message arrived. Points wallet received 500 points. Bai Yicheng jolted awake. He picked up his phone, puzzled. These are the points that shameless Qin Tian Fu agreed to transfer to me. I wonder when Xia Kala's 4,000 points will arrive. That's... Suddenly, Bai Yicheng heard a knock at the door. Someone's at the door downstairs. He made his way down, glancing at the house's entry monitor to see Ka-La standing there. Bai Yicheng called out, Who is it? She crossed her arms. I'm your cat daddy. He playfully retorted, Who's daddy? Ka-La responded with equal amusement, I'm cat daddy. After their playful banter, Bai Yicheng opened the door with a grin. Come in, good girl. Kalapoted, feigning annoyance. Ugh, you're so annoying. Meow. Bai Yicheng thought to himself, amused, trying to outsmart me with wordplay. You're still too green. He sat down on the sofa and addressed the matter at hand. President Xia, let's get down to business. What about my points? Ka-La replied, Look at you, so impatient. Can't you see me without just wanting points? Meow. Her words, laced with playful provocation, ignited a blush on his cheeks. Xia Kala gently placed her hand on Bai Yicheng. With a shy expression and rosy cheeks, she asked, Isn't there anything else you want to do? Bai Yicheng, slightly embarrassed, admitted, Well, to be honest, there's something else. Ka-La, emboldened, leaned closer. Then why don't you do it? He stammered, Are you sure it's okay? Instead of Ka-La's face, Bai Yicheng now found himself staring at her ample bosom. She had given him permission to do what he desired. Like a cat presented with cream, Bai Yicheng reached out. He seemed poised to touch her breasts, but at the last moment, he grabbed her ears. His desire satisfied. A look of pure delight spread across his face. I've wanted to do that for so long. Ka-La, clearly disappointed, looked dejected. That's what you wanted to do. He put on a cute expression. I also want to touch your tail. With that, Bai Yicheng lunged forward, aiming for her tail, startling her. A little while later, Ka-La, still flushed with embarrassment, muttered to herself in frustration, Is this something a normal person would do? She then transferred the points to Bai Yicheng, who was lounging on the sofa. His phone chimed, signaling the arrival of 4,000 points. Suddenly adopting an air of trustworthiness, Bai Yicheng told Ka-La that if she needed anything, she could just ask directly. What's with the beauty trick? He quipped. Ka-La shot him a look. It seemed she had underestimated him. The two of them sat facing each other in the quiet room, the silence stretching between them. Sipping her tea, Ka-La asked Bai Yicheng if he knew about the current state of the world. He replied casually that he didn't. Ka-La began to enlighten him, explaining that the world was vast and not solely inhabited by humans. There are also demi-humans, she continued, like my own beastkin race. And other races exist too, like elves, elementals, and dragons. Among them, she added, there are demi-humans who are friendly towards humans and those who despise them. The demi-humans who hate humanity are the enemies of this entire blue planet. Bai Yicheng listened, still looking bewildered, then pointed at Ka-La. So, aren't you one of them? He asked. Demi-humans can be born that way or forced into it, Ka-La explained. The naturally born demi-humans are inherently evil. They want to completely take over the blue planet. But that's not the point. What I want to say is that these demi-humans mostly reside in secret realms or forbidden zones. Bai Yicheng knew a little about this. He knew there were many secret realms within the country and seemingly two forbidden zones, the Kunlun Forbidden Zone and the Fengdu Forbidden Zone. Come to think of it, the Fengdu Forbidden Zone wasn't far from Tianfu University. Ka-La agreed. The Fengdu Forbidden Zone is managed by Tianfu University, she added. Headmaster Tian Fu is its guardian. Bai Yicheng suddenly recoiled, a chilling thought striking him. Don't tell me you want me to go to the Forbidden Zone with you. you?" he asked, apprehensive. Bai Ching hastily ushered Ka La towards the front door. "Out you go. Turn left. Walk slowly. I won't see you out," he said, trying to dismiss her. Ka La clung to the doorframe. "Don't refuse so quickly," she pleaded. "It'll be several months before the forbidden zone opens again. The benefits of entering are immense. Do you really want to remain an unknown nobody?" As she finished speaking, she stepped out into the hallway, the door clicking shut behind her. Despite her continued protests from outside, Bai Ching considered her words. Maybe he would give it some thought. Just then, he realized something. It was Tian Fu's voice. The headmaster agreed that Ka La's suggestion was worth considering. Bai Ching jumped, startled to find Tian Fu calmly seated in his living room. "Do you know this is called breaking and entering?" he exclaimed. Unfazed, Tian Fu replied, "I founded this university. There's nowhere I can't go." Defeated, Bai Ching scratched his head and asked what Tian Fu's purpose was. "To understand your skills," the headmaster replied. Bai Ching offered no further resistance, simply asking, "And the price?" Tian Fu raised an eyebrow. "What do you want?" he inquired. A grin spread across Bai Ching's face. "A celestial star shard," he declared. The celestial star shard was a precious material found deep within forbidden zones, known for its ability to enhance human potential. Tian Fu, upon hearing the price, was utterly astonished. He immediately sprayed the tea from his mouth, thinking Bai Ching was truly audacious. He understood that Bai Ching was seeking to improve his seemingly capped potential. Tian Fu then presented Bai Ching with a shimmering celestial star shard, stating he could have it in exchange for complete information regarding his skills. Bai Ching, his jaw dropping at the sight of the radiant shard, readily agreed, urging Tian Fu to ask away and promising to answer truthfully. Tian Fu, getting straight to the point, inquired whether Bai Ching's skill allowed him to summon any person before him within a certain range. Bai Ching, inwardly surprised at being discovered so quickly, pondered the question. He confirmed Tian Fu's suspicion, adding that due to its high level, he hadn't fully tested its limits, but anyone below level 50 was currently within his grasp. Intrigued, Tian Fu challenged Bai Ching to try it on him. Bai Ching, accepting the challenge, prepared to demonstrate his ability. Extending his hand, he uttered the incantation, "Someone escort me." With astonishing speed, Tian Fu was pulled before him. Tian Fu, startled to find himself immobilized, watched as Bai Ching raised a weapon, a dangerous glint in his eyes, seemingly ready to test the headmaster's defenses. Unexpectedly, Tian Fu regained his mobility. With a single motion, he pinned Bai Ching to the ground, stating he wanted to see if Bai Ching could escape while restrained. Bai Ching, apprehensive, internally acknowledged the critical nature of this test. But just as Tian Fu's guard lowered, convinced of Bai Ching's inability to break free, Bai Ching abruptly appeared behind him, a brick clutched in his hand. Without hesitation, he hurled it at Tian Fu's head. The attack left Tian Fu completely unharmed. A potent aura emanated from him as he advised Bai Ching to at least use a diamond-ranked weapon next time if he wanted to give him a back massage. Bai Ching, now realizing Tian Fu was an Emperor rank expert, could only scratch his head in nervous bewilderment, declaring the test complete and requesting the celestial star shard. Tian Fu, amused, readily tossed the shard to Bai Ching, advising him to either use it up or swallow it whole to enhance his potential. Finally, Bai Ching held the coveted prize in his hand. His system recognized the power of the celestial star shard, but issued a stark warning. Using it would potentially raise his potential to S rank or higher, but he couldn't have everything. Choosing the shard meant losing the system, and vice versa. The shard itself seemed to echo this dilemma, its voice resonating in his mind, questioning his choice. Had he truly decided? Bai Ching wrestled with the weighty decision. Sighing, he resigned himself to a life with seemingly capped potential. Tian Fu, noticing his change in demeanor, inquired what was wrong. Bai Ching, with a tinge of regret, explained he couldn't use the shard, as doing so would cause him to lose his talent. Tian Fu, having never heard of such a thing, pondered this revelation. He asked if Bai Ching's talent itself had told him this. Bai Ching confirmed it had. Tian Fu explained that some talents possess a spiritual nature. If that's the case, he said, reaching out as if to reclaim the celestial star shard, then I'll take this back. Sensing the threat, Bai Yicheng took a step back, clutching the shard tightly to his chest. He thought to himself, just because I can't use it doesn't mean Zhang Dexian can't. Tian Fu tried to bargain. Give the shard back, and I'll exchange it for another reward. But Bai Yicheng remained resolute. Even if I were to feed this to a dog, he retorted, it would still be mine. Tian Fu was utterly speechless. He chuckled. This shameless attitude of yours, it's exactly like me in my younger days. Bai Yicheng, eager to see him leave, replied, you flatter me. Now, if there's nothing else. He stood directly in front of the door, a clear invitation for Tian Fu to depart. Tian Fu offered a parting piece of advice. Remember, don't be too flamboyant with your skills outside. A trump card is called a trump card because it should leave those who witness it speechless. Bai Yicheng listened obediently. Understood, he said. With that settled, Tian Fu vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a faint afterimage. Bai Yicheng sighed. When will I be able to teleport like that? Inside the room, Zhang Dexian was fast asleep. A voice suddenly echoed, rousing him from his slumber. Zhang Dexian, Zhang Dexian, wake up. He mumbled sleepily, who is it? It was none other than Bai Yicheng, holding out the glowing celestial star shard. Do you crave power? He asked. Zhang Dexian, startled, asked, what are you doing? Bai Yicheng repeated, Zhang Dexian, do you crave power? Zhang Dexian gave a wry smile. Of course, in a world like this, who wouldn't want to become strong? Bai Yicheng tossed him the celestial star shard. Here's your chance to use it and change your life. Zhang Dexian caught the shard, puzzled. What is this? Bai Yicheng explained. It's a celestial star shard. After using it, your potential will be greatly enhanced. Zhang Dexian's eyes widened as he listened. This is the incredibly rare celestial star shard spoken of in legends. Bai Yicheng replied, yes. Such a precious item. Zhang Dexian hesitated to accept it. I think your potential is lower than mine. You should use it. My A-rank potential is enough. Bai Yicheng politely declined. Thanks, but no thanks. This thing and I aren't compatible. It's yours. Zhang Dexian looked silently at the shard in his hand. He smiled. You almost had me there. Bai Yicheng clapped him on the shoulder. That's scary. I'm still more interested in pretty girls. Use it quick. Zhang Dexian popped the celestial star shard into his mouth. The precious item immediately took effect, causing him to roar and his eyes to widen. A surge of immense power enveloped Zhang Dexian, lifting him into the air. Bai Yicheng watched the spectacle unfold with awe. The muscles on Zhang Dexian's body bulged and expanded, straining against his clothes until they ripped apart. His transformed physique became more muscular and imposing. He couldn't believe it. Is this the power of S-rank and above? Bai Yicheng gave him a thumbs up. Looking good. Bathed in a radiant glow, Zhang Dexian declared confidently, from this day forward, I am a handsome and powerful man. He laughed with delight. As they were talking, someone arrived. Bai Yicheng said, I'll get the door. Zhang Dexian was still admiring his perfect physique. Bai Yicheng went to open the door. It was Ruo Shi. As soon as the door opened, Bai Yicheng puckered his lips at her playfully. Don't say a word, just kiss me already. Ruo Shi coldly pushed his face away and ordered him to get lost. Bai Yicheng muttered that she had no sense of humor. Entering the room, Ruo Shi saw Zhang Dexian glowing and constantly flexing his muscles. She wondered aloud if he had swallowed a string of LED lights. Bai Yicheng explained, it's nothing. I just let him use the celestial star shard that Tian Fu gave me. Upon hearing the word celestial star shard, Ruo Shi's eyes widened in surprise, and she sprayed the milk tea she'd just been drinking all over Bai Yicheng. He tugged at her shoulder, complaining that he was always so good to his friends and girlfriend. Ruo Shi blushed and denied being his girlfriend. Zhang Dexian approached them. Thank you so much, he said. My profession and potential have both increased. The system displayed Zhang Dexian's updated stats. Name, Zhang Dexian. Level, 6. Potential, SS. Talent, Dragon Soul Chi. Increases the defense of all attributes, but sacrifices speed and attack power. Profession, Dragon Armored Soldier. Attributes, Strength 65, Constitution 72, Agility 51, Spirit 55. Zhang Dexian remarked that it wasn't bad. His potential and profession had both improved considerably. Ruo Shi suggested, there's still a few days until school starts. Now that Dexian's attributes have been enhanced, why don't we go to the Tianfu Tower today and check it out? Bai Yicheng agreed with her idea. Zhang Dexian, whose hands were itching for action, also agreed. Bai Yiqing added, but before that, shouldn't Xian treat us to a meal? Zhang Dexian generously replied, of course. The three of them decided to go eat. Bai Yiqing declared his intention to clean Zhang Dexian out. He wanted steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roast duck, roast goose, stewed pork, stewed duck, chicken and sauce, pork belly, sausages, and smoked meat. His litany of requests made Zhang Dexian cry out, "Good sir, have mercy." Observing Bai Yiqing, Zhang Dexian, and Ruo Shi together, Tian Fu mused that the boy was truly a promising seedling. A woman wreathed in violet light appeared. She asked, "Since you already know about Bai Yiqing's talent, why don't you ask him about the Tianfu Tower?" Tian Fu replied, "What good would knowing do? It would only add to my worries. I hope this young Bai Yiqing can surprise us." The woman smiled. "I wonder if he can conquer the Tianfu Tower for himself." Tian Fu said, "It won't come to that. I'm more concerned about that legend." The woman reminded him, "Compared to those things, you should worry about the present. The war on the front lines is very tense," she added. Tian Fu acknowledged that time was running out for humanity. The car carrying Bai Yiqing, Zhang Dexian, and Ruo Shi drove down the road. In the distance, they saw a tall tower surrounded by a red glow. Seeing it for the first time, Zhang Dexian couldn't help but marvel. "Is that the Tianfu Tower?" he asked. Bai Yiqing and Ruo Shi also looked over. The three of them arrived and got out of the car. Looking at the guards standing in front of the gate, they noted their high-level professions: level 40, level 60, and level 75. Bai Yiqing remarked that the guards here were higher level than even the teachers at their school. Sometimes the explanation is that these people are government soldiers stationed here to filter out members of the heretical god cult and other troublemakers. Dexian glanced around, estimating at least 200 men present. Bai Yiqing understood. No wonder the potential here was so high. He suggested they join the queue. The security guard asked them to present their student IDs and identification cards. He scanned Bai Yiqing's student ID. He asked if it was their first time here. All three nodded simultaneously. The guard explained that first-time students entering the Tianfu Tower received 1 free registration and needed to adhere to the following rules. Each person in the Tianfu Tower would face different trials. However, evaluations and instances would still be graded from D to SSS rank. Upon completing each floor's trial, a teleportation array would appear. Once entering the next floor, retreat wouldn't be possible, unless, of course, one lost their life. Death here wasn't a physical death, but one's spirit would suffer some damage. Participants should assess their own capabilities. Reward would be granted upon clearing each stage. The guard returned Bai Yiqing's student ID and wished him luck. The three of them lined up to enter. Bai Yiqing noted that there were still people ahead of them. It would be their turn soon. Suddenly, he noticed something that caught his eye: a leaderboard displaying the names of participants and the floors they had cleared. Leading the pack was Tian Fu at floor 49. Second was Wu Ziki at floor 48. Third was Yi Yinhu at floor 42, followed by many other names. Among them was Kala at floor 20. Bai Yiqing groaned internally. What kind of terrifying trial was this? Even the top-ranked individual among the 10 Emperor rank experts could only reach floor 48. The security guard from earlier sighed, explaining that Headmaster Wu had been stuck at that stage for almost a year. He returned almost every few days. Bai Yiqing was astonished. The strongest in Huaxia, stuck for almost a year. The man added that the trials within were tailored to each individual's potential. For those at the headmaster's level, the trials they faced were unimaginable. Bai Yiqing was listening, a sense of apprehension creeping in, when someone announced that it was their turn. He stepped into the tower and was immediately separated from the other two. Bai Yiqing stood alone, bewildered, in a vast space resembling a royal arena. "What's going on?" he muttered, tapping his hand against the tiled floor, but to no avail. "Isn't this a bit anticlimactic?" he wondered. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed, "Welcome to Tianfu." Before Bai Yiqing could react, the voice continued, posing a question. "What is the next part of the proverb? You can't judge a book by its cover." Bai Yiqing, startled, asked who's talking. The voice only responded coldly, "Incorrect." The voice offered a hint. "The answer is not standard. You need to use your imagination to conquer it if you want to achieve a high score." Bai Yiqing pondered. "Not standard. Then, you can't use a cup to measure the ocean." A bold idea struck him. Why not try something completely different? Bai Yiqing answered, "You can't use a ruler to measure cuckoo bird." His answer momentarily silenced the system, and, unexpectedly, he was correct. The voice announced, "Congratulations, you have passed the first floor. Your evaluation is S+. The reward for clearing this stage is 5 free attribute points and 5 skill points. Please make your selection." Bai Yiqing pulled a face. He couldn't believe it. Seriously, he thought. A slow, inhuman smile spread across Bai Yiqing's face. "If that's how it's going to be," he muttered, "then don't blame me." He'd reached the second floor. The question, "What is the king of silent dance also known as?" Bai Yiqing answered, "The Asian dance king." A voice rang out, "Congratulations. You have passed the level." Though he'd cleared it, Bai Yiqing wore a bewildered expression. That actually worked. He ran to the next floor, a silent cry echoing in his mind. "This city is insane. I want to go back to my village." The third floor's question, "A white bubble attacks a black bubble. What should the black bubble do?" Bai Yiqing confidently offered his answer. "The bubble confesses its love." And, as he predicted, the voice proclaimed, "Correct." On the fourth floor, the question was, "Why can't you anger a chimpanzee?" Bai Yiqing calmly replied, "Because it beats its chest." Alongside the familiar names on the leaderboard, Bai Yiqing's name appeared, announcing his arrival on the sixth floor. A security guard reported to his superior, "It's true, sir. Bai Yiqing has surpassed the previous record holder. He's currently averaging 7 minutes per floor." The voice on the other end of the radio, thinking he'd misheard, asked, "What did you say?" Oblivious to the commotion he was causing outside, Bai Yiqing panted, surprised. "I've reached the 10th floor already." He looked around, curious to see what this level held. Before him sat a shadowy figure, cloaked from head to toe. The system displayed the figure's information. Fields like name, profession, and attributes were all marked with question marks. Only the omnipotence field offered any clue, though it was impossible to decipher. "Trying to be mysterious, are we?" Bai Yiqing mused, unimpressed. The shadowy figure taunted, "Come on then. Defeat me, and you clear this floor." Bai Yiqing, a brick clutched in his hand, asked, "Defeat you, and that's it." The figure confirmed, "Correct." A smirk played on Bai Yiqing's lips. Does he not know I'm practically invincible in one-on-one combat? He took a stance, ready to hurl the brick, and called out, "Here goes." But unlike the previous floors, things didn't go as smoothly. Suddenly, his body froze. He hadn't anticipated this. The shadowy figure offered a condescending compliment. "Not a bad plan. Trying a sneak attack, were you? I won't give you another chance." Movement returned to Bai Yiqing's body, and he instantly stumbled back. He hadn't expected the figure to use his own skill against him. If one skill is this powerful, what about a combination? Bai Yiqing recognized the figure's strength. "I'll have to go all out against you," he declared. The figure chuckled. "Let the show begin." "Watch closely," Bai Yiqing warned. "You might not be able to learn this one." The figure responded calmly, "I'm eager to see what surprises you have in store." With a determined expression, Bai Yiqing yelled, "Dad, protect me." The shadowy figure paused. That's it. They didn't have to wait long. Tung Hone appeared, his entrance rather unconventional. He wore a bathrobe, his face still covered in shaving cream, looking utterly bewildered. Behind him, Bai Yiqing, equally surprised, called out, "Dad." The shadowy figure was speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yiqing slapped the figure across the face. Tung Hone, still disoriented, vanished after his son's sudden attack, leaving behind a rather awkward silence. Bai Yiqing scratched his head. "There was a fly on your face," he explained. Bai Yiqing expected mockery or anger, but instead, the shadowy figure burst into laughter, praising him as truly interesting. Bai Yiqing eyed him suspiciously, wondering if the figure had gone mad from frustration. The shadowy figure declared it had been a long time since he'd encountered someone so intriguing. He announced that Bai Yiqing had passed his test, and that perhaps fate would bring them together again. With a snap of his fingers, the shadowy figure vanished. The system prompt appeared, congratulating Bai Yiqing on clearing the 10th floor and achieving an SS rank. The events unfolded so rapidly that Bai Yiqing hadn't yet processed it all. He looked around, bewildered, wondering if it was truly over. Where had the figure gone? The system continued its announcements, deducting points for 7 previous failures. Bai Yiqing wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, sighing in relief that the terrifying presence was finally gone. The rewards for clearing the stage were 10 free attribute points, 10 skill points, and 5,000 divine power points. The reward for clearing 10 stages was the observing expressions talent. The system prompted him to make a selection. Bai Yiqing chose the observing expressions Cheng's talent. Its effect was described as making the user a bystander frequently present at the forefront of incidents, granting them unparalleled skill in reading people's expressions. Thus, he could now perceive everyone's favorability towards him. Bai Yiqing was quite pleased. This was clearly meant to make an already potent skill even more practical. He pondered whether to continue to the next floor or return another time. Outside the tower, everyone was astonished by the arrival of Tian Fu and Kai Xie. Someone respectfully greeted Commander/Headmaster Qin. Tian Fu. Tian Fu inquired about Bai Yiqing's progress. A subordinate immediately reported that Bai Yiqing had just cleared the 6th floor in 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Kai Xie remarked that the young man was quite interesting. Tian Fu stated that if his predictions were correct, Bai Yiqing had a bright future ahead of him. Bai Yiqing decided to stop and return later. As he stepped out of the tower, someone spotted him and shouted, "Bai Yiqing's out." Startled by the sudden shout of his name, Bai Yiqing was taken aback, momentarily thinking he'd stepped into the wrong place. Simultaneously, everyone's favorability towards him increased, with Tian Fu's being the highest at 85. Bai Yiqing was stunned, surprised that the old man held him in such high regard. Tian Fu beckoned him over. He obediently approached Tian Fu and asked why he was there. Tian Fu scolded him for his lack of formality and introduced the person beside him as Commander Kai Xie of the Western District. Bai Yiqing politely introduced himself. Student Bai Yiqing, greetings, Commander Kai. Kai Xie praised him, saying he was indeed a remarkable student among the new recruits. He inquired about what Bai Yiqing had encountered within the tower. Bai Yiqing recalled his experience and recounted that it was nothing much. The first 9 floors were question and answer challenges. It wasn't until the 10th floor that he fought a shadowy figure. Tian Fu abruptly paused upon hearing him mention the shadowy figure. He suddenly grasped Bai Yiqing's hands, urgently asking if the shadowy figure he'd seen was in a palace. His demeanor was filled with tension and worry. Bai Yiqing wondered how Tian Fu knew this, thinking to himself that perhaps this shadowy figure was someone special. Tian Fu suggested they move to a different location to talk. Then, before everyone's eyes, Bai Yiqing, Tian Fu, and Kai Xie became a whirlwind and vanished. They reappeared in Tian Fu University's office. Kai Xie asked Tian Fu if there was something wrong with the shadowy figure. Tian Fu sighed. He admitted he didn't know the figure's true identity, only that he had encountered him a few times when the tower was first discovered. He told the two of them to guess what had happened. Bai Yiqing tried to imagine, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. He guessed the shadowy figure had given the headmaster a good beating. Tian Fu, the headmaster, sheepishly admitted that Bai Yiqing's guess wasn't far off. Kai Xie, standing beside him, gaped, exclaiming, "No way." Tian Fu recounted how, despite having reached Emperor rank, he hadn't been able to withstand even 3 moves from the figure. Bai Yiqing listened, a flicker of worry in his eyes. An Emperor rank expert couldn't even last 3 moves. If this news got out, it would surely cause widespread panic. He asked Tian Fu what he thought the shadowy figure was. The headmaster explained that, unwilling to accept defeat, he'd sent several colleagues to investigate. Predictably, each of them encountered the same shadowy figure at a crucial moment and became stuck at that stage. He and his colleagues had arrived at a theory. The shadowy figure might be the tower spirit of Tianfu Tower. Bai Yiqing echoed the words, puzzled, tower spirit. Tian Fu confirmed, adding that it seemed one could only encounter the figure a second time after completing its trial. Tian Fu took a sip of tea and asked Bai Yiqing if he had passed the shadowy figure's trial. Bai Yiqing hesitated. Could he really talk about this? Tian Fu's voice softened. Don't be afraid to lose face. It's just a beating, right? We've all been there. He thought to himself, this kid definitely got the short end of the stick, didn't he? Bai Yiqing honestly recounted how he had slapped the figure. Tian Fu choked on his tea, spraying it everywhere. What did you just say? He roared. His favorability towards Bai Yiqing shot up to 80. Tian Fu leaned closer, eagerly asking what had happened, his curiosity barely concealed. Seeing this surge of goodwill, Bai Yiqing thought to himself, please don't fall in love with me. Bai Yiqing explained that the shadowy figure's trial was to land a blow within 3 moves. If successful, the trial was considered passed. Bai Yiqing took a sip of tea. You know my skill, he said. Tian Fu's eyes gleamed. So, you use that skill to slap him?" he asked, miming a slap to his own chest. Bai Ching waved his hand dismissively. "Of course not. It wasn't that easy. That shadowy figure is strong. The first time I fought him, he copied my skill and countered me directly." Tian Fu, on the verge of becoming a full-fledged fan, asked, "Copied your skill?" Meanwhile, Kai Xie, still lost in the details, looked bewildered. Bai Cheng continued his story. "I was shocked, of course, but I'm exceptionally talented. The more difficult the situation, the calmer I become. The stronger I become, the calmer I become. The calmer I become, the stronger I become." Noticing Bai Cheng rambling, Tian Fu impatiently cut him off. "Get to the point." Bai Cheng succinctly explained how he'd intentionally used a combination skill and then, casually, backhanded the figure. Kai Xie gave him a thumbs up. "Well done." Bai Cheng responded modestly, "It was nothing." Tian Fu asked, "So what about the reward? What did you get for passing the trial?" Bai Cheng revealed that the reward was a talent expansion. Tian Fu pondered this. Talent expansion. "So, your talent has gained a new effect." Simply put, yes, Bai Cheng confirmed. With nothing else to discuss, he excused himself. At the door, he bumped into Ruoshi. Her favorability towards him was 105, the highest he'd encountered so far. Bai Cheng saw Ruoshi walking by. Looking at her favorability rating of 105, he wondered if she liked him. He turned back to bid farewell to Tian Fu and Kai Xie. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now," he said. Tian Fu playfully scolded him, "You little rascal." Kai Xie chuckled, adding, "Kids these days." Ruoshi, walking down the path, heard someone call her name. Seeing it was Bai Cheng, Ruoshi asked, "Why are you still here? Didn't the headmaster take you away?" Bai Cheng was surprised her favorability had exceeded 100. He wondered if she truly liked him. Feeling his gaze, Ruoshi blushed, touching her face and asking, "Is there something on my face?" He often stared at her with a shy intensity. Bai Cheng kept asking if she liked him, but before she could answer, Dai Xian interrupted. Spotting them from afar, Dai Xian called out, "What are you two doing here?" Oblivious to the moment he'd just shattered, he cheerfully added, "Do you know I've been looking for you two for ages?" Bai Cheng sighed. "Could you please turn off your LED light?" A faint glow still emanated from around Dai Xian. Dai Xian's favorability rating was 135, even higher than Ruoshi's. Bai Cheng cautiously asked, "Are you, by any chance, gay?" Dai Xian innocently replied, "What are you talking about? Thanks to you, I got 60 free attribute points and a golden skill book." Hearing this, Bai Cheng immediately forgot his suspicions. He excitedly grabbed Dai Xian's hand, asking, "You got 62? Dai Xian confirmed, "That's right." He then asked curiously, "What was your trial clearance rating?" Bai Cheng proudly declared, SS-Rank. Dai Xian, equally proud, announced B rank. She, observing them, asked, "So you two are?" Bai Cheng and Dai Xian slung their arms around each other like conquering heroes, proclaiming, "We are elite." Ruoshi turned away, embarrassed. She didn't know these people. Back in his room, Bai Cheng lay down and reviewed his system stats. He calculated that he had accumulated enough divine power to spin for a new skill. The system interface displayed his name, rank, level 6, experience points 2, 500/3, 600. His attributes, strength, vitality, agility, and spirit were all at 119, and his divine power was at 10,900 points. System, he said, "I want to spin for a new skill." The system informed him that the spin would cost 10,000 divine power points, leaving him with 900. The system then displayed 3 new skill options. 1. Magical Door. After activation, this skill allows travel to any location in the world by consuming energy. The destination is random. 2. Practice makes perfect. After activation, this skill initiates a 3-hour training period. During this time, any task attempted will have a 50% increased chance of success. 3. Want to get rich. Chop wood first. After activation, this skill grants a large amount of gold for chopping wood within a certain time frame. With luck, other rewards may also be obtained. Locking a choice for future spins costs 2,000 divine power points. This timestamp appears to be duplicated in the original text. The translation maintains this duplication. Want to get rich. Chop wood first. After activation, this skill grants a large amount of gold for chopping wood within a certain time frame. With luck, other rewards may also be obtained. Locking a choice for future spins costs 2,000 divine power points. Bai Cheng eyed the skills greedily, wanting them all. He bit his lip, finding it difficult to choose. Finally, he decided to pick one at random. After making his random selection, the item materialized before him. It was a door falling from the sky, startling him. What is this thing? Bai Yiqing wondered aloud. The system popped up a description. Silently recite the incantation. Summon the miraculous door. Before activating, visualize the destination in your mind. The more specific, the better. Bai Yiqing assessed the situation. This is a good item indeed, he mused, eager to test its efficacy. He couldn't delay any longer. Placing both hands on the door, he closed his eyes and focused his mind on his desired destination. With a sense of anticipation, Bai Yiqing opened the door and peeked through. Beyond the door lay a steam-filled scene. A woman's sleek back was visible. She was bathing, completely unaware of the uninvited guest behind her. Bai Yiqing blushed at the sight before him, internally lamenting, this isn't right. He wanted to quickly escape the scene, but he'd already been discovered. Who's there? The woman asked, making Bai Yiqing jump. The woman unleashed a burst of energy at the wall in front of Bai Yiqing, attempting to block the intruder. Panicked, he cursed under his breath, I'm so dead. The woman was Ruo Shi. Stammering, Bai Yiqing greeted her. Ruo Shi, now wrapped in a towel, glared at him furiously. Trying to smooth things over, Bai Yiqing blurted out, wow, I didn't realize you were well endowed. His words only deepened Ruo Shi's scowl. Seeing no way out of it, Bai Yiqing bowed deeply and apologized profusely. Ruo Shi offered a tight-lipped smile. Then, predictably, she delivered a sharp slap to the face of the pervert. 5 minutes later, in the living room, a now-dressed Ruo Shi listened angrily as Bai Yiqing attempted to explain and salvage the situation. This was really just an accident. I just wanted to test out my new skill, he pleaded. Ruo Shi questioned him skeptically. An accident? What a coincidence. There are 3 bathrooms in this house, and you just happened to appear in the one I was using. Bai Yiqing suddenly stood up. All right, no more pretending, he declared. I'll come clean. A bewildered Ruo Shi asked, come clean about what? Bai Yiqing announced, I'm crazy about you. Ruo Shi's face flushed crimson, but she retorted, I don't care. You have to compensate me for this. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yiqing leaned in and kissed her. Taken by surprise, Ruo Shi's eyes widened as she stared at his close-up face. Flustered, Ruo Shi shoved Bai Yiqing away. I didn't mean for this to happen, she stammered. Bai Yiqing gently grasped her wrist and said her name softly. Ruo Shi, he confessed, I've always liked you. I want us to be together. Ruo Shi blushed deeply as she looked at him. Bai Yiqing, she murmured, a playful pout forming on her lips. Her voice softening, Ruo, she asked, this new skill of yours, can it really take you anywhere? Bai Yiqing confirmed confidently, of course. Ruo Shi's eyes lit up. I've been wanting to go home for a visit. Could you take me? Bai Yiqing scratched his head, a little flustered. Meeting the parents already, he thought. Ruo Shi, misinterpreting his hesitation, snapped, what are you thinking? Bai Yiqing checked the system information, leaning back in his chair with a groan. 30 spirit power points, just for that short distance. He lamented. As he was grumbling, Ruo Shi's voice interrupted him, announcing that she was ready to go. She had changed into a different outfit. This time, Ruo Shi wore a jade green dress that matched her hair. The dress made her appear even more gentle and graceful, leaving Bai Yiqing speechless. Bai Yiqing circled her, taking in her appearance. How come I never realized how beautiful you were before? He murmured appreciatively. Did you dress up like this for me? He teased, causing Ruo Shi to blush even deeper. Bai Yiqing took Ruo Shi's hand and pulled her toward a door. First, we'll go to my house so my parents can meet their future daughter-in-law. Ruo Shi, being dragged along, playfully protested, who's your wife? They arrived at the Bai family home in Dongwu City. Bai Yiqing opened the door, revealing his own bathroom. He explained to Ruo Shi, this door just loves appearing in the bathroom. He often looked around the bathroom in excitement, praising it as a miraculous door, telling Ruo Shi to see for herself since she didn't believe him. Suddenly, he heard strange noises. What's that sound? He wondered aloud. A woman's voice moaned, honey, slower, not there. A man's voice reassured her, just a little longer, we're almost there. I'm about to speed up, just hold on. The woman cried out in a mix of pleasure and pain, slower. You're gonna break it. A series of rhythmic slapping sounds followed. Hearing this barrage of sounds, Bai Yiqing froze, his face paling. No way, it can't be this much of a coincidence, he muttered, realizing he'd forgotten to warn his parents he was coming home. Detecting the commotion, his father, Tung Hon, cautiously rushed out, shouting, who's downstairs? Bai Yicheng trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I'm so dead, he thought. I'm definitely going to get it. Ruo Shi, standing beside him, looked at him with confusion. Tung Hon, gripping a hammer, angrily descended the stairs. Damn it, sneaking into the Bai house in the middle of the night. You're looking for a death wish. He roared, raising the hammer above his head, ready to bring it down on Bai Yicheng. Bai Yicheng, terrified, cried out, Dad, it's me. Tung Hon stopped abruptly, his hand frozen mid-swing. So, why are you back? Bai Yicheng, feigning tears, raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. I missed you two so much, he exclaimed, then brightly gestured towards Ruo Shi. And look, Dad, Ruo Shi is here too. Ruo Shi smiled and greeted Tung Hon, who beamed at her. Ruo Shi, you're back too. As they chatted happily, Bai Yicheng's mother's voice boomed from upstairs. Bai Tung Hon, you were fixing that picture frame and just left it half finished. Where did you go? He looked up and replied, Honey, Xiaoi brought his girlfriend home. Both parents then sat down to talk with the young couple. Looking at the partially completed picture frame, Bai Yicheng finally understood why his father had been holding a hammer. Seriously, Mom, he muttered. He excitedly took Ruo Shi's hand and asked, How did you two get back from school? Bai Yicheng puffed out his chest, practically beaming. What do you mean? Your son learned a new skill, of course. But his parents completely ignored him, focusing all their attention on their future daughter-in-law. Ruo Shi, it's so late. Why don't you stay here tonight? Ruo Shi politely declined. Thank you, but I should go home. Bai Yicheng waved his arms, trying in vain to get their attention. Doesn't anyone care about me? His mother snapped, Be quiet. Go play somewhere else. Later, after Ruo Shi had left, Bai Yicheng dejectedly shuffled into his room. His parents were still waiting in the living room. Son, don't you have anything to tell us? How far have things progressed? Bai Yicheng collapsed onto the sofa dramatically. Compared to that, shouldn't you be more concerned about your son? His parents replied coldly, We don't care about that. It's not important. He jumped up, stamping his foot on the sofa. Your son had an outstanding performance at school. I'm a research assistant and a teaching assistant now. His parents picked at their ears and noses, offering a disinterested, oh, how charitable. Bai Yicheng tilted his head and pointed at them, exasperated. The two parents instantly embraced, tears streaming down their faces in a touching reunion. Is this really our son? Is this really our good-for-nothing son? Bai Yicheng puffed up his chest proudly. Could this be fake? 9999 gold, could that be fake? Tung Hon, still in disbelief, grabbed his son by the collar. Son, tell your father the truth. Did you secretly use some forbidden medicine behind our backs? Bai Yicheng quickly denied it. Don't worry, you two. My current state is due to natural talent. He began to recount his story to his parents. It was just like this. Oh my God, you two have no idea how terrifying it was. A huge black shadow charged out. He briefly recounted the events to his parents, who listened with astonishment, nodding repeatedly. Tung Hon raised his hand to stop him. Xiaoi, he said, using a familiar nickname for Bai Yicheng. You are too reckless. You're grown up now. There are some things we can tell you. Bai Yicheng asked, Is it related to my background? His mother anxiously turned to his father. Should we really tell Xiaoi? His father nodded. Yes, these things should have been told a few days ago. Bai Yicheng was slightly puzzled. A few days ago, his father poured some water and began to explain. That's right. That night, under the clear moon and gentle breeze, you weren't home. Something did happen in the house. Someone came to this house. Bai Yicheng looked at his father anxiously. Who was it? He thought to himself, could it be that I'm not their son? Has my real father come looking for me? No wonder I'm so talented. Tung Hon drained his glass in one gulp and slammed it down on the table. That person was. His parents embraced each other tenderly, tears welling up in their eyes. Your mother is pregnant. Bai Yicheng was instantly petrified. His face crumpled like a prune as he managed to stammer. Is that all? His mother looked at him sadly and said to his father, See, Xiaoi isn't happy. Bai Yicheng immediately pulled out his bank card. I'm not unhappy at all. There's 120,000 gold coins in here. You two keep it for household expenses. His parents looked at him, speechless. Xiaoi. He didn't seem to care and headed upstairs. All right. I don't need the money at school. Bai Yicheng entered his room and closed the door. He sighed, then suddenly jumped up and down as if he had struck gold. Woo! I'm going to have a little sister. Ha! I'm going to have a little sister. A little sister. Ha! He jumped so excitedly that the ceiling crumbled like a cake. Downstairs, his parents sprayed sealant. Are you sure it's all right? This ceiling probably needs to be repaired. The next morning, he bid farewell to his parents and returned to school. Inside the school's dormitory villas, Bai Yicheng and Ruo Shi strolled hand in hand, the picture of young love. He said to her, Classes start tomorrow. let's have dinner together tonight, the three of us. She shyly agreed. All right, but are you going to tell Dai Xian about us? He grinned. Of course. We're not celebrities. We don't need to keep our relationship a secret. Just as he finished speaking, Dai Xian walked towards them. Bai Yicheng, Ruo Shi, you two are sneaky. I couldn't find you this morning, and now you're together. He stopped short, noticing they were holding hands. Wait, have you two been? Done an item since when? Bai Yicheng nonchalantly raised Ruo Shi's hand. Surprised, shocked, he started to boast. Just last night. It was a beautiful night under the clear moon and gentle breeze. Ruo Shi, blushing furiously, pinched his arm. Behave yourself. He chuckled. All right. Dai Xian panicked. Last night. How could it be? He took a deep breath, trying to compose himself, then looked up to the heavens with a mournful sigh. Oh, when will I ever escape this single life? Bai Yicheng clapped Dai Xian on the shoulder, a teasing grin spreading across his face. Actually, I had your fortune told. He mimed a fortune teller taking a bite out of a lotus root. Then, with feigned innocence, he clapped his hands together as if struck by sudden enlightenment. You mean I'm too cunning in front of ghosts? Bai Yicheng shrugged. Wrong. It's because you're ugly. Dai Xian bristoled. I swear I'm going to give you a beating. Sometimes, just watching you two makes me laugh. He turned to someone else. Don't tease Dai Xian so much. Didn't Di Nangong tell you to go report in? Bai Yicheng's eyes widened as he remembered. Oh right, I have to go. He hurried to the dean's office at the Skill Research Institute and knocked. Student Bai Yicheng reporting. As he entered, Dean Yin spoke. I received the documents you sent yesterday. Here's your certification. Our academy's authority is divided into 9 levels. With this certification, you can freely access areas up to level 3. He took the paper and asked, what does this do for me? Yin explained, our Skill Research Institute is a valuable resource. With the proper authorization, you can use the Academy's equipment and materials to modify or fuse your skills. Of course, there's a point cost. The Academy needs to operate, after all. Bai Yicheng paled slightly, but agreed. Yuyin then made a suggestion. Why don't we try modifying your skills now? Don't worry, you'll get a 20% discount for your first time. Bai Yicheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe I'll give it a try. Modifying my skills, huh? Yin led him to a laboratory. Fewer than 5 people in the entire academy have access to this lab. Bai Yicheng replied dryly, I'm honored then. Inside, Yin retrieved a helmet connected to a device and handed it to him. Put this on, then use your skill on that old man over there. This helmet is the Omnicognizant, a high-level device. Maybe we can try to extract your skill. Bai Yicheng took the helmet and put it on. I'm ready. Let's begin. Yin gave him a nod. All right, I'll release him now. Bai Yicheng called out, all right, come on out, old-timer. But just as they began, the computer malfunctioned dramatically. Yin broke out in a sweat. No way. What's happening? This equipment can even capture galaxy-level skills. Bai Yicheng ripped the helmet off, panicked. Is this thing going to explode? Do I have to pay for it? Yin yelled frantically, shut up. She grabbed the computer and ran. This is bad. Saving the data is more important. She hurled the computer out the window. Seconds later, it exploded with a terrifying boom. Yin whimpered, tears welling in her eyes. My 8-year loan. Bai Yicheng offered an awkward chuckle. Dean, please accept my condolences. As they say, when one door closes. He didn't get to finish. Yin held up her phone. It doesn't matter. I managed to save the data. She thought to herself, let's see, that what Bai Yicheng's skill data actually is. She stared at the screen, her face falling. How is this possible? There's nothing here. Bai Yicheng, standing behind her, scratched his head sheepishly. Dean, I wouldn't dare hide anything from you. I also don't know what level my skill is. Looking at the results, Yin began to regret her offer. She thought to herself, annoying. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have let this kid experiment. The matter settled. She sighed and turned to Bai Yicheng. Just forget it, she instructed. Today you can go to class with the other teachers and the new students. Hearing this, Bai Yicheng readily agreed. No problem, he replied. Dean Yin led Bai Yicheng to introduce him to everyone. She said concisely, I'm sure you all know this person already. The freshman competition champion, Bai Yicheng. Starting today, he's our research assistant. Following Yin's introduction, Bai Yicheng cheerfully introduced himself amidst the enthusiastic applause. Hello, everyone. I look forward to learning from all of you in the future. The introductions concluded, Yin asked, who is in charge of welcoming the new students this week? Someone in front of Bai Yicheng raised their hand, their cold expression giving them away. I'm in charge of the new students this week. Bai Yicheng, seeing the 36 favorability rating above the person's head coupled with their icy demeanor, broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly wondering, does this person have some kind of grudge against me? That person was Lin Yuewu. Yian further introduced her to Bai Cheng. This is Lin Yuewu, an intermediate researcher at our academy. She will be guiding you for the next few days. Bai Cheng cheerfully extended his hand in greeting. Hello, Researcher Lin. I look forward to your guidance. In stark contrast to Bai Cheng's enthusiasm, Yuewu maintained a cold and serious attitude. Correction, Assistant Bai, she said. Here, you should address me as Researcher Lin. I've heard your combat talent is quite high, but I hope you could be humble and learn here and not be too arrogant. Bai Cheng wasn't one to be easily bullied. He confidently replied, I'm sure Researcher Lin doesn't fully understand what my talent is. His words startled Yuewu. Bai Cheng had also gleaned information about Lin Yuewu, intermediate researcher at the Skill Research Institute. Last night, had relations with Instructor Chu in apartment number 3 of the teacher's dormitory. Armed with this knowledge, he hinted, I know a secret, and I'm not sure if I should share it. Yuewu tried to maintain her composure. No need for cryptic games, she said. Just tell me. Seeing her firmness, Bai Cheng countered, are you sure you wanted to say it in front of everyone? He lowered his head slightly, his expression looking dangerous, muttering to himself, forget it, we're all colleagues. Someone, clear the way. Immediately after, he used his instantaneous movement skill to approach Yuewu, succinctly informing her of her affair with Instructor Chu. Need I say more? Yuewu froze, hearing these words. Her face flushed slightly. She was unexpectedly unable to move. She glanced furtively towards Instructor Chu. She asked softly, how did you know? Bai Cheng smiled confidently. My talent is that nothing can stop me. So, I'm sure Researcher Lin won't doubt my abilities anymore, right? The confrontation over, he put on a friendly and enthusiastic expression, extending his hand once more, speaking loudly enough for everyone to hear. I apologize for my behavior just now. Starting today, I look forward to Researcher Lin's guidance. Yuewu and Bai Cheng walked together towards the classroom. On the way, Yuewu asked curiously, Student Bai Cheng, can your talent really reveal everything? Bai Cheng confidently replied, if not, how would I have known about you before? Yuewu went ahead to open the classroom door. Before entering, she assigned him a task. Well then, how about you take the lead in today's new student welcome session? This suggestion surprised Bai Cheng, who couldn't believe he was being entrusted with such a responsibility. But his confidence quickly returned. He readily agreed. The two of them entered the classroom. Bai Cheng spoke first, greeting the students. The students in the class looked rather unruly, dressed like gangsters, some even perched on their desks, chatting amongst themselves. They were all surprised to see Bai Cheng. Lin Yuewu made the introductions. Allow me to introduce everyone. I am Intermediate Researcher Lin Yuewu. This is Research Assistant Bai Cheng. This week's sessions will be led by Bai Cheng. This announcement immediately sparked a wave of protest. One student raised his hand and said, Teacher, it's not that I doubt the Academy's capabilities, but is Bai Cheng truly qualified for this? Another student chimed in, exactly. We came here to learn. This sentiment was echoed by many other students. Bai Cheng remained calm. He stated, I, Bai Cheng, stand here because I possess the skills to answer everyone's questions. If you don't believe me, you are welcome to ask anything at any time. Immediately, a student spoke up. Well then, classmate Bai, I have a question for you. But Bai Cheng interrupted him, hold on. You should address me as teacher Bai, not classmate Bai. Your attitude is problematic, so I refuse to answer your question. Sit down. Another student, who looked rather bookish, stood up immediately afterward and politely asked, Teacher Bai, I have a question. I hope you can answer it for me. Bai Cheng was very pleased. He praised, that's the right attitude. He then addressed the first student, see, this is how you ask a question. Turning back to the second student, he continued, tell me, student, what is your question? The student asked, Teacher, I want to know, if a wind attribute skill encounters a fire attribute skill, is it possible to fuse them together to create an even stronger skill? Bai Cheng didn't rush to answer. He placed both hands on the table and said cheerfully, now everyone look here. This is getting to the heart of the matter. He pointed at the student who had asked the question and declared, starting today, this bespectacled student is our class representative. This announcement surprised the student, but he politely thanked the teacher. Returning to the question, Bai Cheng turned to Yuewu and said, all right, I should also show everyone firsthand. Ms. Lin, please prepare a bronze-level wind skill and a bronze-level fire skill for me. I will create a new skill right here. Yuewu was a little surprised. She asked, are you sure? But Bai Cheng reassured her, don't worry, Ms. Lin. I know what I'm doing. They led the class to the laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, Bai Yicheng saw that fusing the Great Wind skill with the fire spout technique could create a new skill. He found 2 energy spheres for the experiment. Holding the spheres in his hands, he thought smugly found you. He climbed up, preparing to place the 2 spheres into the testing chamber. Seeing this, Yuewu cautioned, be very careful during the fusion. Even a small mistake can lead to skill rejection, causing a large explosion. Bai Yicheng replied curtly, I know. Be quiet and don't disturb me. He began typing on the computer to control the fusion of the 2 spheres. Looking at the students intently watching the fusion process in the chamber, he smiled with satisfaction. So scared are you? Just as the 2 spheres touched and sparks began to fly, his expression turned to one of alarm. He yelled, oh no, get down. A violent explosion erupted, shattering the glass of the testing chamber. Light and energy began to spread throughout the laboratory. The students huddled together, collapsing to the floor, screaming. It exploded. Mom, I want to go home. Save me. I don't want to die yet. A student, eyes narrowed to slits, peeked cautiously and saw Bai Yicheng standing before them, holding an energy sphere in his hand. Arise, my loyal subjects, he declared with a flourish. Lin Yuewu, who had been momentarily startled by the earlier explosion, asked with a touch of concern, Bai Yicheng, did you succeed? He replied confidently, but of course. Lin Yuewu studied the energy sphere in his hand, analyzing a strong gust of wind combined with the bronze rank flame spurt. It actually formed a new silver rank fire elemental skill. She thought to herself, I underestimated him. Bai Yicheng truly is a genius. Bai Yicheng also gazed at the energy sphere, a thoughtful expression on his face. Fire elemental, huh? He mused. Then, pointing at the newly appointed class representative, he said, Class rep, I'll entrust this experiment to you. The student, clearly taken aback, stammered nervously. Bai Yicheng approached the student, offering him the energy sphere with an encouraging smile. This skill was made specifically for you. Give it a try. The student accepted the sphere, still in disbelief. Teacher, are you really giving this to me? He stammered. Bai Yicheng confirmed, of course. Take it. The student held the energy sphere, letting it float gently between his palms, his face etched with concentration. The sphere began to transform. Bai Yicheng watched the process intently. Lin Yuewu, he said, would you mind preparing a dummy for the experiment? She readily agreed and quickly brought forth a humanoid training dummy. Under the watchful gaze of the entire class, the student absorbed the energy from his sphere. When the energy reached its peak, he shouted, fire style. Great fireball technique. He performed a series of hand signs, and a powerful fiery energy began to emanate from him. The energy intensified, focusing on the training dummy before erupting in a fierce blaze. A notification appeared. Experiment concluded. Assessment result. Silver rank long-range skill. Damage range 1.075 to 1.262. Mid-tier or higher. Suitable for all range combat professions. The announcement was met with a chorus of awed whispers and exclamations of amazing. Even Bai Yicheng couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He feigned regret, thinking, I should have kept that for myself. But the system had been clear. He couldn't learn any existing skills. Lin Yuewu approached him. Bai Yicheng, she asked, are you planning to handle the skill stone documentation yourself, or will you let the academy submit it to the school board? There's a processing fee involved. Bai Yicheng, clearly uninterested in the paperwork, decided, let the school handle it. I'm too lazy for that. Lin Yuewu nodded. All right, I'll take you to complete the procedures after class. Bai Yicheng addressed the class, his voice ringing with authority. Any student in this class can purchase this skill for just 2 points. Consider it a teacher's perk, a gift from me to all of you. The students erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Teacher buys the best. They shouted, creating a chaotic scene. Bai Yicheng struggled to maintain order. One at a time. Lin Yuewu, observing the commotion, smiled. She seemed pleased. As the afternoon wore on, Bai Yicheng finally managed to deal with the clamoring students eager to purchase the skill. He sighed, exhausted. Finally, it's over, he muttered. He made his way back to his lodgings. At the door, he found Instructor Chu waiting for him. He wondered why the instructor was there. Entering, he said, I thought you'd be waiting for me inside. Instructor Chu, hands tucked into his pockets, replied coolly, nonsense. I I respect my students' privacy. Bai Yicheng assessed the situation. That's not what you said last time. You said you wouldn't come looking for me unless something came up. Tian Fu, the instructor, stepped into the room. Something has indeed come up. In half a month, it's the annual National Freshman Exchange Competition. This year, Tianfu University is hosting. He turned to Bai Yicheng, his expression serious. Our university hasn't taken first place in a long time. Bai Yicheng feigned indifference. So, we'll just be second place again. Tian Fu bristoled. Cut the nonsense. If you get first place, besides the competition rewards, I'll give you an extra 1,000 reward points. Bai Yicheng remained calm, unfazed by the offer. He simply asked, Instructor Tian, are you trying to insult me? Tian Fu, feeling the sting of the question, immediately raised the stakes. 1,200 points. Still not satisfied, Bai Yicheng clenched his fist. Don't you know about the SSS-Rank potential super genius from Qingbei University? This isn't about points, it's about face. If I lose, it's not just me who loses face, but the entire university. Tian Fu, now fired up, matched by Yicheng's intensity. 2,000 points. Take it or leave it. The offer now within his desired range. Bai Yicheng's demeanor transformed. He rushed over to massage Tian Fu's shoulders, his voice dripping with flattery. You're too kind, instructor. I said it wasn't about the points. The university's matters are my matters. Teaching those ignorant fools a lesson is my duty. His swift about-face left Tian Fu speechless. He asked teasingly, so, you're saying you don't need the points? Bai Yicheng quickly corrected him. Of course I do. Points are my motivation. Without motivation, my limbs go weak, my whole body becomes feeble. Tian Fu sighed, picking up his phone and beginning to tap away. A moment later, Bai Yicheng's phone buzzed with a notification. He opened it and saw the message. Point wallet received 1,000 points. He stared, dumbfounded, as if a bright light emanated from the screen. Bai Yicheng continued to gaze at the number, overwhelmed with excitement. Tian Fu, sitting beside him, calmly stated, that's just the down payment. The rest you'll get after securing first place. With the points in hand, Bai Yicheng cheerfully gave a thumbs up. First place. Consider it done. We'll see about that, Tian Fu said, sliding a list of registered participants towards Bai Yicheng. This time, we're selecting a 6-person team. Besides you and Ruo Shi, you choose the rest. As Bai Yicheng picked up the list, Tian Fu continued. The competition is divided into 2 parts, individual combat and survival in a secret realm. You need to achieve first place in both categories to truly earn the title. Bai Yicheng's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you meant first place in both categories. Tian Fu confirmed, of course. Did you think it would be that easy? Realizing he'd been outmaneuvered, Bai Yicheng fumed. Damn it, that old fox tricked me again. Saddled with this daunting task, Bai Yicheng began sifting through the mountain of profiles, searching for suitable teammates. Finally, he slumped back in his chair, exhaustion etched on his face. Finally, I think I've chosen my team. Bai Yicheng recalled Tian Fu's instructions. The freshman participating in today's competition couldn't be above level 10. He felt a pang of annoyance, thinking he'd been shortchanged. Next time, he'd definitely have to get a bigger cut from the instructor. He mused to himself that although the requirement was level 10 or below, natural talent was probably the most important factor. With that thought, he slammed his hand on the table, his resolve hardening. All right then, let's go big or go home. Time flew by, and the inter-university freshman competition, encompassing universities across the entire country, finally arrived. At the Grand Stadium, an announcement echoed. Team captains participating in the competition, please come forward to receive your team numbers. Bai Yicheng led his team forward, sporting sunglasses for an extra touch of cool. He surveyed the scene. Well, quite a crowd, isn't it? The 2 members flanking him were Su Ruoshi, the magic swordsman, and Zhang Dexian, the dragon-armored warrior. Trailing behind them was Xian Jide, the insect user. He asked anxiously, Yicheng, can we really do this? Behind him were Chen Yanghong, the Silver Moon assassin, and Huang Lu, the mage. Bai Yicheng turned back, offering a confident grin. Don't worry, I'll prove with my actions that my judgment isn't wrong. To understand the source of Bai Yicheng's confidence, we have to rewind to a week before the competition. Bai Yicheng had arranged a meeting at a cafe. Everyone was present. Ruoshi was the first to greet him, waving enthusiastically. Bai Yicheng, over here. He returned the greeting with equal enthusiasm. Everyone's here already. He rushed forward, intending to hug Ruashi, but she stopped him short, saying sternly, no time for games. Let's get down to business. Bai Ching cleared his throat to regain his composure. He explained that the reason he'd called the meeting was for everyone to get acquainted. Su Ruashi and Zhang Dexian already knew each other. He introduced the new member. This is Xi and Jide, our support. Jide greeted everyone warmly. I've watched all of your matches, Yi Cheng. You're incredibly cool. Yang Hong, sipping his soda, asked, so what's tomorrow's competition about? Bai Yiqing explained. The first competition is individual matches. After that, it's a survival competition in a secret realm. As the host, our Tianfu University naturally aims to win both categories. The rules for the individual matches are simple. The 6 of us will each fight 10 matches. Based on the results, there will be an elimination round. Then, we'll draw lots to determine our opponents. Dexian chuckled, thinking, with you and Ruashi, it'll be hard for us to lose. Jide agreed, his face beaming. That's great. With Brother Yicheng, we're practically guaranteed to win. But Bai Yicheng wasn't so optimistic. He cautioned them immediately. Don't get ahead of yourselves. It's not that simple. I've heard some intel, he continued. 3 freshmen from Qingbei University have reportedly unlocked gold rank skills, level 6. They're formidable opponents. One of them can even unleash 2 gold rank skills consecutively. Bai Yicheng was particularly concerned about this information. Are you talking about the second son of Qingbei University's principal, Wu Dalong? He asked. Ruashi confirmed. Yes, that's him. I hate to admit it, but I probably can't beat him. Jide rubbed his chin, asking, 2 gold rank skills. What kind of genius is that? Seeing his teammates getting nervous, Bai Yicheng reassured them cheerfully. Don't worry. If he's Qingbei's trump card, just leave him to me. He continued, I heard you all went to the bronze trial dungeon a few days ago. You must be in need of a good weapon, right? Saying this, Bai Yicheng cheerfully pulled out an array of weapons, happily introducing them. These are the weapons I've crafted specifically for everyone over the past few days. They aren't restricted by class. Seeing this, both Zhang Dexian and Xi and Jide stood up, faces flushed with excitement, eyes sparkling. Zhang Dexian blurted out, Bai Yicheng, you're really something, even providing us with free equipment. Xi and Jide also exclaimed, I misjudged you before. You truly are a good person. Contrary to their enthusiasm, Su Ruashi remained utterly indifferent, muttering, how naive. Seeing their eagerness, Bai Yicheng immediately announced, high-grade silver equipment, 20 points each. My shop also offers installment plans. Zhang Dexian and Xi and Jide's excitement evaporated. Seriously naive, they muttered, completely speechless. Meanwhile, the amusement park bustled with people. Su Ruashi, looking at his empty wallet, wailed, my wallet's empty again. Bai Yicheng grinned, saying, Su Ruashi, you should know, these pieces of equipment wouldn't be available outside for even 100 points. You're a bit of a spendthrift. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl approached, holding a microphone. Hello, students. We're reporters from Qingbei University Television. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Would you mind answering them? Bai Yicheng flatly refused. Not convenient. I was convenient this morning. The reporter persisted. Student, what are your thoughts on Bai Yicheng in this competition? Hearing this, Bai Yicheng turned around, his voice low. You're asking me what I think. The reporter, delighted that someone was finally willing to talk, excitedly said, of course. What do you think of Bai Yicheng? He bent down, patted his backside, and said mockingly, what do I think? I think with this. Want to take a look? The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. The reporter's face paled. This, she stammered. Pointing at the camera, she raised her voice. Student, this interview is being broadcast live nationwide. Please be mindful of your image. Bai Yicheng snatched the microphone, scoffing, live broadcast, huh? He flipped the bird at the camera, sticking out his tongue defiantly. Go ahead and complain to the university if you dare. I, Lin Yuwu, hate the people from Qingbei University the most. My bro Bai Yicheng will definitely crush the Qingbei team today. Lin Ba, watching the live broadcast, fumed. The reporter, furious, turned and stormed off, not before threatening. All right, Lin Ba, right? I'll definitely file a complaint against you. Su Ruashi, watching from the side, burst out laughing. You're ruthless, kid. Bai Yicheng replied nonchalantly, Lin Ba's actions have nothing to do with me. Bai Yicheng. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. Hello there, student. A rather flamboyant young man approached, grinning. Pleased to meet you. I'm Wu Dalong from Qingbei University. Bai Yicheng crossed his arms, unfazed. Too bad your father isn't Wu Song. Dalong, surprised, asked, "How did you know my father's real name was Wu Song before he changed it to Wu Ziki?" His eyes narrowed. How does he know that? He thought to himself, what a coincidence. Bai Yiqing slung an arm around Su Ruashi's shoulders. "You said you're pleased to meet me. How pleased are you?" Dalong stammered, well, very pleased. Hearing this, Wu Dalong suddenly took a few steps back, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Well then, you're celebrating too early." Bai Yiqing's expression immediately changed. "Oh, I was just being polite. You then got down to business. All right, let's skip the pleasantries and the jokes. Let's have a proper introduction." Bai Yiqing raised an eyebrow. "I repair equipment. Do you need anything fixed?" Wu Dalong, not to be outdone, retorted, "I tell fortunes. Care for a reading?" The tension between the two was palpable. Bai Yiqing clenched his fists. "I've dabbled in fortune-telling myself, but I couldn't foresee what a joke you are." Elsewhere, two onlookers whispered to each other, "Are these really the two strongest?" Wu Dalong brushed past Bai Yiqing, taunting him, "You're quite interesting. I hope your strength matches your mouth." Bai Yiqing didn't hesitate to respond, "You're so fond of putting on a facade. Why not just wear it as underwear?" Wu Dalong flushed with embarrassment. "Just you wait." In a vast stadium, the announcer's voice boomed with excitement. "Greetings, students. The annual National Freshman Exchange Competition is about to officially begin." The announcer gestured, directing everyone's attention. "This year's competition is hosted by Tianfu University. We now invite the teams representing the freshmen of various universities and colleges to step onto the stage." Led by Bai Yiqing, the Tianfu University team entered, met with a roar of excitement. "One clap, I clap once. Today, Tianfu takes first place. 5 claps, I clap 5 times." Bai Yiqing leads the way. Zhang Dexian looked around the stadium. "Yiqing, look how much everyone loves you. They even made a chant for you." Bai Yiqing started daydreaming. "I hope one day I can be like that too. I've even thought of my chant, Dexian, charging ahead." Zhang Dexian, however, wasn't as thrilled. "That's so awkward. My toes are curling just thinking about it." At that moment, another group of students entered and a different chant filled the stadium. 2 claps, I clap twice. Qingbei can only be second. Wu Dalong, leading the Qingbei University team, entered, making a subtle hand gesture towards Bai Yiqing. "You're dead." Bai Yiqing responded with his own equally subtle, yet defiant hand gesture. The large screen displayed the announcer's image. "Is everyone ready?" He pointed in one direction. "Now, please welcome the president of Tianfu University, the commander-in-chief of the Western Military Region, and the mayor of Tianfu City." A system panel appeared along with the booming introduction. "There are only 100 arenas. Give it your all." Bai Yiqing turned to Su Ruashi. "Be careful out there. Don't get hurt." Su Ruashi replied, "You too." Spectators crowded around the arena areas. Bai Yiqing faced a student. "You only have one chance to attack. Don't say I didn't warn you." The student Bai Yiqing addressed was a representative from Taowa University and his first opponent. He gripped his sword, ready for action. "I understand." He shouted, "Begin the attack." Blazing flame, slash. A glowing red wave of energy erupted from his sword, hurtling towards Bai Yiqing. Bai Yiqing, with a serious expression, watched intently. He swiftly dodged the attack, then teleported behind his opponent, saying with a hint of disdain, "You lose." Next, the Taowa University student paled, stunned by Bai Yiqing's incredible speed. He was instantly flung from the ring. The announcer, keeping pace with the lightning-fast match, exclaimed, "Unbelievable. Contestant Bai Yiqing has defeated the Taowa University representative in under a minute." Grabbing Bai Yiqing's hand, the announcer raised it high, declaring, "Ring 35. The winner is Bai Yiqing of Tianfu University." The crowd roared its approval. A single brick took down Taohua's representative. "I'm ready to call him the brick-smashing war god." Someone shouted, "Is Bai Yiqing really that strong?" Another wondered. Among the judges, Tianfu University's president watched in astonishment. He turned to his son, asking, "Is this Bai Yiqing truly this powerful?" His son, Lin Ba, replied, "This Bai Yiqing is no simple freshman. He's only level 9, but his attributes are higher than even a typical level 10 cultivator. Ordinary students are no match for him." Kai, sitting beside them, looked at the data and, recalling his own past defeat, added, Bai Yiqing has indeed made astonishing progress, but this Wu Dalong will be a formidable opponent. Lin Ba, hearing this, chimed in, according to the data, Wu Dalong's talent has two effects. But his father simply replied calmly, it doesn't matter. Bai Yiqing isn't as simple as you think. He added with a knowing look, we'll just have to see which of these two young men has more tricks up their sleeves. The next match began quickly. Across from Bai Yiqing stood a figure cloaked from head to toe. The audience buzzed with speculation. My God, look, it's contestant number 4 from Madu University. He's run straight into Tianfu's trump card. Bai Yiqing was surprised by his opponent. As the cloaked figure removed their hood, he realized it was Zidong. Zidong, he said, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Zidong threw off his cloak, pointed at Bai Yiqing, and declared dramatically, Bai Yiqing, I'll make you pay for humiliating me. Bai Yiqing, however, just looked at him with a puzzled expression. Zidong's entire body ignited with a fiery red aura. He strode towards Bai Yiqing, his voice cold. You toyed with me before. I was nothing but a plaything in your hands. Bai Yiqing, relaxed, one hand in his pocket, raised the other dismissively. Don't say it like that, he said. It could be misinterpreted. Zidong roared, gathering his power into a furious blaze. Bai Yiqing finally looked concerned. He gestured frantically at Zidong, asking, dude, why are you setting yourself on fire? Zidong laughed, a sinister glint in his eyes. He stared at his burning hands with a smug expression. This, he declared, is my modified flame charge. It incinerates my enemies, even at the cost of some damage to myself. Bai Yiqing stared at him, incredulous. Are you crazy? He asked, watching the flames dance around Zidong. Unfazed by Zidong's self-immolation, Bai Yiqing beckoned him forward. Come on then, he said. Let's see what this move of yours can do. Provoked, Zidong charged headlong at Bai Yiqing. The impact was instantaneous and explosive. A massive blast rocked the arena. When the flames subsided, Zidong lay collapsed on the ground, pale and suffering from heatstroke. Bai Yiqing sighed, looking down at him with exasperation. This guy's IQ is seriously low, he muttered. Moments later, the medical team arrived to carry Zidong away. Bai Yiqing waved him off cheerfully, ignoring Zidong's delirious curses about his underhanded tactics. A wave of astonished cries erupted from the stands. What kind of skill was that? The Tianfu University judges, basking in the electrifying atmosphere, preened with self-satisfaction, pleased with their earlier pronouncements about Bai Yiqing having hidden tricks up his sleeve. Back on the arena floor, the referee congratulated Bai Yiqing on advancing to the second round. Bai Yiqing, grinning smugly, practically glowed with self-importance. His next opponent quickly stepped onto the platform. So, Bai Yiqing sneered, still want to get to know me a little better. High above, on the massive viewing screen, Wu Dalong's image appeared, a confident smile playing on his lips. Wu Dalong boasted that he was 2 seconds faster than Bai Yiqing. Bai Yiqing, playing to the cameras, placed a hand on his forehead, feigning poor eyesight. How many seconds did you use, Wu Dalong? He asked. Completely unaware that he was walking into a trap, Wu Dalong proudly declared, I used 3.21 seconds. Instantly, the camera zoomed in on Wu Dalong's reddening face as Bai Yiqing patted his shoulder condescendingly. Everyone heard that, right? Student Wu Dalong used 3.21 seconds. Truly the fastest man in the country. I, Bai Yiqing, am simply no match for him. Turning his back without a second glance, Bai Yiqing muttered to himself, so proud of being that fast. He left Wu Dalong behind, still ranting and raving, now swarmed by reporters eager for a quote. A beautiful young woman boldly ran onto the platform, grabbed the referee's hand, and requested a photo with him. In less than 3 seconds, the picture of the handsome referee and the beautiful woman was taken. Beaming, she ran back down, cheering for Bai Yiqing as she went. The Jumbotron displayed Bai Yiqing's deadpan expression. Jealous men in the audience roared their disapproval, some even demanding their money back. 2 particularly brazen individuals continued to heckle him relentlessly, their insults growing increasingly bold. If it weren't for the spectator box, one of them raged, I'd be the first one up there. He didn't get to finish his sentence. In a blink, Bai Yiqing had teleported him onto the platform. A chilling smile spread across Bai Yiqing's face. The first to do what? He asked, his voice laced with menace. Want to spar with me? The heckler's bravado evaporated. His face turned purple, sweat beading on his brow. He stammered an excuse about needing to attend to a family matter and fled, his earlier arrogance completely forgotten. Bai Yicheng dismissed him with a shrug. He raised his middle finger to the crowd. Anyone else want to try their luck? He taunted. Either send up your champion or come up here yourselves. The arena buzzed with excitement as spectators watched the various matches unfold. Even a flock of white doves joined the spectacle, circling overhead. Bai Yicheng sat with his legs crossed, casually sipping from a can. He glanced over at Su Ruashi, who had just won her 9th match. One more, and she'd be done. Moments later, she returned, triumphantly announcing to Bai Yicheng and Zhang Dexian that she only had 1 match left. Sitting close to Bai Yicheng, she whispered about Wu Dalong's talent, oblivious to the curious glances they were attracting. Bai Yicheng looked over Wu Dalong's stats and sighed. This is going to be a bit tricky, he admitted. Su Ruashi insisted that defeating Wu Dalong wouldn't be difficult. Bai Yicheng, however, remained thoughtful. Which trump card should he use? After a moment, he stood up and handed supplies to Yang Han and Zhang Dexian, telling them to replenish their energy and prepare for a fierce battle. The announcer, positioned high above the arena, introduced the imminent start of the 2nd round of the individual competition, a single elimination knockout stage. Losers would be immediately eliminated, while winners would advance to the next round. The pairings were about to be announced. A series of green beams enveloped Bai Yicheng and his teammates. He turned to remind them to be careful and avoid any upsets. A familiar voice startled him. The girl with the bright, shining eyes from earlier approached him again, requesting a photo together. As Bai Yicheng looked out at the arena, a figure approached, angrily calling out, "Hey, you arrogant jerk." The surrounding spectators immediately recognized him as the ace of Qingbei University. Some murmured excitedly, "Is the battle of the aces happening this early? This is going to be exciting." Bai Yicheng turned his head, bewildered, to look at the person who had just insulted him. While the man continued to scowl and call him trash, the system interface appeared, providing Bai Yicheng with information. The man before him was named Lu Tu Run, an S-rank with the profession of shadow puppeteer. His innate skill was the ox head summoning technique. Bai Yicheng, after reading this, thought with some disbelief, ox head. Seriously, I'm a warrior of pure love. The spectators below roared, fueling the already heated atmosphere. 1,000 hands is the strongest. Bai Yicheng is the best. Down with Bai Yicheng, the show-off. Lu Tu Rin stretched his arms, taunting, "I hear you like a show-off, huh?" Bai Yicheng scoffed in response. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Unleash your strongest move. Otherwise, you won't get another opportunity." Lu Tu Run, with exaggerated theatrics, pointed at Bai Yicheng and puckered his lips in a crude imitation. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Unleash your strongest move. Otherwise, you won't get another opportunity." Bai Yicheng, infuriated, snapped, "That's disgusting. Fine, if that's what you want." With those words, he lashed out, hand blurring towards his opponent. But within seconds, he sensed something was amiss. Lu Tu Run summoned the ox head, sending it charging towards Bai Yicheng with a roar of laughter. "Prépare-toi dit Bai Yicheng." Bai Yicheng reacted swiftly, leaping aside to evade the attack. "Liu Tu Ren smiegel." So, you do have some skill after all. Bai Yicheng chuckled, his voice low. "All right, I admit I underestimated you." Lu Tu Run crossed his arms, sneering. "You think you've won? I watched your fight videos over 30 times. Every single day, I've studied how to counter your skills." He declared confidently, "Now, I will end your legend." With that, he unleashed his golden skill, summoning a larger, more imposing ox head. "Crush him," he commanded. Bai Yicheng, imagining himself flattened like a piece of paper, recoiled in horror. No. You probably wouldn't like that very much. To avoid becoming paper thin, he immediately activated his handsome charm skill, not forgetting to address his opponent. "You forced me to do this." As the two faced off, sizing each other up, the system announced judgment successful. Handsome charm skill effective. Bai Yicheng, momentarily stunned, flipped Lu Tu Run the double bird. Handsome charm. What the hell is that? He quickly regained his composure and looked up at the ox head. "Ox head, is it? Let me open your eyes." He hefted the enormous hammer, then continued his spiel about something called a pure love warrior. Down in the arena, the spectators craned their necks in bewilderment, witnessing Bai Yicheng swing the 80 kilograms hammer, cracking and shattering the horns of the ox-head summon. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. How could Bai Yicheng do that? That was a fully attributed golden summon with 200 points. Lu Tu Run, standing behind his summon, frantically yelled commands. Go! Crush him! Obeying, Oxhead lunged forward with a clenched fist. Bai Yicheng showed no fear, meeting the charge head-on. The two clashed, a flurry of blows landing with bone-jarring impacts that sent tremors through the arena. Oxhead was quickly knocked back, while Bai Yicheng, still full of energy, declared bored now. He gripped the enormous hammer threateningly. Then Bai Yicheng brought the hammer down on Oxhead's head in a brutal overhead swing. First, we'll deal with this with the big hammer. Lu Tu Run could only watch helplessly as his Oxhead summon was pounded into submission, unable to fight back. He even had to listen to Bai Yicheng count each blow. 44-10, 44-10, 44-10. Oxhead quickly crumpled into an unconscious heap. Bai Yicheng rested the hammer on his shoulder, letting out a long breath. Turning to Lu Tu Run, he remarked, finally done. Only then did Lu Tu Run truly understand. Fear, he stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Why were you? Bai Yicheng pointed the hammer at him, giving him a choice. Walk down or be thrown down. Lu Tu Run wasn't stupid, so he shamefully conceded defeat. The announcer immediately declared to the crowd, congratulations to Bai Yicheng of Tianfu University. He advances to the next round. The Tianfu University president, standing amongst the cheering crowd, roared with laughter, his surprise evident. President Hai, beside him, wholeheartedly agreed. Truly, student Bai Yicheng continues to surprise us. Meanwhile, a clandestine organization was holding a meeting. The leader spoke in a low voice. Demon Fox, have you investigated thoroughly? She quickly rose to report. Reporting to Black Dragon, sir. In this inter-university freshman exchange competition, only Qin Tianfu is participating. If Black Dragon, sir, were to act with our strength, we could surely capture all these freshmen. Black Dragon agreed. The heretical god sect has been quiet for too long. Now is the time to remind everyone of the heretical god's authority. The members of the organization rose in unison, placing their hands over their hearts, chanting, "May the glory of the heretical god reign forever." The president of Qingchao University exclaimed in astonishment. What? The dean of the Martial Arts Academy of Qingbei University asked Yan Hu of Tianfu University, just what are the attributes of your student Bai Yicheng? He actually managed to defeat Oxhead. Don't tell me you're going to be stingy and not tell me, are you? Ignoring the fretting president of Qingchao University, who was lamenting defeated. Yenu stroked his chin and replied, you're asking about Bai Yicheng. His attributes aren't high, just 132 full attributes, a bit lower than your Wu Daolong. His words were met with disbelief. Nearby, two students whispered to each other. The one in yellow asked, no way. Bai Yicheng's full attributes are only 132. The one in blue was equally incredulous. Someone with F-rank potential has similar attributes to an SSS-Rank. As a blue star will appeared already. Let me tell you a secret. A voice murmured conspiratorially. During the next recruitment, keep an eye out for those with even greater suppressed potential. Yi Yin Hu, the dean, still sounded skeptical. Oh really? Is that so? Hearing this, President Hai spoke up. If it weren't for the future of humanity, I wouldn't be sharing this secret with you. Yi Yin Hu responded, after we return, we'll definitely research the feasibility of this. Meanwhile, Bai Yicheng sipped his water, lost in thought. Ruashi's side shouldn't be a problem. I wonder how Xian is doing. Back in the arena, the match was reaching a fever pitch. The bald competitor clenched his fists, roaring, come on, use more strength. Human face, beast heart. Zhang Dexian looked at his exhausted opponent with a hint of disdain. You're too weak. The MC's voice boomed through the arena. Zhang Dexian of Tianfu University wins. Dexian swaggered over to Bai Yicheng, hands on his hips. Well, didn't let you down, did I? Bai Yicheng grinned, praising him. Not bad at all. You got my youthful flair. Bai Yicheng added, Ruashi should be finishing up soon. Let's go see how Huang Luo and Xingide are doing. Daxian bullshit isitaching. There's something I wanted to ask you. His expression surprised Bai Yicheng. Whoa, Dexian, what's up? He slung an arm around Dexian, guessing, need to borrow some points. No problem. Dexian quickly denied it. No, it's not that. His face crimsoned. Dexian whispered in Bai Yicheng's ear, I have a friend who. Well, he likes a girl. Bai Yicheng gave a non-committal low. Then, turning back to tease Decien, he said, "You have a friend. Just say it's you already." He then pulled out a book titled Advanced Romance Guide from his backpack and handed it to Decien. "Follow the advice in this. Guaranteed success in winning over your target." Decien still looked doubtful. Will this really work? The next day, the contestants were all present. Decien sat next to Huang Luo, his face flushed. Huang Luo looked at him, puzzled. "What's wrong, Decien? Is there something on my face?" Daxiang Kiklivi replied, "No, nothing." Witnessing this, Bai Yicheng thought, "So Decien likes Huang Luo, huh?" He cleared his throat, whispering, "Read the book. Read the book." Decien nodded in agreement. Decien started to put his newfound knowledge into practice with Huang Luo. He blurted out, "Little one, you're even better than Kid." "I can't even." Huang Luo was speechless. She quickly said, "The competition is starting. Ruashi, let's go." Seeing Decien looking at him pleadingly, Bai Yicheng said, "Don't look at me. My methods are infallible." He stood up. "I'm going ahead. Bye-bye." Decien continued to diligently study the book. Bai Yicheng stepped onto the platform. His opponent was a girl. Name, Shun Biku. Race, Half-Dragon. Rank, Level 9. Potential, SSS. Talent, Noble Bloodline. Possesses super strong self-healing ability and excellent elemental resistance. All elemental skill damage reduced by 40%. Occupation, Dragon Warrior. Attributes, Strength 188.20. Constitution 100.52, Agility 100.3220, Spirit 114.20. Dragon Bloodline. Accounts for more than 3.5% of her body. Barely considered human. After receiving this information, Bai Yicheng exclaimed in bewilderment, "Holy crap. A half-dragon." The MC, hearing this, reminded him, "Student Bai Yicheng, please mind your language. This is a national broadcast." On the platform, Biku asked, "Ready to begin?" Bai Yicheng responded, "Are you ready?" "Always," Biku replied. The MC announced, "Then let the competition begin." The audience below roared with excitement. Bai Yicheng, eyes blazing with a furious red, charged forward, brick in hand, launching a swift attack. His fist shot out with incredible speed, aimed directly at Shun Biku, but the half-dragon remained motionless, seemingly unconcerned, not even bothering to dodge. A scoff escaped Shun Biku's lips. "Finished?" she asked, a hint of mockery in her voice. "My turn now." Bai Yicheng, startled, cursed under his breath. As if to punctuate her words, Shun Biku initiated her attack. From her normal arm, a grotesque, oversized hand, blood-red and tipped with wickedly sharp claws, materialized. The clawed hand lashed out, ripping Bai Yicheng's sleeve to shreds. His clothes, already torn from previous attacks, now resembled rags. "You shameless woman," he roared, indignant. "How dare you tear my clothes in front of everyone?" Shun Biku simply raised an eyebrow. "Is that all you can do? Complain." Shun Biku launched her second assault. Pointing a finger at Bai Yicheng, she declared, "Prepare to die." A powerful blast of energy erupted from her hand, sending Bai Yicheng flying backwards. He landed hard, a groan escaping his lips as a trickle of blood ran down his chin. A look of genuine fear flickered in his eyes, but his spirit remained unbroken. Gripping the brick tightly, he struggled to his feet and charged once more, a defiant yell tearing from his throat. Shun Biku remained unfazed, arms crossed, as swirling currents of green and gold energy enveloped her, forming a protective shield. It was Shun Biku's turn to press the attack. A flurry of punches rained down on Bai Yicheng, each blow met with a gasp of pain and surprise. Bai Yicheng's handsome face was now marred with cuts and bruises. "What kind of demonic technique is this?" he muttered through gritted teeth. Shun Biku, observing his battered state, offered her assessment. "The ace of Tianfu University. Hardly impressive." Suddenly, a system alert flashed in Bai Yicheng's mind. Look closely at her skin. That's her dragon transformation movement skill. Bai Yicheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he spotted a faint, red dragon scale shimmering on Shun Biku's shoulder. Before he could react, she lunged forward, her fist whistling through the air. "You dare lose focus while fighting me," she snarled. But Bai Yicheng, a strange glint in his eye, still clutched his brick, seemingly unperturbed. "You're quite brave, aren't you?" he remarked. His words ignited Shun Biku's fury. Her next punch carried even more force. "Enough of your nonsense," she roared. But as she advanced, Bai Yicheng, with a burst of speed, leaped into the air. Her fist swung through empty air. In a move that stunned her, Bai Yicheng landed behind her and grabbed her hair. Shun Biku's eyes widened in shock. With one hand, Bai Yicheng forced her head down toward the ground, then pinned her arms behind her back. I suggest you surrender, he said calmly, or I'll show you what true ruthlessness looks like. Shun Biku, struggling against his hold, growled, surrender. Never. Suddenly, Bai Yicheng turned to address the man in dark glasses standing at the edge of the arena. Teacher, he called out, would it be all right if I did something unconventional up here? Shun Biku, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes, asked, what are you planning? A mischievous grin spread across Bai Yicheng's face. Something special, he replied. Shun Biku, now completely immobilized, could only watch in apprehension. A moment later, her shriek echoed through the arena. No, don't you dare. This is a respectable comic. From the stands, President Hai, face red with rage, bellowed at Yi Yen-hu, who sat calmly, sipping his tea. Stop this match immediately. What does your student think he's doing? Ye-yan-hu shuruk nonchalantly. How should I know? You'll have to ask Bai Yicheng himself. President Hai's eyes bulged as he witnessed whatever was unfolding in the arena. If something untoward happens during this competition, he sputtered, you'll face the wrath of the entire nation. Meanwhile, Shun Biku's face was flushed crimson, his voice hesitant. Stop it. It turned out Bai Yicheng was employing a tickling tactic. He used a feather to tickle the sole of Shun Biku's foot, asking, scared yet? Shun Biku could only respond with bursts of laughter. Help! Can't take it anymore. Down in the arena, two spectators wore expressions of bewildered amusement. My jaw just dropped. Are they seriously showing us this? One exclaimed. Gotta admit, that Bai Yicheng is full of surprises, the other replied. Bai Yicheng, with a mischievous grin, asked, so do you yield? Shun Biku, still giggling uncontrollably, managed to gasp, I can't. Stand it anymore. I yield. Hearing this, the MC addressed Shun Biku. Contestant Shun Biku, are you absolutely certain you wish to concede? She shouted into the microphone, and Shun Biku's strained voice echoed through the arena. I'm certain. The MC then formally announced, contestant Shun Biku of Mado University has conceded the match. Congratulations to contestant Bai Yicheng of Tianfu University for advancing to the next round. Bai Yicheng thought to himself, all right, time for a break. Shun Biku, still sitting on the arena floor, shot a disgruntled look at Bai Yicheng, who was waving to the cheering crowd. Consider this your lucky day, Shun Biku muttered. An announcement boomed through the arena. The top 16 contestants have now been officially determined. Tianfu University has 4 remaining competitors. Qingbei University has 5. Mado University has 3. Nankoa University has 2. Xiqing University has 1. And Dongfang University also has 1. The crowd roared with excitement at the announcement. As expected of the top 5 universities, the announcements continued. The pairings for the top 8 matches are as follows. Wu Dalong versus Yuan Yihan. Bai Yixing versus Zheng Daxiang. A wave of commentary erupted from the audience. No way. Is this rigged? Tianfu University is playing some serious games here, having 2 of their own team members face off against each other. Bai Yicheng looked at his opponent, Zhang Dexian, who was nervously scratching his head. Hey, Bai Yicheng suggested, how about we just... But Zhang Dexian cut him off. No way. Why waste all that energy? He countered, instead, why don't we? Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Yicheng grinned, finishing his thought. I was thinking the same thing. He pulled down his bandana, a confident look on his face. 3 voices cried out in alarm. What are they doing? With practiced ease, Zhang Dexian expertly sliced thin strips of fresh meat. He expertly tossed the ingredients into a wok, stir-frying them with the flair of a 5-star chef. Bai Yicheng, holding up a scorecard with a 10 on it, declared 10 out of 10. Excellent. Zhang Dexian plated the dish, adding a final sprinkle of garnish that made it look truly exquisite. Bai Yicheng gazed at it with unconcealed admiration. He took the plate and sampled a bite, giving a thumbs up. Delicious. The MC, witnessing this bizarre scene, yelled, this is a nationally televised competition. Can you please show some respect for the occasion? Bai Yicheng and Zhang Dexian, unfazed, turned to the MC. Haven't had lunch yet, have you? Bai Yicheng offered. Why not join us while it's hot? Zhang Dexian added, yeah, come on. I'm a level A chef, you know. Faced with such a tempting offer and swayed by the delicious aroma, the MC couldn't resist. He took a bite, and the flavor of Zhang Dexian's cooking brought tears to his eyes. What heavenly delicacy is this? He wondered. And so, the three of them huddled together, feasting, oblivious to the disgruntled murmurs rising from the audience below, tantalized by the mouth-watering scent. Up above, Zhang Dexian spoke between bites. "So, are you in or out?" Bai Yicheng chimed in, "Come on, let's do this." Even the MC, now fully engrossed in the meal, added, "Should we maybe tone it down a bit?" Bai Yicheng turned to Ruo Shi and called out, "Ruo Shi, how are things on your side?" Over on her side of the arena, Ruo, she was locked in a fierce battle, her opponent unleashing a powerful attack. Water Dragon's Embrace. A golden dragon and a blue dragon clashed midair, a vibrant spectacle of raw energy. But in the blink of an eye, the blue dragon was swallowed whole by the golden behemoth. A roar erupted from the Tianfu University supporters. "Incredible! It's energy resonance," someone shouted. To explain, energy resonance is a phenomenon where a combatant, achieving perfect harmony with an element, can draw upon similar energies from their surroundings, amplifying their power. Sometimes it means one fighter stands victorious while their opponent lies scorched and defeated before the fight truly begins. The MC, still clutching his bowl and chopsticks, announced the contestant is no longer able to battle. "Medics, please attend to them immediately." He then declared, "The winner is Su Ruo Shi of Tianfu University." The scene shifted to the outskirts of Tianfu City. Hei Long watched Ruo Shi through the system monitor. "This year's freshmen are truly powerful," he remarked. Hu Thursday, standing behind him, added, "But if this were within the secret realm, the outcome might be different." Back in the arena, the MC's voice boomed, and now, the draw for the top four begins. Bai Yicheng versus Wu Dalong, the moment you've all been waiting for. The announcement board flashed, displaying the next match, Su Ruo Shi versus Jin Feirong. The MC continued, "The next match will be the prodigious underdog, Bai Yicheng, against the son of Huaxia's top warrior, Wu Dalong." Online, the search engines exploded. A century in the making. The most powerful freshman battle in history has begun. For more details, enter, "Can the genius assassin Bai Yicheng defeat the son of Huaxia's top warrior?" Watch our exclusive analysis. 1 minute to understand the genius assassin Bai Yicheng. A Bai Yicheng who constantly creates miracles. Can he create another miracle? The audience roared, chanting his name. "Bai Yicheng, Bai Yicheng, you're the strongest." A field of sunflowers seemed to turn towards him, basking in his reflected glory. "Bai Yicheng, Bai Yicheng, destroyer of evil. Live by the Bai, die by the Bai." The excitement was palpable. Bai Yicheng looked up, acknowledging the crowd. "Thank you. I love you all." Wu Dalong, standing behind him, finally spoke, his voice dripping with disdain. "So we finally meet." He looked down at Bai Yicheng, hands casually tucked into his pockets. "Someone told me I had to defeat you to become Huaxia's strongest freshman. So I'm quite curious, just to hype you up to such a godlike level." Bai Yicheng, shifting his weight from foot to foot, replied with a playful shrug. "Seems like there are plenty of people with good eyesight around here." Wu Dalong drew his spear, holding it aloft. "Today, I'll show you that you're not even fit to share the same stage as me." Bai Yicheng scratched his ear. "Before we start, I have a question for you." Dalong lowered his spear slightly. "What trick are you trying to pull now?" Bai Yicheng asked, "Are you so arrogant because you think the Animal Protection Association will protect you?" Dalong's face flushed with anger. He slammed his spear into the ground. Suddenly, Bai Yicheng turned to the MC. "Wu Dalong is cheating." The MC, wiping sweat from his brow, stammered, "The match hasn't even begun yet." He addressed Wu Dalong. "Contestant number 10, please withdraw your elemental energy." Wu Dalong, fuming, retorted, "What's the harm in giving you a head start?" Bai Yicheng grinned. "Give me a head start. You'll soon see who the real clown is." The MC, holding up a stopwatch, asked, "The pleasantries are over. Are you two ready to begin?" At the same time, Bai Yicheng and Wu Dalong stood ready. Wu Dalong, his eyes sharp and cold, fixed his gaze on Bai Yicheng. From this moment forward, he declared, "You are my opponent." Bai Yicheng, however, seemed unfazed by the challenge. Wu Dalong summoned a star, and a stone hurtled towards him. Bai Yicheng effortlessly caught the projectile, his hand crushing it to dust. Wu Dalong, brandishing his spear, aimed it menacingly at Bai Yicheng. He unleashed a torrent of thorny vines, each whipping through the air towards his target. With an almost preternatural agility, Bai Yicheng dodged the onslaught, severing the vines mid-flight. Yin Hu, watching in astonishment, cried out, "That's not right. How can he be so fast?" Tian Chao, seated beside him, replied, Did you think Bai Yicheng was the only one with a few tricks up his sleeve? This is President Wu's son, after all. Yin Hu hesitated. You mean, there's something about his equipment? Tian Chao responded. President Wu is the top refiner in all of China. Yin Hu is blood boiling. Spat, that damned Wu Ziki. Wave after wave of thorny vines continued to assault Bai Yicheng. He swung his sword tirelessly, but for every vine he cut down, another sprang forth, ensnaring him in a seemingly endless struggle. How can his skill activation speed be so fast? He wondered. While Bai Yicheng was preoccupied with the relentless barrage, Wu Dalong, confident in his impending victory, wore a smug grin. His arrogance was fueled by the support of his equipment, a staff that weakened spellcasting speed, a ring that reduced energy consumption, and further enhancements that slowed his opponent's spell activation. Bai Yicheng scoffed inwardly. So, I use skill hacks, and you use physiological hacks, is that it? He mused. Aloud, he muttered, let's see whose hacks are superior. With that, he erupted in a blaze of fire, engulfing himself in a protective shield. Energy shield. He roared, incinerating the surrounding vines. But his opponent was not so easily deterred. Wu Dalong gripped his staff, channeling a surge of azure energy that crackled with lightning. Thorny vines bind, he shouted, launching another attack. He added a taunt. I admit you're strong, but it ends here. Unwavering, Bai Yicheng retorted, are you ready to concede? At this brazen defiance, Wu Dalong laughed, convinced of Bai Yicheng's foolishness. He swung his staff, and a magic circle materialized beneath his feet. Wind and light swirled around him as he bellowed. Appear, avatar of destruction. Two colossal golden lions with blazing red eyes materialized on the arena, their imposing presence sending a wave of excitement through the crowd. Look, someone shouted. What is that? Another voice, filled with recognition, cried out, heavens, those are golden sword lions. Amidst the awestruck murmurs, Wu Dalong smirked. You should surrender now, he warned. Otherwise, you won't like what these summoned beasts do to you. But Bai Yicheng, far from surrendering, showed no fear. He simply asked, finish with your performance. Assuming it was mere bravado, Wu Dalong pressed his advantage. The outcome is clear. Let's see what you'll do. He then proposed a wager. Let's raise the stakes. If you can survive this and walk off this stage, I'll call you father from now on. Bai Yicheng, equally defiant, countered, too familiar. Call me grandfather. Wu Dalong readily agreed. He didn't believe he could lose. More sons, more grandsons, a blessed family, Bai Yicheng said cheerfully. If that's what you want, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, he gathered his power. Orange energy swirled around him, creating a fierce wind that whipped up dust and debris, forcing Wu Dalong to shield his face. From the stands, many spectators, seeing the situation unfold, were already anticipating the match's end. Wu Dalong is about to lose, someone chuckled, but Zhang Dexian, sitting to her left, was still unsure of what was happening. Is this technique of Bai Yicheng's really that powerful? He asked. Whether it was powerful or not remained to be seen. What was certain was that Bai Yicheng was about to unleash a new attack. He raised his left hand, and energy spiraled outwards from his palm, swirling in the air. His voice dripped with provocation. Watch closely, he taunted. This move is called Daddy. Even the confident Wu Dalong felt a flicker of unease. Fake, he muttered, his voice less assured. Just tricks. Suddenly, a deafening boom rocked the arena, like a bomb detonating. Bricks and stone flew through the air. Dust billowed, obscuring everything. The blinding flash of the explosion left Wu Dalong unable to see. What was that? He gritted out, blinded and disoriented. Minutes later, the dust began to settle, and the scene in the arena slowly came back into focus. Now, on the fighting floor, a shirtless man in only his underwear sat sleeping in a chair. Beside him stood Bai Yicheng, whistling nonchalantly, looking away as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. What a beautiful day, he remarked, his words completely unrelated to the battle. Wu Dalong, witnessing this bizarre scene, could only stare in stunned silence. Finally regaining his composure, he burst out laughing. Bai Yicheng, are you trying to make me die of laughter? Meanwhile, Bai Yicheng was nudging the sleeping man. Dad, wake up. Time to fight. So the daddy. Attack had literally summoned his father. The older man, groggy and disoriented, rubbed his eyes, slowly waking up, completely bewildered. As his surroundings came into focus, he looked at his son in bewildered exasperation. You little rascal, why did you summon me so recklessly? Tung Hone, Bai Yiqing's father fumbled for his clothes while demanding an explanation. The guy across from me called you trash and a good-for-nothing, Bai Yiqing explained. He even summoned 2 lions to attack me. Bai Yiqing continued to needle Wu Dalong while his father finished dressing. He said you were useless, he added, though his father was indeed quite powerful. Overhearing the conversation, a bewildered Wu Dalong asked, "Is this your father?" Unashamed of running to his father for help, Bai Yiqing replied proudly, "That's right." Wu Dalong, indignant, turned to the referee. "Isn't this against the rules?" he demanded. Bai Yiqing retorted, "My dad is a summoned beast now, so it's perfectly legal." He even told his father to roar twice like a beast to further sell the point. Tung Hone, sighing inwardly at his son's antics, reluctantly complied. The referee, unsure what to do, glanced towards the Tianfu University representatives. Seeing them nod in agreement, he declared, "Bai Yiqing, your actions are permissible. The match will continue." Now free to observe, Bai Yiqing cheered his father on. "Go, Imperial Daddy Beast." Tung Hone, with a dramatic sigh, put on a fierce expression and boomed, "Who is it?" He glared, his voice rising. "Who dares bully my son?" Wu Dalong, slightly unnerved, ordered his lions to restrain Tung Hone at all costs. But to Tung Hone, the lions were nothing more than kittens. A wave of azure energy enveloped him. He leaped into the air, bringing his fist down on one of the roaring lions, which was surrounded by a pink aura. It didn't take long. A single punch from Tung Hone sent the lion flying. Wu Dalong's summoned beast crashed to the ground, sprawling motionless on the arena floor. One down. Tung Hone glanced back at the remaining golden sword lion, cowering in fear. "Still one more, isn't there?" he muttered, launching another attack. His fist connected with the lion's right side, and its fate mirrored its companion's. Instant unconsciousness. Panic seized Wu Dalong. "This is bullying. This is outrageous," he cried. Bai Yiqing, on the other hand, was practically giddy. "Dad, there's still one more." Tung Hone's eyes narrowed, fixing on Bai Yiqing's opponent. With a swift movement, Tung Hone grabbed Wu Dalong by the collar with one hand and began spanking him with the other. "So it's you, is it?" he asked with each resounding smack. Apparently not satisfied with just spanking, Bai Yiqing chimed in, "Dad, let me have a go." Bai Yiqing showed no restraint, landing blows wherever he could. Kai, watching in horror, turned to Tian Chao. "Headmaster Tian, are you sure you're not going to stop them?" Tian Chao simply chuckled, unconcerned. "No need. It's all part of the competition. Haha." Wu Dalong, battered and bruised, his face swollen and eyes dazed, reeled from the onslaught. Tung Hone, seeing his helpless state, asked Bai Yiqing, "Son, are we being a bit too harsh?" Bai Yiqing, unmoved, addressed Wu Dalong directly. "Do you yield?" Several minutes passed. Wu Dalong remained motionless, offering no response. Father and son finally realized he had fainted and called for medical assistance. With one contestant unconscious, the victory was clear. The referee announced, "Congratulations to Bai Yiqing of Tianfu University for the win." The stands erupted in cheers. Bai Yiqing wins. "Drinks are on me tonight." The match concluded. As medics carried Wu Dalong away on a stretcher, Bai Yiqing and Tung Hone conversed. "Son," Tung Hone began, "who was that? He really pushed you to your limits." Bai Yiqing shrugged. "Nobody special. Just Wu Ziqi's son. Donghuan Juke. Wu Ziqi is son. Well, that explains it." Mid-sentence, he abruptly turned and slapped Bai Yiqing across the face. "You little rascal," he roared. "Guards, seize him." But his hand landed squarely on Tian Chao's face instead. "Oh crap," Tung Hone muttered under his breath. Tian Chao just smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Bai Yiqing's headmaster. You've raised a fine son." Rubbing his stinging hand, Tung Hone asked, "Are you the Emperor Rank expert, Qin Tian Chao?" He bowed and extended his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Bai Yiqing's father." Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished, accompanied by a system notification. Summoning time has expired. Tian Chao, still holding his hand out for the handshake, chuckled. "Your father has quite the sense of humor." Bai Yiqing grinned. "Not as much as me." Bai Yiqing then turned to leave the arena. "I'll come by your place later," Tian Chao called after him. "Use the front door, headmaster. There's someone at home." Once Tian Chao was gone, Bai Yiqing addressed the referee. "Let's start the final match." The referee turned to the other finalist. "Student Ruo Shi, are you ready?" She raised her hand, signaling her intention. "I forfeit the final match." Bai Yiqing looked at her, puzzled. "Ruo Shi." Ruaw, she smiled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I wouldn't be able to beat you anyway. With the agreement confirmed, the referee announced, "Then let us congratulate Bai Yi-Cheng, the champion of the individual competition." Confetti rained down as the crowd roared its approval. Amidst the celebration, the referee approached Bai Yi-Cheng for an interview. As the champion of the individual competition, do you have anything you'd like to say to the viewers? Bai Yi-Cheng paused, considering his response. In life, we're bound to run into a few annoying people. Today, I'll teach everyone a useful remedy. Bai Yi-Cheng declared, a mischievous glint in his eye. The referee's biased, that's for sure. So what's this great remedy? Someone called out from the crowd. Bai Yi-Cheng raised a hand, feigning seriousness. 4.5 grams of ground euphorbia root, 3 grams of burnet, 9/10 of a gram of licorice root, 3 grams of monkshood, and 3 large bowls of water. Bring it all to a boil. To drink, the referee asked, bewildered. Nope, Bai Yi-Cheng replied with a grin. While it's still hot, throw it on your opponent. His answer caught the audience off guard, causing several to spit out their drinks in surprise. As evening fell and lights flickered on in the houses, a familiar greeting echoed. I'm home. He barely made it through the door before a slipper whizzed past his head. Bai Yi-Cheng slumped lazily onto a chair next to Tung Hon. Dad, don't be so angry. Headmaster Tian Chao, that shameless fellow, will be here shortly. Remember to tell him you took the teleportation array to get here. Okay. Tung Hon looked surprised. Headmaster Tian Chao is coming. As if on cue, a knock echoed through the house. Bai Yi-Cheng chuckled. Speak of the devil. Tian Chao entered, a jovial smile on his face. Good evening. Hope I'm not interrupting. Tung Hon, ever the gracious host, replied, Not at all. Please come in and have a seat. Tian Chao settled onto the sofa and addressed Bai Yi-Cheng. Your skills today were truly astonishing. Bai Yi-Cheng, ever the showman, replied with a smirk. Same old rules, headmaster. If you want to know my secrets, you'll have to show a little sincerity. Tian Chao smiled, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. Go on, tell me. I'll see if I have a suitable reward for you. Tung Hon, ever the doting father, chimed in, Son, Headmaster Tian Chao is being so kind. Tell him. Thus prompted, Bai Yi-Cheng began to explain. The first skill is a comparison to determine whose appearance is superior. If my appearance is judged to be better than my opponent's, my attributes are boosted during the fight. Tian Chao stroked his chin, a look of understanding dawning on his face. So that's how you managed to defeat Mado University's Golden Summon Beast and Shin Biku with just your physical strength. Bai Yi-Cheng continued. The second skill allows me to summon any of my fathers to fight alongside me for half an hour. This revelation caused Tian Chao's jaw to drop. What a shameless skill. Can't win on your own, so you call in the big guns? Then a thought struck him. Does it work with adoptive fathers, too? The question caught Bai Yi-Cheng off guard. Suddenly, Tian Chao pointed directly at him. I've decided. I'll adopt you as my son. Bai Yi-Cheng, stunned, could only stammer what? Bai Yi-Cheng crossed his arms, attempting to bargain. Beg me, and I'll consider it. Before he could finish, Tung Hon smacked him on the back of the head. Agree now. If you won't, I will. Tian Chao, delighted, exclaimed, Wonderful. Rubbing his head, Bai Yi-Cheng grinned and shook hands with his newly acquired adoptive father. Headmaster Tian Chao, I entrust my son to you. Don't hesitate to discipline him as you see fit. But when he needs help, please lend him a hand. Tian Chao responded enthusiastically. Haha. No need to be so formal, Mr. Bai. A system notification flashed across Bai Yi-Cheng's vision. Adoptive father Qin Tian Chao successfully linked. Next summon can select target. He blinked in surprise. That's all it took. Tian Chao chuckled, embracing his newly adopted son. From now on, Bai Yi-Cheng, you are my son. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell your adoptive father, and I'll teach them a lesson. Bai Yi-Cheng glanced back at Tung Hon. Dad, did you hear that? Next time, you better check if you can even beat my adoptive father. Before we head to Tianfu University, Tung Hon instructed, one last reminder. Don't summon me unless absolutely necessary. Someone might try to take advantage. All right, I'm off. He transformed and vanished. Okay, Bai Yi-Cheng replied. I won't bother you any further. 8 a.m. tomorrow. Meet at training ground number 1. We're preparing to enter the secret realm. Once Tung Hon was gone, he spoke again, his voice now audible. Well, now you have another helper, son. No need to drag your old man into life-or-death situations anymore. His words left Bai Yicheng speechless. Can't you have a little more faith in me, Dad? Tung Hong glanced at his watch. Son, he said, open that magical door of yours. It's time we went home for dinner. Bai Yicheng sighed and complied. Coming, he muttered. The next day, the group gathered before a large gate, 2 guards standing sentinel on either side. Bai Yicheng, taking in the scene, asked, so this is the white-silver secret realm. A voice responded immediately, likely Kai or Jean de Sien. Don't let the white-silver fool you. This is completely different from a regular dungeon. Suddenly, Bai Yicheng noticed someone with a friendliness rating of 66 staring at him from the crowd, muttering to themselves. That guy's got some weird habits, Bai Yicheng thought. Noticing his distraction, someone, perhaps Ruo Shi, asked with concern, what's wrong? Turning, Bai Yicheng walked towards the muttering figure. It's nothing, he said. I'm just going to have a quick chat with Wu Dalong. Wu Dalong, about to slip away, jumped as a hand clapped him on the shoulder. Wu Dalong, Bai Yicheng said with a sly grin, why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Wu Dalong, startled, retorted, don't push it, Bai Yicheng. Suddenly, a blonde-haired young man, likely Xue Lu, spoke up. Hey, be magnanimous. Wu Dalong lost, but you didn't exactly win gloriously either. Bai Yicheng turned to him. Well, if it isn't my good friend Xue Lu. Your wounds have healed, I see. Xue Lu, sensing trouble, asked, what do you mean by that? Bai Yicheng gave him a cunning smile. Nothing much. Just remembering how Ruo Shi shocked you so badly yesterday, you lost control of your bladder and bowels. Thought I'd remind you to be prepared, just in case. Xue Lu bristled, speechless. Wu Dalong, who had been standing silently beside them, finally spoke. A bet's a bet. I lost. What do you want me to do to call it off? Bai Yicheng slung an arm around his shoulder. Simple. Just agree to one little thing for me, and I'll forget the whole wager. It won't be too difficult. Wu Dalong, sweating, replied, all right, I agree. With that settled, Bai Yicheng turned and walked away, waving back over his shoulder. Good luck, he called. See you in the secret realm. The group had now fully assembled before the gate. The announcer's voice boomed out. Let me explain the rules of the secret realm survival competition. The projected map and the announcer's words sent a shiver down everyone's spines. This is a brand new white-silver secret realm, the announcer explained. It's filled with untold dangers and a large number of monsters. The announcer continued, the survival competition will last for 1 day. Your objective is to accumulate points by hunting monsters. The transmission will begin in 5 minutes. Each of you will be transported to a random location within the secret realm. Your wristbands will record everything you see and the results of your hunts. If you encounter insurmountable danger, use your wristband to teleport out. Everyone raised their hands, examining the devices. Finally, the MC offered a crucial reminder. Using the teleportation function would result in immediate disqualification. Life, he stressed, was precious, and sticking together was key to success. With a final word of good luck, Bai Yicheng turned to his team before they stepped through the shimmering portal into the white-silver secret realm. Don't wander off once we're inside, he instructed. Wait for me to find you. Understood, Captain. The team responded in unison. The scene shifted abruptly to a dense, primeval forest bordering a river. A flash of violet light materialized, and Bai Yicheng found himself transported to the same location. Taking in the surroundings, he mused, did I spawn upstream? He inhaled deeply, testing the air. A foul odor assaulted his nostrils, prompting him to wonder, is the water even drinkable here? He pinched his nose, but quickly dismissed the thought. Reuniting with his team was the priority. He scanned the area, his gaze sharp. In an instant, he spotted something amiss. His pupils contracted in surprise. A colossal, overlord-level bear emerged from the undergrowth, snarling and swiping at him. The sight filled Bai Yicheng not with fear, but with excitement. This was a prime opportunity to gain divine power from the hefty beast. Heart-shaped symbols, representing the potential power boost, danced in his eyes. He was momentarily taken aback that the bear hadn't fled. With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming dagger materialized in his hand. Ga, atome, he commanded, his voice ringing with authority. In a blinding flash, the bear was cleaved in two, its massive form reduced by half. Bai Yicheng's eyes glowed red. The battle, barely begun, was already over. He gazed calmly at the bear's remains, wondering who it might have belonged to. Elsewhere, a commanding voice echoed. The survival competition has begun. Are their preparations complete? The room was filled with figures cloaked in shadowy black robes. One of them responded respectfully, reporting to the esteemed Black Dragon, 100,000 of our disciples have successfully infiltrated Tianfu City during the competition, dispersed throughout various locations. They are ready to strike at any moment. They have 3 hours to act, the Black Dragon commanded. When the time comes, they must withdraw, regardless of the circumstances. Commence the plan in 1 hour. The figures rose as one, acknowledging the order. The Black Dragon then vanished, utilizing some unknown skill. The scene shifted back to the entrance of the secret realm. A guard with long, purple hair, unable to contain their curiosity, turned to their companion. Do you think Bai Yiqing will win this survival round 2? The other guard sighed, a hint of dejection in their voice. Who knows? I wish we could watch. It's a shame we're stuck on guard duty here. They paused, turning to address a newly arrived figure. Who's that? But both he and his comrade beside him quickly sensed something amiss. Joining forces, they roared, "This area is forbidden. Leave at once." But the newcomer was no ordinary person. He was the Black Dragon. His voice resonated with a crimson energy that pulsed and spread around him. Who I am is unimportant. What is important? At this point, the Black Dragon's eyes flashed with terrifying power. Is who you are. The space around the gatekeeper seemed to warp and twist. His eyes bulged, sweat pouring down his face. But before he could answer, a streak of blood-red power sliced through the air, instantly decapitating both unfortunate guards. The Black Dragon calmly stepped over their bodies, his chilling voice continuing. Is it there the Dream Tashin, the one who grants them eternal life? He stood before the gate to the secret realm. 2 words were enough. His mask was ripped off with a single, fluid motion and tossed aside. He quickly strode inside. Simultaneously, he activated a formation. A circle of violet energy, pulsing with arcane symbols, began to form around him, a harbinger of something ominous. The Black Dragon raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of crimson energy etched with ancient runes. Be reborn. Embrace eternal life with me. Back in Tianfu City, Headmaster Tian Chao abruptly stood. It's him, he said, his brow furrowed. Wait there for me. Streaks of golden light enveloped him as Tian Chao stepped into the void. He stood amidst the vast expanse of space, surrounded by the twinkling of countless stars. Opposite him stood the Black Dragon, a spatial barrier. He questioned. Long time no see, my friend, the Black Dragon sneered, his body wreathed in a crimson aura. Tian Chao replied, I can't believe you're still alive. Black Dragon, leader of the Tashin cult's 12 elders. The Black Dragon produced a game board. It's been so long. Shouldn't we have a civilized conversation? A game, perhaps. But Tian Chao raised his hand, and a dazzling golden dragon materialized behind him. We have nothing to discuss. With that, the golden dragon lunged towards the Black Dragon. He raised both hands, creating 4 miniature vortexes. After all these years, is this how you greet a guest? Such a hot temper. The golden dragon collided with the vortexes, unleashing a blinding flash of light that made the Black Dragon's eyes widen in surprise. The clash of their attacks resulted in a massive explosion, sending the Black Dragon reeling back. So, you're determined to fight me, are you? Tian Chao thought to himself, the Black Dragon's appearance. I doubt it's just for a simple chat. His thoughts drifted to Bai Yiqing. Tian Chao clenched his fist, energy swirling around it. Enough nonsense. Today, I'm taking your head. Within the secret realm's dense forest, lightning flashed behind a thicket. A wolf lay slain, felled by Ruo Shi. Bai Yiqing praised her. That was a 3-eyed fawn wolf. You took it down in the blink of an eye, Ruo Shi. Your lightning skills are truly a formidable weapon. Wu Dalong, rubbing his stomach, said, it's midday. Why don't we eat? I am starving. Zhang de Xian, hearing this, immediately began butchering the wolf. The meat from a 3-eyed fawn wolf's legs is incredibly tender, he said, perfect for grilling. A short while later, on the shores of the lake, the 5 companions huddled around a roasting wolf haunch crackling over the fire. Zhang de Xian sprinkled seasonings onto the meat, making Bai Yiqing and Huang Luo's mouse water and sweat bead on their brows. The wolf haunch, now a glistening golden brown, dripped with fat. Zhang de Xian announced, all right, everyone, dig in. Bai Ching tore off a bite, then looked at Zhang Dexian with wide, shining eyes. Your cooking skills have improved dramatically, he praised. Zhang Dexian replied, of course. This is the Vocational Institute head's special technique. Huang Luo also chimed in, delicious. Zunda Xiong Biamid. Then I'll make it for you more often. Suddenly, Bai Ching frowned, looking off into the distance. A worried look crossed his face. There are 108 people heading this way. Who's the hunter and who's the hunted? He wondered. 108. How many schools have allied to make that number? Ruo Shi, noticing his expression, asked what's wrong. Bai Ching replied, south of here, a force from 18 allied schools is approaching. We should leave. Suddenly, something whizzed through the air. Bai Ching raised his arm to shield Ruo Shi. Careful, he shouted. As the words left his mouth, the projectile thudded into the ground at their feet. It was an arrow, radiating a violet, fiery aura. Zhang Dexian raised his hand and bellowed, dragon armor light shield. A shimmering shield materialized on his arm. He then slammed his fist into the earth. A massive golden shield erupted from the ground, protecting them from the incoming volley of arrows. Wu Dalong exclaimed, what's going on? A group of people approached. At their head stood Bai Chu. Not bad. Tianfu University, she sneered. Quick reflexes. Bai Ching spoke up. I wonder who it could be. Bai Chu, how are you? Bai Chu extended a hand and replied, Bai Ching, I have to admit, you're brave. I suggest you hand over your bracelets. It would be a shame if you got hurt later. Bai Ching frowned. Can you speak for all of them? Another student pushed forward. The 18 schools have signed an agreement. You can't divide us. Hearing this, Bai Ching called out, someone escort this child. He grabbed the interjecting student by the scruff of his neck and hoisted him into the air. When adults are talking, Bai Ching warned, children should be seen and not heard. Bai Chu asked, are you really going to fight us, Bai Ching? He scoffed, fight. Are you worthy? With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the student aside. Bai Ching glared at the group. If you don't want to end up like DeLang, beaten by my father, I suggest you leave now. Bai Chu faltered, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Could Bai Ching actually summon his father here? The students behind her murmured amongst themselves. He cheats. Remember his father at the arena. He's at least a general-level vocationalist. Bai Chu blustered, I almost fell for that. Go ahead, summon him. I'd like to see if your father can even appear in the secret realm. Bai Ching smiled. You said it yourself. Bai Chu, now tense urge, do it then. Bai Ching took a deep breath. He opened his mouth to call for his father, but a voice interrupted. Wait. The other students pleaded with Bai Chu. Let's just go. This guy never plays by the rules. Another added, yeah, we don't need to provoke him. Bai Chu, fuming, cursed under her breath, damn it. She spun around, departing with a parting shot. Consider yourself lucky. Let's go. Zhang Dexian praised. That was top-notch. You scared them right off. Bai Ching chuckled. Come on, let's keep hunting. In Tianfu City, chaos reigned. The Taishan cult disciples rampaged, leaving a trail of carnage. Smoke billowed, intertwined with streaks of violet energy. Screams pierced the air. Kill them. Long live the Taishan Lord. Save us. Glory to the Taishan Lord forever. A siren blared. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. All non-combat personnel, proceed immediately to the shelters. Back in the secret realm, Bai Ching crouched behind a thick tree trunk, observing a trio of wolves. All right, he murmured, let the hunt begin. With a flick of his wrist, 3 bricks hurtled through the air, striking each wolf squarely on the head, knocking them unconscious. A system notification flashed. Skill points plus 82. Divine power plus 200. Ruo Shi, wielding her lightning sword, swiftly dispatched 2 other monstrous creatures. Skill points plus 108. Divine power plus 800. Meanwhile, Huang Luo and Wu Dalong combined their strength to take down a bear. Skill points plus 873. Divine power plus 1,200. Bai Ching, eyes gleaming, watched the rising numbers on his system interface. This much divine power. I need to find a place to spin for new skills. He beckoned to his companions. We've hunted enough here. Let's venture deeper into the secret realm. The others readily agreed. At the newly opened portal created by the Taishan cult, who Thursday addressed as underlings. Listen up. Once you're through, eliminate anyone you see. Understood. A chorus of voices roared back, understood. A cruel smile twisted his lips. Then let's move out. One by one, they stepped through the shimmering portal into the secret realm. lured by Hu Thursday's promise. The Tashin Lord will grant you immortality. Within the secret realm, Bai Yiqing's group continued their journey. He opened his system interface, a thought forming in his mind. Finally, I can spin for new skills. The system prompt that appeared brought a wide grin to his face. Please select one of the following 3 skills. 1. Living Tower Symbiosis. After activation, select a target tower. As long as the tower remains standing, you will not die. Additionally, you will gain a 30% boost to all attributes from the tower. 2. One Shot Butt Buster. After activation, guarantees a successful attack on the target's buttocks. 3. What's That Barking? Transforms the target's language into dog barks. Disables all skills except for canine-related abilities. Bai Yiqing stared at the options, delight bubbling up inside him. Excellent. This time I want... He tapped the confirm button. 2 streams of emerald light spiraled around his arms. Bai Yiqing's eyes crinkled in a satisfied smile. This feeling, incredible. Suddenly, a voice from his group shattered the moment. We have a problem. Bai Yiqing's gaze snapped towards the speaker. Cade spoke urgently. It seems there's another group in the secret realm, about 100 strong. They're eliminating the competition participants. Ruashi questioned, are you sure? Could they be new arrivals? Cade shook his head. Definitely not. My insects tell me they're actively hunting down students. A chill ran down Bai Yiqing's spine. Holy crap, it's the Tashin cult. His words sent a wave of shock through the group. Ruashi's voice was laced with disbelief. The Tashin cult. Bai Yiqing's tone was grim. Yes, listen to me. We need to get out of the secret realm. Now, Cade urgently commanded his insects, rallying those nearby. Tell everyone the Tashin cult is attacking. He barked. Cade has received word. He then released a swarm of winged ants to spread the message. When Hu Thursday asked Bai Yiqing who from the Tashin cult was coming, Bai Yiqing shook his head. I don't know the specifics, he replied, but it's definitely a force we can't withstand. He touched the teleportation button on his bracelet. The bracelet glowed, but it failed to transport him. A grim expression settled on Bai Yiqing's face. Anxiety rippled through the group. They've blocked the space. Bai Yiqing realized with a sinking heart. Panic erupted. Teleportation failed. Someone cried. What do we do now? Are we going to die here? Zhang Dexian threw an arm around Bai Yiqing. Don't worry, he said reassuringly. With Bai Yiqing here, nothing bad will happen. Thank you for your faith in me, Bai Yiqing thought, touched by his friend's confidence. He scoffed softly, then flicked his wrist. A shimmering portal materialized out of thin air, leaving the group gaping in astonishment. As Bai Yiqing reached for the portal's handle, the system announced, opening this portal will cost 50 divine power points. Please consider carefully. Profiteering bastards. Bai Yiqing cursed inwardly, but he opened the portal anyway. It led to a room where a lone figure stood. Dad, Bai Yiqing exclaimed. Yiqing, his father, Tung Hone, replied. What are you doing in Headmaster Tian's office? Bai Yiqing asked, a chilling premonition gripping him. Has something happened to Tianfu City? Tung Hone stared blankly for a moment, then stepped through the portal and gripped his son's shoulders. Son, are you all right? He demanded, his voice tight with worry. Bai Yiqing, shaken by his father's frantic grip, stammered, I'm fine, but I might not be for long. The Tashin cult, they're in the secret realm. Tung Hone asked urgently. I'll explain later, Bai Yiqing said. Everyone, come through here. This leads to my house. It's best not to leave the villa grounds. Even the school might not be safe. Tung Hone addressed the others. Tianfu City has issued a citywide evacuation alert. Stay inside. Don't go outside. Yes, sir. The students chorused, filing through the portal one by one. But Bai Yiqing, Ruo Shi, and Zhang Dexian remained. I'll go when you go, Ruo Shi told Bai Yiqing. And if he stays, I stay, Zhang Dexian added. Bai Yiqing sighed. Go on ahead, he reassured them. Trust me. Elsewhere in the forest, the scout insects had gathered in the sky, forming 3 characters. Tashin cult. Bai Chu, seeing the ominous sign, said, those are Cade's insects from Tianfu University. What does Tashin cult mean? One of her followers asked. Bai Yiqing wouldn't joke about something like this. Zidong said. It's most likely true. Bai Chu was silent for a moment. Then, with a decisive wave of her hand, she commanded, follow the insects. Dat Lang echoed the order to his own companions, follow the swarm. They set off in the direction the insects were flying. Back at Bai Yiqing's portal, Cade reported, we've lost contact with about 100 people. Not everyone trusted us. Bai Cheng sighed. They abandoned themselves, he said, not the other way around. At a recently extinguished campfire in the forest, the commander of the Tashin cult group checked the embers' warmth. Judging by the heat of the ashes and the footprints on the ground, he said, they left in a hurry. Who Thursday asked, do you mean our presence has been discovered, sir? The commander was silent for a moment. Then he replied, perhaps, but it's not a major issue. They won't escape. The Tashin cult disciples gazed at the crimson sky above. The entire space is sealed, the commander announced. Even if someone from Tianfu City arrived, they wouldn't be able to easily tear through space, let alone those low-level students with their teleportation. With that, they dispersed a search for the students. Upon reaching the mystical gateway, Dat Lang's eyes widened in alarm. Bai Cheng, holy crap. Tung Hon is a beer instead of find dat long. But Tung Hon simply smiled. There's no need to be afraid, young man. Yesterday was just a beautiful misunderstanding. Just then, Bai Chu arrived. Bai Cheng, she called. Bikufhoned, is what you said about the Tashin cult true? Bai Cheng gestured to the mystical gateway behind him. Do I look like I'm in the mood to joke with you? Everyone, go through the gateway behind me. Now, don't dawdle. Bai Chu said, thank you then. Cade recalled his insects and reported, all students have assembled. Bai Cheng turned to Dat Lang. No more nonsense, Dat Lang. Do you have any unranked equipment on you? Dat Lang looked bewildered. I have a piece of unranked defensive equipment. What do you want to do? Bai Cheng pressed him. There's a Tashin cult squad chasing us in the secret realm. If you don't want to get hurt, hand it over so I can take a look. Dat Lang, sweating, replied, this is a life-saving item my father gave me. He produced a robe that radiated a brilliant light, intricate patterns woven into its fabric. The appraisal system announced 9 Phoenix golden armor. Classification, defensive equipment. Grade, Nebula. Rank requirement, none. Attribute requirement, none. Added attributes, plus 50% physique, plus 10% spirit, plus 40% mentality. Special effect, 9 Phoenix protection. Consumes durability to activate 9 Phoenix protection to defend against attacks. Bai Cheng, upon seeing it, gave 2 thumbs up. Excellent. As expected of someone whose father is the strongest expert. With that, Bai Cheng reached for the robe, his eyes gleaming with desire. This is requisitioned, he declared. Tung Hon and Dat Lang stared at him suspiciously. Bai Cheng glanced at them, just temporarily. Do I look like the kind of person who takes things without returning them? Tung Hon replied, can't say you don't. Dat Lang, watching Bai Cheng clutch the robe, reminded him, just borrowing it, remember. Be careful with it. Bai Cheng replied, don't worry. I'll definitely treasure it, my precious. Then he ushered everyone through the gateway. Bai Cheng handed the robe to his father. Dad, put this on. Tung Hon exclaimed, what are you doing? Go. Bai Cheng replied, put on quickly. If you get hit later, it won't hurt as much. Tung Hon asked, do you really think you're invincible? Bai Cheng explained, their target is definitely us, the young geniuses. If we just run away, what about the others in the secret realm? I'm a top freshman. If I abandon them and flee on my own, how can I face anyone afterward? Tung Hon, touched by his son's words, exclaimed, my son. He said with pride, you rascal, you're a true chip off the old block. No more games. Let's go. Tung Hon urged, gesturing towards the shimmering portal. But Bai Cheng stood firm. I'm not going. I'm staying here. Tung Hon, his father, exploded. What in the world is your problem? What kind of nonsensical thinking is this? Bai Cheng retorted, if I go, you'll die, and I'll still be alive. What's the point? Resigned, Tung Hon hefted his staff, a formidable weapon. Fine, then be careful. Once the fighting starts, I won't be able to look out for you. A wry smile touched Bai Cheng's lips as he scanned their surroundings. A cloud of dust billowed in the distance, heralding the approach of a group of figures. Here they come, Bai Cheng muttered. Son, Tung Hon said, his voice tight, don't just stand there. At that moment, a system notification echoed in their minds. Tung Hon, potential, talent, supreme overlord. Within a 100-meter radius, all will be suppressed by his aura. Level 51 class, Vanguard. Attributes, Strength 483, Dexterity 46, Vitality 392, Agility 235, Spirit 419, Perception 35, Willpower 366, Charisma 146. Bai I Ching, potential F, talent, jack of all trades. Level 10 class, passerby. Attributes, strength, vitality, agility, spirit all 133. Skills, bodyguard level 2, reasonable charm level 2, daddy issues level 1, mystical gateway level 1, survivor's guile level 1, dimensional pierce level 1, barking up the wrong tree level 1. The disciples of the Tashin cult rapidly closed the distance between themselves and the father and son. Both Tung Hone and Bai I Ching raised their weapons defensively. The commander of the cult disciples surveyed the numerous footprints scattered across the ground. Judging by the chaotic tracks, he observed most of the students who arrived here have vanished. He extended a hand, cautioning his followers, there's definitely something going on here. Everyone, be careful. He addressed Tung Hone. Where are the students? Tung Hone retorted, they went to pay their respects to your parents. The commander sneered, even on the verge of death, you still spout nonsense. It won't matter soon. We'll take care of you too, and then deal with the remaining students. At his words, the cult disciples raised their weapons and chanted for the glory of the Tashin Lord. Bai I Ching gripped his spear tightly, silently activating the survivor's guile skill. Dad, he said, I'll take care of that fox demon. You just focus on staying alive. What are you talking about? You're the one who needs to be careful. A system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have successfully activated Survivor's Guile, gaining 30% of the target's attributes for 10 minutes. With a sudden burst of speed, Bai I Ching vaulted over the commander's head, his spear aimed downwards. You bastard, he roared. Prepare tout dit. The commander, caught off guard, barely managed to leap back as Tung Hone brought his staff crashing down. Watching his father engage the commander, Bai I Ching thought, so, this talent is an area of effect attack. Truly top tier. All right, my turn, he muttered. He summoned a massive, radiant golden guardian, its light blindingly bright. He lunged forward with his spear. Sly fox, he taunted, take this. Who Thursday dodged the spear thrust, laughing. Haha, missed. Don't worry, kid. Just 3 moves. His words died in his throat. A sharp pain erupted in his backside as the spear found its mark. Damn it, he howled, clutching his wounded rear. Bai I Ching grinned. Who said I missed? Hutu, Enzai, scream, Bai I Ching. I'll kill you. He split into 3 identical figures, surrounding Bai I Ching. One of the clones launched a bolt of lightning. Clones, huh? Bai I Ching scoffed. You think that'll work on me? He thrust his spear forward again, striking Hu Thursday squarely in the backside once more. The fox demon yelped in pain. Hu Thursday writhed on the ground, cursing. Damn you, I'll have your life. Bai I Ching taunted him. Is that so? Then come and get it. Hu Thursday, regaining control, directed his spectral clones to attack. Prepare tout dit, Bai I Ching. He snarled. Someone protect me. Bai I Ching shouted. A Tashin cult disciple appeared, intercepting the blow. Bai I Ching unleashed his golden quake of death skill once more. Meanwhile, Tung Hone was locked in his own fierce battle. His weapon clashed against his opponents, sending bursts of energy radiating outwards. The commander of the Tashin cult sneered, you should worry about yourself. Dung Huang Zhao, Da Monkey, I'll crush you. He thought to himself, I need to finish this quickly and get over there to help I Ching. Bai I Ching's relentless assault caused explosions to rip through the air. So many skills, the commander remarked. Even if he pulls someone else through, he won't be able to stop this. The resulting explosion sent a thick cloud of dust and smoke billowing outwards. Hutu Gakko, huh? He's finished. But as the dust settled, Bai I Ching was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Hutu demandet? Suddenly a cry rang out, what the? How'd he get behind us? The Tashin cult disciples whirled around to see Bai I Ching standing there, a swirling aura of green energy emanating from his body. Tama Hunt, Bai I Ching declared. Get ready. Hu Thursday gritted his teeth in frustration. Impossible. Bai I Ching bellowed, someone protect me, preparing to strike down anyone who dared attack. He glared at them, his eyes burning with killing intent. So, Bai I Ching challenged, which one of you wants to be reincarnated first? A system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have eliminated a level 25 Tashin cult disciple. You have gained 7,500 experience points and 5,000 divine power points. Hu Thursday stammered, How is this possible? He could only watch helplessly as Bai I Ching cut down his subordinates. Another system notification. Congratulations. You have eliminated a level 23 Tashin cult disciple. You have gained 6,000 4,900 experience points and 4,600 divine power points. Bai Yiqing was on a rampage. The system continued to chime. Congratulations. You have eliminated a level 33 Tashin cult disciple. You have gained 7,900 experience points and 5,600 divine power points. Congratulations. You have eliminated a level 24 Tashin cult disciple. You have gained 8,800 experience points and 4,200 divine power points. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Level 10 to 11. All attributes increased by 1 point. Who Thursday barked at his remaining followers. Attack. I don't believe his skills are limitless. They surged towards Bai Yiqing. He grinned, a chillingly bright smile, and then roared, "Dad." A figure materialized beside him. An immense wave of energy pulsed outwards, forcing the attackers to hesitate. It was Headmaster Tian. "Hu Tu Get? What is this?" "Killed him." Headmaster Tian stood within a protective barrier, calmly watching as the disciples' attacks rained down harmlessly against the shimmering shield. Only 10 seconds, Bai Yiqing reminded him. Headmaster Tian unleashed a diamond rank skill. The air crackled with power. A blinding flash of light erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar and bolts of lightning. When the light subsided, the disciples were gone, obliterated. Headmaster Tian's form began to flicker and fade. "Do your best, son," he said. Bai Yiqing turned to Hu Thursday. "Now, green-faced scoundrel, it's your turn." Hu Thursday felt a bead of sweat trickle down his spine. Before he could react, Bai Yiqing's spear pierced his throat. His mask cracked. "Ag!" Hu Thursday screamed in agony. Within the illusory realm, Black Dragon started. Headmaster Tian appeared before him. "Your scheme has failed, Black Dragon," he declared. "Do you know where I've just been?" "Where?" Black Dragon asked. Tianfu chuckled from within the secret realm. "Ah, yes. I also took the opportunity to eliminate 50 black-clad disciples and a masked elder." Heilung's thoughts churned in astonishment. Someone had managed to forcibly summon him, even within his sealed space. Heilung extended a hand. "It seems some unforeseen events have transpired," he said. "But do you think you can win?" As he finished speaking, swirling gusts of wind erupted around Tianfu. A jolt of unease shot through Tianfu. This isn't good, he thought. Meanwhile, Bai Yiqing stood triumphant over the fallen form of Hu Thursday. The system notification chimed. Congratulations. Hu Tu Leva Namimot Eliminet received 15,300 experience points, 10,200 divine power points. Congratulations. Level up successful. Level 11 to 12. All attributes increased by 1 point. Current experience 22, 200/30, 000. Current divine power 24,800 points. The commander glanced at the defeated Hu Thursday. Bai Yiqing strode past him. "Father," he said, "what's the hold-up? Haven't you finished over there yet?" Tung Hone, in the midst of exchanging blows with the commander, landed a punch. The commander dodged. "You brat, stop your prattling and come help me." He snapped. Bai Yiqing grinned. "As you command." From the void, Heilung slashed at the very fabric of reality. The cut ripped a hole in space. Through it, Heilung saw Bai Yiqing tearing through his subordinates. Just as he reached towards Bai Yiqing, the young man turned. "Oh no," he exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm. "Someone protect me." Bai Yiqing cried, but Heilung's hand pierced straight through his chest. Bai Yiqing coughed up blood, collapsing with a gaping wound in his chest. Heilung looked down at the scene and chuckled. "Oomph, to have me personally deal the finishing blow. You died a meaningful death." Suddenly, Bai Yiqing reappeared behind him, his torso bare, revealing a sculpted 8-pack. He wiped his nose. "What was it you were barking about?" Tung Hone and Tianfu stared in stunned disbelief. Heilung's brow furrowed. "How?" Power surged into Heilung's hand as he lunged at Bai Yiqing. "Impossible," he roared. "You're going to be reincarnated today." Bai Yiqing raised his hands. "Not this again," he sighed. "You old pervert." But Heilung's hand had already plunged into his throat. He withdrew his hand, then unleashed a barrage of punches upon Bai Yiqing. "Ha ha, I win," Heilung crowed. "No matter how strong you are, Tianfu, the victory of this battle is mine." Suddenly, Bai Yiqing's voice cut through the air. "Did you skip lunch or something?" Heilung looked at Bai Yiqing's enscathed body, his mind reeling. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," he shrieked. Tianfu turned to Tung Hone. "An immortal body." Tung Hone replied, "Holy crap, that almost gave me a heart attack." Bai Yiqing looked at Heilung with disdain. "Even I can't deal with this. This is insane." Heilung raged. "Brat, You dare provoke me. But before he could react, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bai Yicheng had conjured a green dragon, which slammed into He Lung's back. He crumpled to the ground. Brat, he gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. Tell me, how did you do that? Bai Yicheng replied, do you think I'm stupid? You should be more concerned with what your afterlife is going to be like. Tianfu sat atop He Lung, conjuring chains to bind him. Taishan cult leader, Tianfu declared, you're under arrest. Half an hour later, Ziqi led a multitude of troops surging through the portal. He had already taken down the remaining stragglers. No one had expected the Taishan cult, vanished for 15 years, to suddenly possess such formidable fighting strength. Tung Hon, overcome with joy, wept as he embraced Bai Yicheng. The Taishan cult disciples scattered like leaves in the wind after He Lung's defeat. They turned tail and ran the moment they saw their leader apprehended by the Tianfu authorities. Order was restored to the city. After the battle, Tianfu escorted Bai Yicheng and his father to a secure location. There, Tung Hon unexpectedly cuffed his son on the head. Ow, what was that for? Bai Yicheng cried out, still dazed after all that. Dung Huang's Golette Tianfu, observing the father-son exchange, asked, are you ready? He then extended a hand and opened a door. The scene within startled both father and son. Inside the room, the three elders, Ziqi, Deji, and Ping Yang, awaited them. The three entered the room. Behind the elders stood a Tianfu officer, keeping watch. Ziqi barked, attention, salute. The officers snapped to attention, raising their hands in a sharp military salute. Wow, Bai Yicheng stammered, taken aback. Tianfu addressed him. We owe you a great debt, young man. Without your intervention, this would have been a devastating battle for all of Huaxia. Bai Yicheng scratched his head. Really, there's no need for such formality. It was my duty. Tianfu gestured towards the elders, introducing them to Bai Yicheng and his father. You know Ziqi, of course. The gentleman with a fuller figure is Deji, and this is Ping Yang. Bai Yicheng clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Student Bai Yicheng greets the esteemed elders. And this is my father, Bai Yicheng continued, turning to introduce Tung Hon. Tung Hon fumbled. Yes, I'm Bai Yicheng's son. Bai Yicheng is my son. Pleased to meet you all. A moment of stunned silence followed his introduction. Then Ziqi burst into laughter. Ha! Young Master Bai, you have quite a sense of humor. We've called you both here today not only to express our gratitude, but also to discuss a certain matter. Bai Yicheng inquired, you mean what happened within the secret realm? Indeed, Ziqi confirmed. I heard from Old Qin that you possess a skill that allows you to summon your birth father or adoptive father. Is that correct? Bai Yicheng nodded. Yes, that's right. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait a minute, he said, staring at the elders with dawning comprehension. Don't tell me. You all want to be my adoptive fathers. The three elders exchanged amused glances. You guessed correctly, they replied in unison. Bai Yicheng crossed his arms and turned away dramatically. Absolutely not. No way. You can't bribe me with treasures, either. Then, with a sly grin, he glanced back at Ziqi. Ziqi roared with laughter. The rascals angling for gifts. Ha! Deji joined in the merriment. Ha! Indeed. Ping Yang chimed in, don't be shy. Bring them out. Bai Yicheng, beaming, extended his hands expectantly. Well, if you insist. Thank you, adoptive fathers. Please accept this bow from Bai Yicheng. A system notification chimed. Ding. Adoptive fathers Ziqi, Deji, and Ping Yang successfully linked. Next summon, you may choose your target. Ziqi addressed Bai Yicheng. We are truly in your debt, young man. Is there anything else you require? Bai Yicheng's eyes widened. Anything at all. Ziqi smiled. Of course. Bai Yicheng put his arm around Tung Hon's shoulder. If that's the case, Dad, I hope you can craft a set of equipment specifically for your dear son. Dung Huang, Dao Jet, Et Galim, Zicheng. But then he heard Bai Yicheng add, this old man of mine is too weak. Without support equipment, I'm afraid one day your enemies will finish you off. Tung Hon angrily retorted, that's rich, you brat. Everyone around them burst into laughter at Bai Yicheng's words. Ziqi responded, all right, I agree to this. After their meeting with the three elders, Tung Hon continued to grin from ear to ear. Bai Yicheng, standing before the mystical doorway, said, okay, Dad, stop grinning. It's embarrassing. Tung Hon took off his slipper and tossed it at Bai Ching. You little punk, what do you know? He grumbled. Bai Ching replied, let's go home and eat. Tung Hon muttered, am I not even your father anymore? Bai Ching thought to himself, I'll talk to Mom about this when we get back. In Tianfu's office, he was in a private meeting with the three elders. Zi Qi slammed his hand on the table. He asked Tianfu excitedly. Old Qin said that Bai Ching actually defeated Heilong inside the tower. So you adopted Bai Ching because you want him to summon you there when he encounters Heilong again. Tianfu answered seriously, that's right. Ping Yang asked, if Bai Ching's abilities can bypass the tower's restrictions, wouldn't we be able to enter together? Tianfu smirked, his eyes filled with determination. Exactly, he replied. If we can really get in, I'm definitely going to avenge that kick I received years ago. The three elders were speechless upon hearing Tianfu's true motive. Tianfu added, some debts just have to be settled. Deji reproached him. Speaking of which, if it weren't for you saying there was an easily bullied character inside, we wouldn't have those embarrassing moments in our past. Tianfu stammered, well, about that. Ping Yang continued, and you wanted us to go provoke him. Ziqi also chimed in, we believe you when you said we could have the Tianfu Tower just by yelling at the guy inside. Huh? Tianfu pleaded, let's not bring up the past anymore. Bai Ching has a mystical doorway. I'll tell him that the next time he encounters Heilong. In Bai Ching's room, he was looking at the orange medicine bottle, the blue necklace, and the brightly shining yellow talisman on the table, laughing with delight. This time I really hit the jackpot, he exclaimed. Emergency healing potion from Ping Yang, a sapphire necklace from Ziqi, and a light arrow talisman from Deji. From now on, Bai Ching, will be the most decked-out guy around. As he spoke, he danced around his room. Suddenly, his phone rang. Bai Ching walked over to answer the phone. I wonder who it could be. He mused. As soon as he answered, Tianfu's booming voice filled his ear. My son, have you ever tried using your mystical doorway to enter the Tianfu Tower? Bai Ching replied, the Tianfu Tower? I haven't tried. Do you want to use my mystical doorway to go in and find Heilong? Tianfu said exactly. There are some scores to settle. Bai Ching honestly replied, entering from the outside probably won't work, but I could try from the inside. Tianfu's eyes lit up. So when are you going to climb the tower again? Or should we go right now? Bai Ching resignedly agreed. All right, I'll go now. At the entrance to the tower, he met Tianfu and the three elders. Tianfu grasped his hand and instructed, I Ching, when you meet Heilong, open your mystical doorway in front of me. I want a 300-round duel. Bai Ching asked, so, Dad, if you win against him, who gets the reward? Tianfu narrowed his eyes. Well then, how about this? You take all the rewards first. Then, we'll find an excuse to keep him here. Bai Ching replied, all right, if I see him this time, I'll definitely keep him here. He turned and strode into the tower. At the same time, the system informed him of the properties of the three gifts he had just received. Name, emergency life-saving pill. Classification, multi-purpose medicine, stardust tier. Effect, after use, greatly increases the body's self-recovery ability. Severed limbs can be regenerated, vitality restored, and common negative statuses dispelled. Quantity, 8 pills. Name, sapphire necklace. Classification, jewelry, gold tier. Level restriction, 20 to 100. Attribute requirement, spirit 150 to 500. Added attribute, spirit plus 40%. Special effect, spirit recovery speed plus 30%. Durability, extreme. Name, arrow of light. Classification, special item, nebula tier. Effect, firing the arrow of light at a target can unleash a critical strike containing the power of an emperor-level expert. Number of uses, 1. Bai Ching, now inside the tower, determinedly declared, since I'm here, let's get started quickly. Glancing around, Bai Ching jumped, startled to find the tower spirit sitting in a chair right behind him. Pointing, he yelled, why do you always appear like a ghost? The tower spirit retorted, weren't you looking for me? Feigning ignorance, Bai Ching replied, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The tower spirit gave a sly smile. Well, young man, you've made some progress over the years. I'll give you another chance. Bai Ching, surprised, asked, you know about that too? The tower spirit waved a hand. Bring him in, he commanded. Bai Ching saluted smartly. Yes, sir. He opened his hand, and streams of blue energy pulsed outwards. The mystical doorway gradually materialized within the azure glow. The system announced, opening this door will consume 80 energy points. Please take note. Bai Yicheng cursed inwardly. Great, a profiteer taking advantage of the situation. He pushed the door open, and Tianfu appeared. After all these years, Tianfu exclaimed, I can finally get my revenge for being kicked out. Tianfu frowned at the tower spirit. The tower spirit chuckled. Even with your progress over the years, I'm afraid you're still far from my level. Tianfu glared at the tower spirit. His body became enveloped in a layer of crimson energy. We'll see about that, he retorted. With a shout, brilliant golden energy erupted from him in all directions. But the tower spirit merely smiled faintly. Bai Yicheng raised a hand to shield himself, awestruck. So this is the power of an emperor-level expert. Tianfu now conjured a massive, dazzling golden fireball. Dense internal energy swirled around him and the sphere. Take this, he roared. He glanced back and yelled, Yicheng, help your dad. Bai Yicheng grumbled, I thought this was a personal grudge. Then, louder, someone get in here and help. Despite his complaints, he extended his hand, channeling energy to his adoptive father. Together, they hurled the enormous fireball towards the tower spirit. It detonated, bathing the space in blinding golden light. The explosion left Bai Yicheng wide-eyed with astonishment. Tianfu, however, remained impassive. Staring into the swirling smoke and dust, Bai Yicheng asked, Dad, is the tower spirit gone? Tianfu replied, that guy is tough. He won't log out just because of that. Sure enough, as soon as the words left his mouth, the tower spirit's figure emerged from the dissipating dust cloud. He declared, although the power of your attack has improved, it's still somewhat flawed. Very well. Next, if you can withstand just one more of my attacks, you'll be considered to have passed this trial. With that, the tower spirit raised a hand, and a small ring of fire materialized in his palm. But upon seeing this, Tianfu's face paled. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Tianfu stood rooted, watching the fireball hurtling towards him. What in the world is this? He thought, grinding his teeth in apprehension. Suddenly, Bai Yicheng roared, while there's life, there's hope. He rushed towards Tianfu, shouting, Foster father, step back. Leave this to me. Bai Yicheng channeled energy into his hands. Then, he leaped high into the air, preparing to intercept the tower spirit's attack. Around him, surges of energy and flashes of lightning crackled. The tower spirit held the fireball aloft, and then he launched the fireball towards Bai Yicheng. Thanks to the properties of his while there's life, there's hope skill, Bai Yicheng created 3 copies of himself. The system continuously announced, reviving, 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 although the clothing on these copies became increasingly tattered with each revival. After the attack, the tower's spirit blew gently, dispersing the thick smoke in front of him. He saw Bai Yicheng standing there, seemingly unharmed, though now completely naked. Bai Yicheng asked, My friend, do we count as having passed the trial? The tower spirit roared back, put some clothes on. Bai Yicheng hastily wrapped a piece of cloth around himself. He said with a sigh, This skill is great and all, but it really takes a toll on my wardrobe. The tower spirit chuckled and asked Tianfu, Do you have anything else to say? Tianfu replied, Could you tell me what your realm is exactly? The tower spirit replied, All right, it's been a while since I've had anyone to talk to. I'll tell you. He transformed the scenery within the tower into a lush green meadow bathed in warm sunlight, with mountains rising in the distance. The tower spirit conjured a table and chairs, gesturing towards them. Sit down, he said. Let's talk. Tianfu and Bai Yicheng exchanged glances and then obeyed. As the tower spirit poured them tea, he began, in the current world, the emperor level is considered the highest. But have you ever wondered why there are still so many unclaimed objects in this world? No, Bai Yicheng replied, unclaimed objects. Tianfu explained, unclaimed objects refer to world treasures like this Tianfu Tower. They exist all over the world, but no one can subdue them. The tower spirit continued. This tower was originally called the Heavenly Tao Tower. You, on the other hand, just took it upon yourself to rename it after yourself. That's the main reason I kicked you out back then. Tianfu chuckled. Wasn't it because there weren't any records about it? So, what is your realm, ultimately? The tower spirit took a sip of his tea. There are many realms above emperor level. This world is not as simple as it appears. The true powerhouses are all sealed away. Bai Yiqing asked. So, your responsibility is to seal the powerhouses within the secret realm. The tower spirit replied, correct. It's just a pity that none of you have truly broken through to the emperor level. It's rather disappointing. Bai Yiqing asked with interest. So, are you stronger? Or is the one sealed in the secret realm stronger? The tower spirit answered, within the tower, that person is no match for me. But outside the tower, I cannot leave. I cannot interfere. Bai Yiqing asked in astonishment, you can't leave. The tower spirit gazed at the green meadow and the sky before him. That's right, he said. I can't leave this place. I don't even know how many years have passed. Bai Yiqing and Tianfu exchanged a knowing glance. A grin spread across Bai Yiqing's face. Perhaps I can help you, he offered. Tianfu's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and disbelief coloring his features. Dad, are you serious? He asked, seeking confirmation. The tower spirit echoed Tianfu's question. Dad, is that the skill you used before? Is that right? Yes, Bai Yiqing confirmed, then elaborated. If I use Dad, I should be able to break through this restriction, but probably only for a second. Tianfu scoffed. Only a second. The tower spirit, however, interjected, suggesting they try Bai Yiqing's idea regardless. Suddenly, Bai Yiqing clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully. Senior, he addressed the tower spirit, would you be willing to accept me as your adopted son? The tower spirit chuckled, amused. Of course, I'd be delighted. The system swiftly processed the request. Adoptive father tower spirit linked successfully. Next time, you can choose a target to summon. Bai Yiqing turned to the tower spirit. You can come out now. The tower spirit conjured a spark of energy at his fingertip. Not yet, he said, then touched the energy to Bai Yiqing's forehead, sending it into his mind. This is your reward for clearing the stage. Consider it in advance. Bai Yiqing was taken aback as he received the energy. The system registered 105 free attribute points and 105 skill points. His innate abilities expanded, granting him the power to conceal his information from others unless he willingly revealed it. A bright smile quickly returned to Bai Yiqing's face. Feeling invigorated, he asked the tower spirit, isn't that a bit much for just one level? The tower spirit replied, with your talent, Bai Yiqing, will the next trials truly pose a challenge? Bai Yiqing considered this. I suppose you're right. Those questions weren't exactly difficult. The tower spirit placed a hand on his shoulder. Now, let's try that method of yours. Bai Yiqing began to focus, gathering his power. Suddenly, he asked, is there anywhere you'd like to go? The tower spirit replied calmly, just to be able to see the outside world would be enough. Before the tower spirit and Tianfu, a doorway shimmered into existence, woven from Bai Yiqing's power. Bai Yiqing approached the doorway and grasped the handle. This transmission will cost 60 skill points. He bristled. That's highway robbery. Despite the cost, Bai Yiqing and Tianfu found themselves atop a high mountain, overlooking the city bathed in the golden light of a breathtaking sunset. This is the most famous spot in Tianfu City, Tianfu explained. I thought it would be a fitting choice. Bai Yiqing nodded in agreement. He then extended his hand, successfully summoning the tower spirit. Duration, 6 seconds. Bai Yiqing and the tower spirit stood motionless, a fierce wind swirling around them. Suddenly, a surge of power, a blinding light, descended upon them. The tower spirit materialized, laughing with unrestrained joy. I'm finally out. He turned to Bai Yiqing. How much time is left? Bai Yiqing scratched his head sheepishly. 3 seconds. The tower spirit figured 3 seconds would be plenty. Any longer, and things might get awkward. Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished, leaving Tianfu and Bai Yiqing staring blankly at the spot where he'd been. A strange pang of sympathy struck Tianfu. The tower spirit seemed pitiful. Bai Yiqing felt it too. He resolved to take the old spirit out for some fresh air more often, if the opportunity ever arose. Tianfu sighed, remarking that if it weren't for Bai Yiqing, he wouldn't have realized he was just a frog in a well. Bai Yiqing quickly reassured him, telling him not to be discouraged. Give me a few years, he declared, and it won't matter who they are. They won't be a match for me. Tianfu beamed, a hearty laugh rumbling in his chest. That's my boy, he said. Well, that's enough for today. School doesn't start again for another week. Get some rest. Late one night, a light still burned in Bai Yiqing's room. He decided to exchange 1,000 divine power points and the perfectly reasonable cosmetic transformation upgrade material to upgrade Dad, level up, to level 3. Upgrade successful. The new effect, activated by a vocal command, allowed him to summon his father, including his adoptive father, to his side, instantaneously bridging space and time. The minimum summoning time was 6 seconds, varying based on distance, dimensional barriers, and the target's power level. He could choose 2 targets, but the ability could only be used once per day. After reading the description, Bai Yicheng grinned, summoning both his dads at once. This was going to be useful. He still had 240 skill points left. He pondered what to do with them, then decided to upgrade some of his other skills. With a flurry of taps on the system interface, he set to work. Skills like guards, assemble, look at me when I'm talking to you, and what's that little dog? All leveled up rapidly. Finally, he'd cleared out the rewards he'd accumulated over the past 2 months. Exhausted, he let out a long sigh and collapsed onto his bed. His eyes, bleary with sleep deprivation, drifted open. He glanced at the clock, 9 p.m. Who would bother him at this hour? Checking the security camera feed outside, he caught a glimpse of something that looked suspiciously like a pair of cat ears. Dismissing it as nothing, he figured he must be seeing things. Then a voice startled him. "You're the one who's seeing things," it said. Bai Yicheng remained nonchalant. Was that Kala, the silly cat girl? It was indeed Kala, standing outside his door, fuming. "Did you do that on purpose?" she demanded. Bai Yicheng finally opened the door and was immediately met with a torrent of complaints. "It took you forever to open up. What were you doing in there? Something shady. Maybe the camera couldn't see you because you're so short," he retorted. Ushering Kala inside, he asked what brought her here. "I'm here on behalf of Commander Chiu," she explained. "He has a mission for you, and the pay is good." Bai Yicheng's curiosity was piqued. What kind of mission was so secretive? "There's been a disturbing incident on the border between Huaxia and Country H. After investigating, Chiu Kai and his team suspect the right-wing faction within Simita's inner circle, but they lack concrete evidence. They've been denied entry to investigate and received a warning. Any unauthorized attempt to cross the border will be considered an act of war." Bai Yicheng abruptly slammed the papers he was holding onto the table. He seemed indignant about all of this. So, while he agreed to take on the mission, he was also determined to take the perpetrator's life. Kala continued, explaining that they were still in discussions with Country H, which was why she had come personally. Furthermore, this was a covert operation. Bai Yicheng and his team would have to be vigilant about their safety. Bai Yicheng's expression hardened. He assured Kala not to worry. Whether or not Country H was directly responsible, their attitude certainly implicated them. Kala took a sip of water. She advised that the team should be kept small, ideally 3 to 5 people. Bai Yicheng looked surprised. He asked if she intended to join the mission. Kala cheerfully replied that while she would love to, Country H was particularly wary of half-beasts. Her presence would increase the risk of exposure. Then, with a playful toss of her hair, she asked if he'd heard of Country H's famous beast, Ear University. She confidently declared that if she went, she'd be the prettiest cat there. Bai Yicheng couldn't help but think she was rather self-absorbed. Having delivered the mission briefing, Kala handed him a business card, instructing him to contact the person listed upon arrival in Country H. This contact would provide further information relevant to the mission. Bai Yicheng took the card and quickly set about gathering his team, leaving Kala to make herself at home. But Kala wasn't one to sit still. Seeing him leave, she quickly followed. In a dimly lit district, where the streets bustled with activity, a figure moved with a suspicious air. Among the throng, the shadowy figure of a man appeared, his demeanor suggesting something clandestine. It was the special envoy. He slipped into a darkened alleyway and knocked on a door plastered with notices and scrawled graffiti. He seemed to have given the correct signal, for the door creaked open. Bao Jinshui peered out, beckoning him inside. Once they were seated, Jinshui inquired whether the special envoy's visit concerned the investigation team from Huaxia. The special envoy replied that Jinshui himself had provided him with that very information. "My dear spy comrade," he addressed Bao Jinshui. Jinshui chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "I'm just an information broker," he said. "I sell my services to the highest bidder." Understanding Jinshui's implication, the special envoy produced a small chest overflowing with gleaming gold coins. "This is just the down payment," he stated. "There's more once we have those brats." Jinshui's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold. He thanked the special envoy profusely. He bit into a coin to test its authenticity, then assured the special envoy that as soon as the brats arrived, he would inform transform him immediately. Decien sprang to his feet in a fury. Damn them, he cursed. Cadex, startled by his outburst, followed Decien's lead in his anger. He turned to Bai Cheng. When do we leave? He demanded. We can't let those country H-dogs live another day. Bai Cheng, however, sensed that the situation wasn't so straightforward. He looked to Ruo Shi, seeking her insight. Ruo Shi confirmed his suspicions. Logically, Country H's strength shouldn't rival Hua Xia's, she said. Even their emperor-level cultivators number only 3. Yet they're acting with unusual confidence. Either they have powerful backing, or they're hiding something. Bai Cheng agreed. His gut told him that someone had betrayed him, and perhaps more than once. Someone asked Bai Cheng if he intended to skip another visit with that person. Bai Cheng nodded, believing the border incident investigation was concluded and further trips unnecessary. He planned to head directly to Beast Ear City and instructed everyone to return and prepare for a midnight departure. They all obeyed, and as night quickly descended, Bai Cheng carefully confirmed their readiness. His mind preoccupied with Beast Ear City, he approached the mystical door and slowly opened it. Stepping through, he found himself not in Beast Ear City, but in a dazzlingly illuminated location. Decien, with playful sarcasm, remarked on the place's intimidating appearance. Bai Cheng, embarrassed, admitted his door had a penchant for depositing them in strange places, a quirk that even Tianfu found occasionally mortifying. Behind them, Cadex trembled, asking where they should go. Bai Cheng handed Decien a business card, instructing him to keep an eye on the individual mentioned and see if any clues could be gleaned from their side. Decien accepted without hesitation, assuring Bai Cheng he could handle the task. Bai Cheng laid out a plan, dividing the group and advising them against speaking their native tongue. Meanwhile, Cadex fiddled with something, a small insect, landing on his hand. As if receiving some information, he quickly alerted Bai Cheng that something was happening. Bai Cheng and Ruo Shi immediately set off. They sat together in a car at an intersection. Bai Cheng seemed to have spotted their target, Xiao Jiao, the spy from Country L. As Xiao Jiao entered a car, Bai Cheng told everyone to prepare to follow him. He instructed Ruo Shi that Xiao Jiao was alone in the vehicle and that she should use an electronic jammer on his communications once they reached a deserted stretch of road. The tension was palpable as they prepared to act. Seeing Xiao Jiao's car start moving, Bai Cheng hit the gas. He quickly pursued the target. Xiao Jiao, still driving, remained blissfully unaware. Suddenly, glancing in his rearview mirror, he saw another car's headlights rapidly approaching, about to overtake him. Xiao Jiao frowned, annoyed by the apparent recklessness of the driver. It was Bai Cheng accelerating past. To Xiao Jiao's astonishment, Tianfu suddenly burst from Bai Cheng's car. She leaped high into the air. Alone in his car, Xiao Jiao sensed the danger. He immediately tried to call for backup, but the line was dead. Bai Cheng had anticipated this and taken countermeasures. Frustrated, Xiao Jiao swerved the car. He scrambled out of the vehicle and attempted to flee, only to find Decien waiting. Decien delivered a swift kick to Xiao Jiao's neck, taunting him that he wouldn't escape. Xiao Jiao clutched his neck in pain, demanding to know who they were. Bai Cheng appeared, shouting, "I'm your father." He brought a brick down on Xiao Jiao's head, knocking him unconscious. Knowing they couldn't linger, Bai Cheng hoisted Xiao Jiao onto his shoulder and hurried through the mystical door. Xiao Jiao, still lost in a daze, was jolted awake by Decien splashing a bucket of cold water in his face. He sat up abruptly, disoriented and gasping for air. As his vision cleared, he found himself confronted by 4 figures, their eyes burning with a chilling intensity. He stared back, bewildered, struggling to comprehend who he was, where he was, or what was happening. Bai Cheng, casually weighing a brick in his hand, addressed him, "Xiao Jiao, you are now our prisoner. Tell us everything you know. The consequences of silence are already apparent." Xiao Jiao's face paled. He recognized Bai Cheng as being from Hua Xia, but couldn't fathom how he had appeared here. Bai Cheng punctuated his words with a stinging slap across Xiao Jiao's face. "Less nonsense," he snapped. "If you don't want to suffer, tell us everything." Now, at a clear disadvantage, Xiao Jiao still tried to bluster. "Do you dare kill me?" he challenged. "This is Semaida, not your Hua Xia." Decien stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to Xiao Jiao's stomach. "Were you to boast?" He sneered. Xian, seething with rage, was about to unleash a flurry of blows when She intervened. "Let it go," she advised, her voice calm. "Don't kill him." Xiaojiu, clutching his stomach and sprawled on the floor, continued his defiance. "You fools," he spat. "If you have the guts, kill me. I'll never tell you the truth." Bai Yiqing smirked. "Unexpectedly, you have some backbone," he remarked, "but I'll broaden your horizons." A flicker of fear finally crossed Xiaojiu's face. A single insect landed on his nose, and his expression contorted in terror as he saw a swarm of others descending. I'll talk, he stammered, his voice choked with panic. "If you lie, even once," Bai Yiqing warned, "I'll let these insects crawl down your pants." Xiaojiu finally began to speak, his voice trembling. Country H discovered a strangely patterned egg at the border. He revealed some radical elements within the right-wing faction ordered the silencing of the entire village that found it. Bai Yiqing pondered this. A normal monster egg wouldn't warrant such drastic action, especially not the risk of antagonizing Huaxia. Country H's brazen actions suggested the egg was something far more significant, something that could potentially shift the balance of power between the two nations. Ruashi spoke up. "What does this have to do with Country L, Xiaojiu?" He replied sullenly, "I'm no longer with Country L. I've become a citizen of Country H. My job is to help them analyze the data." Ruashi was taken aback. "So you know what kind of egg it is?" she asked. Xiaojiu's face fell. Even now, he admitted, "I haven't figured out what it is." Suddenly, Tianfu appeared, his voice laced with anger. "A nameless egg that cost an entire village their lives." He roared, "Parka Otrang is behind this." Bai Yiqing looked bewildered, unsure how Parka Otrang fit into the picture. "He leads the right-wing faction in Country H," Tianfu explained. "If it's him, this won't be easy." Bai Yiqing's mind raced. If they were willing to go to such lengths for this egg, perhaps. Tianfu seemed to grasp his thought. Bai Yiqing grabbed Xiaojiu by the head, his eyes blazing. "If you know where that thing is," he growled, a dangerous aura radiating from him, "then take us there." He leaned in, adding a chilling threat. "And if you try any tricks, you'll regret it." Late at night, in a bustling district, somewhere amidst the throngs of people, Bai Yiqing and his team moved like shadows. Kadek spoke first. "There are at least 3 Country H agents in the vicinity. We can't risk a public confrontation." He paused, then suggested we could try dispersing the explosive insects. Detonating them in other areas might draw their attention. Bai Yiqing glanced at Ruashi. A silent understanding passed between them. "Not a bad idea," Bai Yiqing conceded, "but Kadex, make sure no innocent bystanders get hurt." Kadex puffed up his chest. "Trust me," he said confidently, then chanted a low incantation, releasing a swarm of insects into the night. They quickly dispersed throughout the district. The insects buzzed into every nook and cranny of the surrounding buildings. "All set," Kadex announced. "I've rigged the pipelines with explosive insects. They'll detonate the pipes, causing explosions without leaving a trace." Satisfied with the preparations, Bai Yiqing gave the order. "Kadex, commence." Kadex immediately unleashed his fireworks, and explosions began to rock the district, startling the unsuspecting populace. The sky glowed red with fire and smoke. Panic erupted in the streets. Officials frantically called their superiors, reporting a terrorist attack and demanding immediate action. Witnessing Kadex's handiwork, Bai Yiqing grinned. "Impressive skills, Kadex." Kadex, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. "Just a little trick," he mumbled. Inside a nearby tavern, Bao Jinshui sat nursing a drink. He grumbled about Hua Xia's treachery. They had promised to send a team to meet him yesterday, but they never showed, costing him a considerable amount of gold. Suddenly, Bai Yiqing and his team appear behind him. Bao Jinshui spun around, startled, just as a brick hurtled towards his face. He narrowly dodged the projectile. Ruashi instantly unleashed her golden lightning serpent binding technique, ensnaring Bao Jinshui. Her power constricted him, froth bubbling at his lips as he slumped unconscious. Ruashi and Bai Yiqing exchanged a triumphant high five, their teamwork flawless. Kadex, meanwhile, prepared a sack to carry Bao Jinshui away. Ruashi, blushing slightly, said, "It's not just you who's improving, Bai Yiqing. I'm trying to keep up." Her bashfulness caused Bai Yiqing's nose to bleed. He found her utterly adorable. The night deepened, stars twinkling overhead. Desian greeted Bai Yicheng and the others upon their return. "Did anyone see you?" he asked anxiously. Bai Yicheng shook his head. "Bao Jinshui's disappearance will definitely raise suspicions," Bai Yicheng said. "Everyone, find Tianfu. We need an emergency meeting. Wait for my call." Elsewhere, the special envoy discovered Bao Jinshui's absence. He flew into a rage, kicking his subordinate to the ground. "Who did this?" he roared. One of the special envoy's subordinates spoke up, reporting that they had just reviewed the security footage from the surrounding area. There was no sign of anyone entering or leaving the tavern. He wondered if perhaps a powerful spatial-type esper had spirited Bao Jinshui away. The special envoy snapped, refusing to believe such a thing. Anyone with that level of power wouldn't need to resort to such clandestine tactics. He declared that if he ever discovered the culprit, he would make them wish they were dead. Ruo Shi, Desian, and Kadex brought the subdued Bao Jinshui before Tianfu. Ruo Shi spoke first, informing Tianfu that Bai Yicheng had suggested he start the meeting without them. Bai Yicheng would call him later. Tianfu smiled gently, acknowledging their hard work. He then turned sharply to Bao Jinshui, grabbing him by the collar and angrily denouncing him as a traitor. He demanded Bao Jinshui reveal everything he knew. Bao Jinshui stammered, assuring them he wouldn't hold anything back. Tianfu turned back to the others, telling Ruo Shi and the rest to go and rest. He would handle the remainder of the situation. Far away, at Country H's military research base, the shadowy figures of Bai Yicheng and Xiao Jiu lurked. The system alerted Bai Yicheng to the presence of a formidable Emperor-rank esper within the base, along with 2 King-rank and 3 Venerable-rank espers. Entering now, the system warned, would be akin to offering himself up as a research specimen. Bai Yicheng conceded he would have to find another way. Beside him, Xiao Jiu spoke hesitantly. He had brought Bai Yicheng to the base and revealed the location of the egg. Couldn't Bai Yicheng let him go now? Bai Yicheng smiled, a chillingly sinister expression spreading across his face. He agreed. It seemed only fair. He was, after all, a man of his word. Xiao Jiu expected a swift release, but instead, Bai Yicheng's hand flashed out, separating Xiao Jiu's head from his body in a single, brutal motion. Xiao Jiu didn't even have time to cry out. A dark aura emanated from Bai Yicheng as he ended Xiao Jiu's life, his voice cold as he muttered that Xiao Jiu's suggestion had simply solidified his decision. Back with Tianfu, he and several others were gathered in a meeting. Bao Jinshui, bound tightly, sat in a chair. After recounting everything he knew, Bao Jinshui trembled, claiming that was all the information he possessed. Ziqi questioned him, asking if it was true that members of Country H's right-wing faction had slaughtered an entire village, all for a strange egg. Bao Jinshui confirmed it, his voice barely a whisper. Desian, naturally, wondered about the egg's rank, asking Bao Jinshui if he knew. Bao Jinshui immediately shook his head. He, and even his superiors, were unaware. Binyang, enraged, slammed his fist on the table. He seethed, declaring that whether it was for the egg or to avenge the villagers, retribution was necessary. Ziqi then decided to recall the others. They couldn't let the villagers' deaths go unpunished. Tianfu countered, arguing that recalling them wasn't feasible. If their forces on the otherworldly battlefield were weakened, disaster would surely follow. Binyang challenged him, asking if he had a better solution. Tianfu smiled, revealing that he had a rather resourceful adopted son. Just then, Bai Yicheng's voice came through Tianfu's phone. After Bai Yicheng laid out his plan, Ziqi conceded that it might work, cautioning him to be careful. Bai Yicheng reassured them, stating that the matter was urgent and he would be leaving shortly. At the Country H military research base, Parka Otrang interrogated his subordinate, demanding to know if Bao Jinshui had truly been taken. The subordinate confirmed it, his voice laced with fear. Parka Otrang, in a fit of rage, kicked his subordinate into the wall, cursing him as useless and questioning his very existence. The subordinate, stifling his pain, fell to his knees, begging Parka Otrang for mercy and another chance. Parka Otrang turned away, claiming the situation wasn't entirely the subordinate's fault. Whoever had silently captured Bao Jinshui clearly possessed a highly refined ability to manipulate space. He then ordered his subordinate to quickly surround the entire base. The subordinate immediately obeyed. Only then did Parka Otrang dismiss him. He then turned a contemplative gaze towards the mysterious egg before him. It seemed he was eagerly anticipating its hatching, having risked so much for it. Panic gripped the city's populace. No one understood what was happening. News reports continuously announced that Huaxia had amassed hundreds of thousands of soldiers and emperor-rank espers at the border, raising suspicions of impending conflict. What could this mobilization mean? At that very moment, at the border between the two factions, countless people gathered below, witnessing the tense scene unfolding above. Yang Yukuan, a leader of Country H's right-wing faction, addressed Ziqi, demanding to know Huaxia's intentions. With humanity united against a common enemy, did they truly intend to instigate a civil war? Kim Junko, standing beside him, also questioned Ziqi about the reason for such a display of force. Ziqi retorted, asking if the two men behind Yang Yukuan truly didn't know the reason. He continued, presenting evidence against them and demanding an explanation. If none was forthcoming, he warned those who offended Huaxia would surely face retribution. The citizens of Huaxia below echoed the sentiment, demanding justice for the offense against their nation. Yang Yukuan glanced back at Yukuan and the bespectacled man, suspecting they were responsible for some undisclosed transgression. Whatever it was, it clearly couldn't be revealed. Ziqi pressed Junko for an explanation. Junko clasped his hands, his tone respectful, and claimed there must be a misunderstanding, a grave one at that. He insisted that they couldn't rely on just one side of the story and proposed that Ziqi calm down and join him in forming an investigative team. Finding the proposal reasonable, Ziqi agreed too. At that moment, the system's voice chimed, announcing Bai Yicheng's successful selection of the tower ability, granting him a 35% boost to the target's attributes for a duration of 15 minutes. Bai Yicheng felt 15 minutes would suffice. He instructed Tianfu to wait for his summons and unleash a full-powered attack when called upon. The mystical doorway shimmered open, revealing a path forward. With steely resolve, Bai Yicheng stepped through, intent on leaving no survivor within the base. Tianfu, standing behind, waved farewell and reminded him to stay safe. Bai Yicheng quickly disappeared into the depths of the research facility. His first destination, much to his embarrassment, turned out to be the women's restroom. A blush crept up his neck as he reached the restroom door, peering cautiously through the crack before whispering, "Omnipotence, time to work." The system's voice responded instantly, informing him of his current location, the second-floor women's restroom, and his targets, the fourth-floor research lab. Suddenly, another voice cut through the quiet. It warned someone to be careful. Inside a control room, a man laughed, deriding the supposed foolishness of the Huaxia agents. He remarked that while both sides were busy investigating, the egg had already hatched long ago. Another man chimed in, mentioning Parka Otrang's orders to expedite the hatching process. He added that the special envoy was the truly unlucky one in this situation. At that very moment, Bai Yicheng materialized silently behind them, an aura of formidable power radiating from his form. He leaned in close, a casual expression on his face, and dryly agreed, "Unlucky indeed." One of the men, startled, managed a panicked cry, "Who are you? When did you get here?" Before he could react further, Bai Yicheng slammed their heads together with brutal force. The system's voice announced, "Congratulations, Bai Yicheng, for eliminating level 32 gel. You have gained 9,600 experience points and 6,400 divine power points. Eliminating level 23 Chu grants you 10,500 experience points and 7,000 divine power points." Bai Yicheng glanced at the two lifeless bodies, scratching his head sheepishly. "Perhaps I overdid it a bit." Shrugging it off, Bai Yicheng reasoned they were all destined for the same end eventually. He approached a computer terminal, searching for the egg's exact location. The system reminded him that a scheduled communication would be sent in 3 minutes, urging him to hurry. Without hesitation, Bai Yiqing ripped out the power cables. 3 minutes, he thought, would be plenty. He sprinted down the hallway. Outside, a lone guard stood watch, gripping his weapon tightly. Pressed against the wall, Bai Yiqing observed the guard intently, a knot of tension tightening in his chest. If only he hadn't needed to conserve points for the mystical doorway, he wouldn't have to resort to such measures. Finally, after navigating the maze of corridors, he reached the designated room. There it was, the vibrant, iridescent egg, nestled within an energy containment unit. Now that he was here, there was no turning back. He prepared to charge in. Just then, the system's voice intervened, warning him of a Grandmaster-level defensive formation protecting the room. Even Emperor-rank espers would require time to breach it. A direct assault would be futile. Bai Yiqing stared, stunned. A Grandmaster-level formation. Then, with a sudden surge of confidence, he reached for his mystical doorway once more. Bai Yiqing figured that if he was quick enough, no one would notice. Bolstering himself with this thought, he began to open the door. The researchers tending the egg jolted, their eyes widening in stunned disbelief. There he was, Bai Yiqing, materialized before them as if from thin air. A heavy silence hung in the air. He could only offer a weak, apologetic smile, hoping against hope that he could somehow smooth this over. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yiqing smashed the containment vessel, holding the egg with his bare hand. Shards of glass flew everywhere. He scooped up the egg and bolted, the guards immediately giving chase. Suddenly, a surge of power knocked the egg from Bai Yiqing's grasp. A blindside attack. He hadn't seen it coming. Parka Otrang had arrived. The egg hung momentarily in the air before beginning its descent towards the ground. Bai Yiqing, near tears, lunged for it, but he was too late. The egg struck the ground and shattered. Bai Yiqing, Parka Otrang, and the guards all froze, paralyzed by the disastrous turn of events. Seconds later, Bai Yiqing turned to Parka Otrang, his voice laced with bitter sarcasm. "You told me to hand it over," he said. Parka Otrang erupted like a volcano, roaring orders to his men to seize Bai Yiqing. Bai Yiqing took off running for his life, Parka Otrang and the guards hot on his heels. He ran with every ounce of strength he possessed. He ran down hallways, then down flights of stairs. "Aren't you tired?" He called back to Parka Otrang, his voice strained. He continued his desperate flight, reaching the courtyard below. Parka Otrang was close behind, his fury palpable. He wanted Bai Yiqing to pay for the destroyed egg. Bai Yiqing reached for his mystical doorway, his power surging. Suddenly, something behind him made him whirl around. It was Parka Otrang's power, shattering Bai Yiqing's mystical doorway. His escape route was gone, leaving him surrounded by dust and debris. Rage flooded through Bai Yiqing. His face darkened. "Who's going to pay for whom is still up in the air," he snarled. Overcome with fury, he raised his middle finger at his opponent. "You mongrel from Country H," he spat, challenging him. "Come on then." Parka Otrang's face was grim. He was determined that Bai Yiqing would not leave this place alive. "Seize him," he bellowed to his men, who surged forward, a wave of bodies overwhelming Bai Yiqing. Instead of panic, a look of disdain crossed Bai Yiqing's face. Calmly, he uttered the words, "Someone protect me." He reappeared instantly behind Parka Otrang, a surge of raw power erupting towards him. Parka Otrang froze, his body locked in place, confusion clouding his features. Bai Yiqing unleashed his final attack. An inferno of fire engulfed the area. Parka Otrang was nowhere to be seen. For a moment, Bai Yiqing thought it was over. Then, to his utter shock, Parka Otrang reappeared, seemingly unscathed. He had somehow escaped the flames, and now, weapon in hand, was lunging towards Bai Yiqing. He brought his sword down in a heavy blow, convinced this charade should end. Parka Otrang's blade clearly connected with Bai Yiqing, yet the man remained unscathed. Instead, Parka was thrown back. Bai Yiqing wore the 9 Phoenix Golden Sun armor, a piece of exquisite craftsmanship, and he looked almost smug as he showcased its effectiveness. Parka Otrang snarled, accusing Bai Yiqing of arrogant bluster, even as he stood on the precipice of death. Bai Yiqing coolly retorted, asking if Parka was perhaps referring to himself. Rage flooded Parka. His grip tightened on his sword, and a terrifying power surged around him as he lunged at Bai Yiqing. Parka Otrang casually cleaved one of his own subordinates in two, simply for standing in Bai Yiqing's path. Bai Yiqing watched with open disdain as Parka, without a flicker of hesitation, took the life of one of his own countrymen. Parka Otrang, his fury, still untamed, remained in a predatory stance. He roared at Bai Yicheng to shut up and ordered his remaining men to attack. Bai Yicheng, with an air of supreme confidence, simply said, "Look up, Daddy." Parka Otrang laughed, scoffing that such a plea wouldn't save him now. He raised his sword, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a hand appeared, 2 fingers effortlessly halting Parka's descending blade. A voice boomed, demanding to know if Parka thought someone of his stature could touch his adopted son. A figure materialized in front of Bai Yicheng, unleashing a wave of force that slammed into Parka. Parka Otrang screamed in agony as the attack struck him, severing one of his arms. He stared in disbelief and horror at the stump where his limb had been. The mysterious figure was Tianfu. He derided Parka as a frog in a well, ignorant of the wider world. As Tianfu's manifestation began to fade, Bai Yicheng thanked him. Tianfu waved it off, saying it was nothing and leaving Bai Yicheng to handle the rest. Bai Yicheng, slightly embarrassed, promised to try and maintain Tianfu's presence for longer next time. With Tianfu gone, Parka, though bitter, recognized his defeat and seemed to concede. A scornful look spread across Bai Yicheng's face. He agreed that departure was indeed imminent, but it was Parka and his men who would be leaving. Parka, stunned, gaped at him, asking what he meant. Bai Yicheng said nothing, merely gestured upwards. Above, Tianfu prepared a devastating attack, warning Bai Yicheng to get clear. Parka, aghast, cried out, asking if Tianfu wasn't afraid of sparking a war between humans. Bai Yicheng, opening his mystical doorway to escape, retorted that Parka hadn't considered such consequences when slaughtering the people of Huaxia. Now, Bai Yicheng would deliver retribution for them. Parka cursed him, cursed Huaxia, and truly believed he was escaping. Bai Yicheng vanished. Tianfu's attack descended upon Parka Otrang with earth-shattering force. Elsewhere, 2 groups, each representing a different faction, were gathering their strength, poised for imminent conflict. One group was led by Ziqi. He addressed Yunku, "What's the matter with you? Don't tell me you ate something that's upsetting your stomach." Goku, standing beside Yunku, bristled with anger. "Do you even realize what you're doing?" he demanded of Ziqi. At this, Yunku, understanding the gravity of the situation, gestured for Goku to calm down. "Even if I made mistakes before," Yunku interjected, "everything can be negotiated. Are you trying to exploit this opportunity, separate our forces, and then launch a sneak attack? Is that your plan?" Ziqi responded calmly, "I don't understand what you're talking about. Has something happened in your country?" Yunku's face darkened. "My country has been attacked," he revealed. "Parka Otrang, who is defending our borders, is likely dead. I only ask that you let me leave." Ziqi's side emanated a palpable killing intent, their demeanor fierce. "If that's the case," Ziqi pressed, "tell me, was the incident at the border you're doing?" Yunku's thoughts raced. He was facing 4 Emperor-rank espers of Huaxia. If he didn't give them a satisfactory answer, they certainly wouldn't let him leave. Cornered and with no way out, a mixture of resentment and fear gripped him. His hand trembled as he stammered. Finally, Yunka bowed his head and apologized to Ziqi. "It may have been the work of an underground organization within my country," he offered. "I will thoroughly investigate this matter within 3 days and give you a public explanation. This was due to my negligence. I propose to offer compensation to your country. I only ask that you allow me to leave." Seeing the apparent sincerity in his opponent, Ziqi glanced at Deji and smiled. Deji spoke, "Considering that Yunku's side has just lost an Emperor-rank esper, let's leave it at that." Meanwhile, news of this incident spread rapidly across social media. The public, upon reading the reports, felt a surge of indignation. They couldn't believe that Yunka's country would commit such an act. With Bai Yicheng, Tianfu expressed his gratitude. "We were lucky to have you this time. Otherwise, the losses to Huaxia would have been immeasurable." Bai Yicheng humbly replied, "There's no need for such formality. It was my duty." Tianfu hesitated before asking, "Are you sure you want to attribute all the credit to me? This is an opportunity for your reputation to soar." Bai Yicheng responded, "I'm just a passerby. I'm happiest in that role." With that, he turned and walked away, returning to his studies. He gave Tianfu a friendly wave. That's the end of my video. The above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to receive more interesting videos. For now, goodbye and see you later. Bye-bye.